It's a robbery!
What's in the case?
I'm so interested in Big Man's wife.
Well, he's going out of town, Florida, and he asked me if I'd take care of her while he's gone.
Night of the fight, you may feel a slight sting. In the fifth, your ass goes down.
In a lot of danger, aren't we?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I break your concentration?
You got a corpse in a car, minus the head in the garage. Take me to it.
I'm prepared to scour the earth for that motherfucker.
Come on, let's get in the character.
Yes. Uninspired's laughing at me because I was doing shit and the gunshot went off and I was like,
Dude, you know, I when I was making the trailer, I was like, man, since he says, did I make you lose your concentration? The gunshot actually has to be loud, so I hope this gets someone.
dude, I grew up in like the section of New Jersey that was like the nice town right next to the ghetto town, so it's like, oh man, you look at all pimped out today.
Yeah, man, we're pimping out, you know, because yeah, wait, let me go back to the yeah.
I mean,
right.
I'm just wearing my Shark Week shirt, you know.
Hell yeah, dude. Dude, you got some of like the best shirts ever.
Oh man, I feel like I don't talk to you anymore nowadays. You get that damn job now, and it's
I'm busy. There you go. Iceman, congratulations, sir, on actually contributing something useful to the society. Of course, with the new job. Exactly. Dude, the job is going great. Apart from the fact that I don't have much time for Dark Hour.
yeah.
Because man,
Okay.
Dark Hour and me have some pretty cool conversations when we talk on the
Yeah.
phone, man.
Yeah,
We
man.
laugh our asses off.
Yeah, it's fun. It's awesome that we live in a day and age where it doesn't cost $75 a minute to call somebody in France.
Oh,
So,
dude.
it's
It's
but
basically
yeah,
free if you have Wi-Fi, man. But I mean,
yeah.
yeah. Well, let me just say hi to everyone in the chat before we bring in our guests. Hello there, Razorhead.
Yeah, we're running a little late. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I didn't keep Z in the loop enough, but the consummate professional that he is, he was ready to go immediately.
I love you, Pumpkin. Aw, I love you too, Gord. You see, there we go. I love you, Honey Bunny, and of course, Melvin. Hi, Melvin. And Tarantino's fourth best movie. I guess we'll see. We'll see. We have to get our panelists out and see if what they think about it.
Okay. Well, but yeah. So speaking of which, I already mentioned him. I'm going to bring in the protocol droid with the hemorrhoids, the golden reach around droid of choice, Z3PO, who is ready to go at a moment's notice.
Hello there, gentlemen. And do
Hey,
you
Z.
know why there isn't a sign at the front of the last homestead that says Dead Jawa Storage?
Why
It
is
ain't
there
there.
no?
Because storing dead Jawas ain't none of my fucking business. That's why.
Not only is he ready at a moment's notice, he has a custom intro for himself. That's
Oh, I am
fantastic.
just so thankful to be watching something that isn't The Acolyte.
I got one more episode to go through. Don't remind
I
me.
know. What an absolute
Dude.
dumpster fire of a show that is.
Oh man.
Yeah, the only way I watch the Acolyte is through EFAP, so I've never seen anything else, man.
And my videos.
Yeah, and your videos too. That's pretty much it. And Brown streams. That's like those three are the only ways I watch the Acolyte.
And since we're doing such a great movie, it's well, as somebody said, Tarantino's fourth best film. Not sure if that's true or not, but sometimes
That's a matter of opinion.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta call in the wolf, though, and in this case, we're bringing in Tyler Wolf.
Ooh, that's actually a really good intro, man. Holy shit!
I just thought of it just now. I was like, shit, there's a character named the Wolf in it because you put him in the.
Oh, dude.
Shit, I was even thinking about like adjusting my name. I might have to do that now.
You can do it right now, man.
Yeah.
How you doing today, though, buddy?
Good.
Better now that I'm in this chat.
Fuck yeah, dude. That's the spirit. We're gonna talk about Tarantino, and I love talking about Tarantino with Tyler, man. He knows his stuff.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
starting to realize Z and I might be becoming the de facto Tarantino guys now that we've done this.
I do that on purpose. I try to keep crews
and
together
all the
that
parts
are.
good. I mean, if the second I open my bedroom door, there's going to be a Hateful Eight poster right there and uninspired.
Fuck yes, dude. I love Hateful Eight, dude. Hateful Eight is some of the best. Like, I genuinely think Hateful Eight is Tarantino's best film. Like, that's To me, that's his best film, dude.
It has some of his best moments for
We
sure.
have Jill Powers in the.
I hate Jill Powers.
I don't think I've ever seen Jill Powers before. Welcome.
Well, welcome. Exactly. Yeah. Good afternoon. Good evening for me. Yeah, but good afternoon for everyone else, I guess.
And we have two debuters today. Taking the place of Movie Cynic today, who unfortunately has some personal issues. He had to do some traveling, and we wish everything the best it can be. But stepping into his place is she's making the rounds lately. She's been on several shows this weekend alone, and that's sometimes she goes by for the sake of the comments or the comments' sake, but who cares what she goes by because she's here.
I get too many comments that for the sake of the comments is too long.
Oh, dude, it's great having you here for comments' sake.
I'm told for the sake of the comments is too long, so I shortened it to comments' sake, and then it just got shortened by everyone to comments.
Pretty soon it's just going to be sake, and then people are going to start calling it sake.
Sake, yeah. I mean, look at me, the uninspired review. Everyone calls me Tur now, out of nowhere.
That's partially my fault.
Comments is where people tend to usually go with that, I think.
Sake.
I'll call you sake. I'm drinking Japanese whiskey today. My first time ever drinking.
I drained my tequila store, all my tequila reserves for watching The Acolyte, so I need to restock on that.
That would explain why you left some shit in the files you sent.
Possibly.
So I have to ask reviewer.
Yeah.
Reviewer, is this really your first time drinking on the
show? Yeah, it's my first time ever drinking because I bought some nice Japanese whiskey, and I usually never drink because I'm always busy, and I prefer smoking if I'm busy. But yeah, now I'm nice and I'm chill. Tomorrow there's no work, so I poured myself half a glass of whiskey, and I'm enjoying it. So it's nice. I like the taste.
This is very entertaining because I am somewhat infamous for my camera anxiety, and so I am normally always drinking on streams, except now I'm on new medication and I can't.
Yeah, this is all the tequila I have left, by the way.
So this is
3
my
bottles
debut.
gone.
This is my debut not drinking on a live stream.
Then we shall see. We'll see how it goes. Well, anyways, you're in good company, so it's gonna go well.
We do have one more. I guess another debuter, and
all
I'm
right,
going to say this.
please.
It takes one hell of a content creator to make me realize I'm wrong. And this guy single-handedly showed me that Rebel Moon wasn't as bad as I thought it was. It was actually worse.
Oh,
and that is, he goes by several names as well. Leon, Words of Paradise, the Birdman. He's got several ones he goes by, but here he is.
I'm so stoked to be here. Thanks for having me on. Just a couple quick things before we start. One, uninspired Japanese whiskey is among some of the best whiskey I've ever had. I very rarely drink it because you're looking at like bare minimum like $60 a bottle for some good shit. So I'm highly jealous of you right now. Japanese whiskey.
Thank you.
And as far as comments that goes, when you first add her to the group chat Dark Hour, I didn't realize it was for the sake of the comments, and you just put sake. I did read it as sake. I was like, who's the sake person? And then I read the full name. I was like, oh, this is for the sake of the comments. Okay, I'm just retarded. So I hope we can say that on this show. We're about to do a Tarantino movie. I imagine retarded is probably fine.
Well, it's par. Yeah, it's par for
Listen,
the course.
I have not censored anything in these videos.
Oh, thank God, because I don't censor shit.
Because it's on my channel. Why would you? Right?
Yeah, good luck, Dark Hour, man. So we've got a lot of N words, we got a lot of R words. All right, so it's gonna be
Dude,
be
how
cool, man.
horrible this film is. And, like half the dialogue is N words. I'm just over here quoting it while watching it with my fucking grandmother.
Man.
So
It's great because Tarantino cast
my email
himself
right now.
Tarantino cast himself in a role where his first line he says the N word like twice. It's like, all right, cool.
I mean, that's Tarantino, so.
I mean, he also cast himself in a role where he got to put Selma Hayek's foot in his mouth. So
I mean, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you?
I'm not a foot guy, so no.
It's
I can
Selma
think of 2 or
Hayek.
3 better things to put in my mouth, not per foot.
I'll be real. I'm a foot hater. I think people should have their feet cut off because feet are just disgusting. That being said, there's like an exception to the rule of all rules, and I feel like Selma Hayek might be that exception, even as a foot hater. So,
you see,
I
there we
mean,
go.
if that was the only thing of hers you could put in your mouth, I think you'd probably make the exception.
Yeah, I guess if it's here, you could have her feet or nothing at all. I guess yes, I'll take the
Right.
50-foot
That's the
option.
operation I go under.
Dude, we got Gemma Lama in the chat. Gemma, hope you're doing good, man. It's been a little while. Well, not too long, but it's been a while, man. Great to see you in the chat. And of course, we have the Sasquatch himself, Cannoli Sasquatch, man.
So for a dude who's like 7'7", he's able to sneak into chats really easily.
That's true. Listen, I'm not a foot guy, but yes. Oh, you make a good point, man. You make a good point. Well, before we start, man. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say before we start, so whiskey is my thing, and I have never dared splurge on Japanese whiskey, but I look at it every time I go in. So what is your choice for good Japanese whiskey for?
I don't know, man. I just went in. I saw a bunch of Japanese whiskey. I took the most expensive bottle, I think. That was it.
He was like, I got a job now.
Yeah, that's
Expensive
actually
whiskey isn't always the best whiskey, so that's why I was asking.
I think I took Hibiki or something like that.
There you go. Hibiki is the way to go. Hibiki is it, bro. Is tops.
Yeah, I took Hibiki.
I do love good sake, and so I've always been curious about Japanese whiskey.
Yeah, what I have is Hibiki. Yep, exactly. That's it. Hibiki is the name of. I don't really know what it is. Like I don't know if it's the brand or if it's the type of whiskey, but yeah, Hibiki is it. Hibiki. There it is. It cost me it didn't cost me that much, man. I don't really pay rent, so I'm cool.
Around where I live,
King is saying like a whiskey distilled from the cow itself.
Yeah, Hibiki's gonna be between like $80 and $120 where I live, so it's something that I only splurge on often. But boy, when I do, that shit is good.
Yeah, I mean, it must be way more expensive in America though, because inflation is off the charts over there.
You don't have to tell me about it. That's why I'm a vodka drinker, because vodka is always cheap, and I fucking hate Ukraine. So,
hey, vodka is cheap, man. But I only like in terms of alcohol, I only drink whiskey. But I'm more.
I have a bottle of bourbon, which is technically that's whiskey. So let's break that out. Sure, why the fuck not?
See, is he already a house owner? Yes, Iceman. At the age of 22, I own, a 10-bedroom house in France, of course, because YouTube just pays that much, man. That's how it is. Oh, yeah.
What he's not telling you is the money came from his reparations because he's a black cat.
Exactly. There it is. Well, I guess since we have the panel assembled, I can see that the chat is hot, everyone. I guess we should do a little round table of what everyone's, I guess, first and most recent thoughts of Pulp Fiction, of course. So we shall start with The Wolf, as Dark Hour downs a shot.
Oh God, I think Pulp Fiction was one of those movies I saw grown-ups watch as a kid, and the first one that I really wanted to check out that I couldn't for the longest time, ever since my dad. I think my mom gave him a Blu-ray copy for Christmas, and I don't think I've ever seen him use it once, but at the same time, it definitely sparked my interest. And, throughout high school, I watched all the clips that everybody remembers, and it was always cool, but it never drove me to watch it in full until the pandemic, where a local buddy of mine and I were streaming during quarantine for the hell of it, and we decided, you know what, let's just watch every Tarantino movie, do an episode on that, and well, he didn't watch Jackie Brown and I didn't watch Inglourious, but aside from that, watching Pulp Fiction all the way through left a much bigger impact on me. Every scene that I had seen beforehand on YouTube, it just clicked a hell of a lot more. And a couple months ago, my local theater where that friend conveniently works was showing it for its 30th anniversary. And I just sat there and went, you know what? That's perfect for this stream. And I gotta say, I was smiling ear to ear, and the movie just got even better as time went on.
I'll throw this one. I'm gonna throw this one out right now. It was just 5 gifted memberships from Adam Rabil.
Oh,
Rabil?
Awesome,
Rabil?
Yeah, Rabil. Adam, my boy, Adam in the house. How you doing, brother, man? Thanks a million for showing up.
That's the first time memberships have ever been gifted for my channel, so that's pretty awesome. Thank you for doing that.
Adam out here
dude.
being a fucking legend.
Dude, yeah, Adam, I'll play a nice little clip for you that I found. Actually, you know what? I'll save the clip for when everyone is done with it. I think it's the SpongeBob parody I was talking to you guys about. I found
save
it.
that.
I got him. So yeah, but massive thanks, Adam. All right, so
And in the spirit of the wolf, he's eating, he's just consuming, just like the wolf was in the movie. He's just
big Kahuna burger, man. It's the big Kahuna burger.
This is a tasty burger. What can I say? I was gonna wait until he popped up this clip, but by the time
we're not gonna get to the big Kahuna burger.
It made me realize that like the second I bite into it, once that clip shows up, I'm gonna get even worse food poisoning than I got last night. So.
Dude, do you have any Sprite with you or no? Sprite
some of your tasty beverage to wash down this burger.
Most I got is Madam Wet Pepsi. But,
shit! Get the hell out of here with your goddamn Pepsi. You're not allowed on my streams with Pepsi. You know this. Coca-Cola every day.
I know that. That's exactly why I brought it.
Hey,
it's okay, Norman. We're just getting into it right now, so you're not that late.
Norman, great to see you, man. Great to see you. All right, I guess we're going to do for comments' sake, aka for the sake of the comments. Are you ready? Yeah, of course. Give us your thoughts on Pulp Fiction.
I've been sitting here trying to remember when the first time was I saw the movie, and I don't remember. I've seen it enough times that I'm pretty sure I did not see it when it first came out. I'm one of those weird people who grew up without a television, and I was in high school when it came out.
Well, you're a woodland creature, so that would make sense.
Yeah, generally billy goats are not out hanging out watching TV, so.
Never heard a billy goat say, "Did you catch the last episode of Mad Men?"
Weirdly, I think my animals might watch more television than I do at times.
Yeah, dude, haven't you ever seen Barnyard? You know, they watch stuff all the time.
It keeps them entertained and out of trouble. But one of the things I do remember that the first time I saw it, my initial reaction was, well, this is him just trying to redo Reservoir Dogs with the time jump thing. But as I've rewatched both of them over the years, the difference is that Reservoir Dogs, it never really changes, whereas Pulp Fiction, every time I rewatch it, I catch new stuff. And I have new takeaways to it. And even as many times as I've seen it, when I rewatched it yesterday, I actually found new stuff again to discuss for this live stream. So it's kind of neat to never get bored.
Yeah, I think Pulp Fiction has a lot of rewatch value, especially in the dialogue. I think the dialogue is just it flows so well. It's so quotable. The actors make it quotable as well, and I'm glad we're going to be dissecting it, because I do have a lot of clips. Actually, I have 100 slides and about, let's say, 20 clips, I think.
Yeah,
so.
you went really clip heavy on this one, which I'm fine with that. I actually prefer the clips over the slides.
Yeah, we're gonna have some fun, man. Plus, I have like long ass clips, like 1 minute clips and stuff. So that'll be cool. All right, well, Leon, what about you, man? Discuss Pulp Fiction.
Well, first, I gotta say, comment sake here to the words right out of my mouth. I literally had in my head, I was like, dude, every time I rewatch this film, I catch something new. And I've seen this film a million times. Like, this is so I was in about 2015, I was in the police academy, and I was going through a real dark time in my life. I was an absolute alcoholic. I was just fresh off a divorce, a bunch of negative things. And like the way I was coping was I was watching Tarantino films to relax. Like, that was how I would de-stress, was fucking Pulp Fiction and Kill Bill and shit. And so like, it's one of those films that, despite how negative a lot of things going on at the time were, it brings me comfort and happiness. And last night I watched it with my grandmother, who had never seen it. And I was like, oh, she's either gonna love this or hate this. And let me tell you, watching that movie with a 73-year-old woman who had never seen it, who hates John Travolta, was a damn experience. And she had a grand old time.
Dude, why does she hate John Travolta?
I didn't even think to ask her. I just sort of accepted it. Like I should have at one point been like, "Yo, Grandma, why do you hate John Travolta?" But she's like, "Oh, I can't stand that guy. I don't like John Travolta." I was like, "Yeah, that checks out." Like, I didn't even think to question
it. Yeah, I mean, Harvey Weinstein is the producer.
So is Danny DeVito.
Yeah, so Danny DeVito is also. Yeah, that's true. We have DeVito, man, with his making his dropping his condoms for his Magnum dong, man. Of course.
Look at my monster condom for
Condom
my
for his
Magnum dong.
Of all the fucking quotes you had to mention.
I love that quote. That's one of those ones when I need a quick like laugh, I'll just pop that clip up because I know it's only about 12 seconds and it'll get the job done.
See, for me, it's Charlie and the other guy kicking the shit out of the kids that stole their bike.
That whole show. You could
like it.
Let's not go on that tangent because we could talk about that show for hours.
Yeah.
Ooh. So Jill Powers says the briefcase contains Wallace's soul. You know what?
That is my favorite film theory thing, like fan theory of all time is that the Wallace soul fan theory.
I just want to say to everybody, because people are going to start trickling in now. This is usually about when we start seeing the numbers go up. I did put up a poll that we were discussing backstage, whether or not Reservoir Dogs or Pulp Fiction is superior. We're not going to give our opinions till that poll is done at the end. Don't worry.
Oh, nice. Norman, that's a great purchase, man. Does it come with the black and white version in the Blu-ray, or is it just like the normal color version?
I think there's separate versions. I think you can get there's probably a dual one that you can get. I mean, when I bought my Logan Blu-ray, it came with the Logan Noir, and thank God for that.
Look at the Japanese practicing capitalism to the best of their ability. Same movie, two separate releases, only difference is black and white.
Trust me, minus color felt considerably different than minus one. It's hard.
We'll get to Z's thing. I know you're about to go, but I really wanted them to start just slowly removing things, so it would have been like Godzilla minus sound, Godzilla minus one minus sound.
Okay, I love a minus sound.
Then Godzilla minus one minus picture, and you're just sitting there watching a blank screen, and they could have really capitalized on that. I think.
Wow, man, yeah, 6 different combinations of the language and color. That sounds pretty dope. That sounds really
Godzilla
good.
minus one minus Godzilla minus one would have been the best version of it.
Godzilla minus 1.1, dude. Yeah. All right. Well, Z, what about you, man? Let us know what your thoughts on Pulp Fiction are.
This is one of my top 3 Tarantino movies. I missed it at the cinema and first owned it on DVD, which I still own today. I'm a big fan of non-linear storytelling. Movies like Citizen Kane, Eternal Sunshine, Memento, and even Kill Bill Volumes 1 and 2, which we did previously. I love how all of the separate character narratives are all self-contained, and yet they all gel together almost seamlessly. And I watched this last weekend as part of a themed movie night with my wife, where we eat a meal that appears in the film, and we seriously made a big kahuna burger. It appears in so many of Tarantino's movies: Reservoir Dogs, Death Proof, From Dusk Till Dawn, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, loads of them. Even the stuff he's only loosely associated with. There's a recipe online, and it uses a teriyaki base with a pineapple top. And Jules was fucking right. That is one tasty burger.
The teriyaki base with pineapple. Yeah. That actually sounds really good, man.
It is. With the caramelized.
So let me get this straight. Pineapple on pizza is very controversial, but pineapple on a hamburger is just universally praised.
I wouldn't have
Sake, here's the deal. Pineapple on pizza isn't even universally divisive. People on the internet just retarded. Pineapple on pizza is awesome.
No, thank you. I love pineapple on pizza. Dude. Hawaiian
it was fun
pizza
having Leon on. See you later. Since you mentioned Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Z, I just want to Melvin on his ongoing quest to prove to everybody that Once Upon This Time in Hollywood is indeed Sith. In this case, the anagram for 2 fake dollars, 2 fake monies.
2 fake monies. 2 pounds, dude. I bet you didn't know the currency.
No, I knew what it was. I wasn't even going to bother because that's not a currency. That is a measure of weight. Okay.
Ooh. Okay. All right.
Though Melvin and me had a discussion recently about because he's Scottish and they use stone, and I was like, that has got to be the worst system of all time. It's like each stone is like. I think it's like 27 pounds or something like that. Or
I love measuring currency and what they use to kill gay people in the Middle East. So,
okay.
Nice segue.
1 stone is 14 pounds. So that's a weird conversion.
Well, Dark Hour, you have a gifted membership from Nerd Wars.
A lot of memberships out here.
Thank you, Nerd Wars.
Now,
And yeah, he went
thank
to
you, Nerd
to-
Wars. Yeah. By the way,
to
Nerd Wars,
Norman,
I reached
man.
out to you about because I talked to Angry Badger. So when you get a chance.
All right. Well, who's it left to? You. Oh, well, Dark Hour. Go ahead, man.
Pretty much everybody said everything I was going to say. I'll just do my brief on when the first time I saw it. I remember watching it. Probably high school was when I watched it the first time, and well, yeah, that makes sense because that's about when that's when it came out. And so I would say I remember watching it with my friend Icaro, and we watched this and Reservoir Dogs like back to back, which is funny that that's our poll. And to this day, I there are two movies that I could pop in at any time and just rewatch. Like pretty much everybody said. And yeah, the one thing that I want to do one day. This is like the only thing I could think of that I could say different, and that is I want to go now that I know how to actually use editing software. I want to go and put it in 100% order and see how that feels. I like because I know it's the non-linear storytelling. I want to see if full linear how it would feel. But other than that, everyone has hit everything out of the park. So I'm not going to waste time just regurgitating the same things people said.
Yeah, I agree with everyone, man. I think Pulp Fiction is one of Tarantino's finest films. I mean, I think it's probably, in terms of dialogue, it's probably his finest. Like just everyday dialogue, mundane dialogue being so interesting. I don't think you can find it in many other movies the way that it is in this. I think the casting is basically perfect for every single person. And it's going to be nice to talk about the movie now that we're finally all through, almost 30 minutes in. Wait, I was putting up this one. Yeah. Would you give the Kong your dad's watch or hide it up your ass? The Kong's gonna have my dad's watch, dude. Fuck that. I'm not putting that shit up my ass.
How big's the watch?
I can buy another watch.
Yeah, for 2 years, dude. No.
Z has a watch right now up there. He's like
So that's why my bum is ticking.
Yeah, but I think it's about. I think we've let everybody wait long enough. I think it's time we get into this movie.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Two Hosts presents Pulp Fiction.
I'll reorganize.
All right.
Here.
Let me just see if everything is good on my end. Yeah, just put me at the bottom or at the top.
I just put people like the people who are actually using cameras toward the middle. So,
hey. Kofa, how you doing, man? Could Leon recite the dead ninja storage scene word for us right now, please?
So here's the dealio, Copa. On my show, I've dropped the N-word several times. I don't give a fuck because words are words, but I'm not gonna ruin someone else's channel for that. But just ask me after a couple drinks on one of my late night shows, and you will absolutely get that rant.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Miramax. Does Miramax still exist? No, I think we went through this.
No, right? I think Miramax no longer exists. Let me double check that. I think we did go through this though.
But I like Miramax movies, man. Yo, Left Eye Ego, dude. Great to see you.
No, yeah, hey, they just changed their name. That's all it is. They're just part of a larger group now, basically.
What are they called now?
They're just now Miramax LLC, which is part of the BN Media Group. That was what it was, which is under Paramount. So they're basically just like buried under several. Yeah. They're just buried under several layers.
Oh, dude, Left Eye Ego, man. It's great to have you in the chat, dude. Hope you're enjoying this. Hope you enjoy the show because we're about to start anyway. So, ladies and gentlemen, Z, could you please read us the definition in your beautiful voice?
Pulp. A soft, moist, shapeless mass of matter, or a magazine or book containing lurid subject matter and being characteristically printed on rough, unfinished paper. This is from the American Heritage Dictionary, New College Edition.
Dude, Z, you should actually make an audiobook. You should read something on an audiobook. I would definitely purchase it for sure.
I want to hear you do 50 Shades of Grey specifically.
that would be great. What is it? Is I don't make love, I fuck hard. Oh god, it's like one of the best quotes of all time, dude.
I would have been so bad how you guys know that.
So we start the movie with Pumpkin and Honey Bunny, who discuss robbing, of course, and the risks that come with robbing. So, of course, you can rob a bank with a telephone because people don't really give a shit when you rob banks, apparently. But, of course, a liquor store and a gas station there, you'd have a bit more difficulty because you actually have people that are, armed up that'll protect their stuff. And of course, they don't really speak English, so you'll tell them to. it's like the funniest thing he says. Like you'll tell him, "Show me the cash," and they'll be like, "Oh, I don't understand what you're saying." It's like, all right, oh man. So of course, they decide to rob the diner that they're in. Which I do have to say, as someone who grew up watching a ton of American stuff, it pains me that I may never visit an actual proper American diner, dude. That's like a
What
dream.
you talking about, bro? You're gonna come here to New Jersey, like
Yeah,
we
but
have
do they still
there's
exist?
yeah, you can
Oh,
throw
yeah, diners
you throw a
absolutely
rock,
do.
you hit a diner near my house. You're
No
fine.
fucking way, dude.
Diner goes down, 2 more diners rise up in its place. It's the Hydra of diners in New Jersey.
Oh, dude.
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
'cause-
I will. I live in rural country. I will fight you, New Jersey versus rural diners.
Dude, I'm right there with Sake.
will
Like
argue that-
fucking diners in the Midwest are like top tier. That's a real fucking diner.
I just want to say the Canadian diners are good up here too on Inspire.
There's no
And they're
Canadian
probably
food
and the,
anymore.
and the
You guys have
employees
Justin
probably
Bieber,
treat you
shut the fuck
nicer in
up.
the Canadian diners.
No, they
Canada has
don't.
American diners
Canada
are
has
just full of people who just hate you.
Canada
Oh,
has
trust me,
poutine,
it's-
so they win.
Oh,
I'm sorry. What
Michigan
did
has
we have?
poutine as well,
Canada
though.
has
So
poutine.
Oh yeah,
They have
we do win.
We have hash though. My understanding is that New England hash doesn't exist anywhere else. Is that like really? Is that true?
What's
Like,
are you talking about,
like-
hash?
Are you talking about weed?
Because like we have
Potato
like,
hash, genius.
like we have like potato hash. We just don't call it New England.
I don't know what type of hash you guys are talking about, man. Hash to me
is
is
that
like
just a shortened version of hash browns?
No,
yeah,
New England
no.
hash. New
It's
England
like a-
hash is either corned beef or roast beef, potatoes, carrots, onions, sometimes beets if it's red flannel hash.
I think it's
And you
it seems
basically
like,
fry the heck out of all of it and dump eggs on it.
it seems
Wow.
like the only
Great,
difference.
I'm
You
not
guys
gonna
add a
cook
lot
these.
more vegetables to yours versus like hash in like a lot of diners around here has less. It's just pretty much the onions and the potatoes with the meat.
So I was actually a breakfast cook sake, so I can honestly tell you that yeah, outside of the corned beef and the 1 or 2 vegetables, yeah, the breakfast hash is basically the same. Oh, and no beets, because why the fuck would you throw beets in there?
Speaking of
We got
Waffle
the beans.
House,
You
The
got-
first-
Adam knows what I'm talking
Because
about.
I'm
dude.
from Maine and we have a thing for flannel, so we have red flannel hash.
the first time I was ever in a Waffle House, I was like, I looked at my wallet. I had like $12. I was like, I can
Did
afford
they
the
bad
whole
motherfucker
menu.
on it?
I did not, but I was like, I can afford the whole menu. I don't even need to break out my credit. That is the cheapest food you'll ever find.
And dude, and let me tell you, because Waffle House is my very first job. It's unironically good. I love eating Waffle House. Like I ain't even gonna front.
Well, yeah, it's actually not bad. It's not bad for the price you pay. You pay like $9 and you have an entire breakfast, your drink, and the tip done. Like,
Oh, dude. Oh,
So,
yeah.
I have a question about the actual scene here, and this is one of the things that popped into my head that I'd never noticed before.
Mhm.
Do you think there's a reason that Tarantino chose to have her hairstyle as if she'd cut it with a dull butter knife?
Probably, yeah.
I
She's
think it's
British,
like, are
and
they
British people don't look good.
Are they just well, are they bad robbers?
it's coming. The Discord's coming.
I
It's
mean,
like
I
the
think
it's like the dragons in Game of Thrones. It's coming.
God, this
It's
guy
coming.
just never quits, does he?
like Pumpkin, Pumpkin Tim Roth. I think he looks good, man. But they kind of look like a sort of street Bonnie and Clyde situation, you know. So it's like,
I just wondered if maybe they weren't like very good at robbing, and that's why they were trying to figure out what to do. Because
Their dialogue makes them sound real successful. Honestly, they haven't died yet. So
that's true.
Speaking
yeah.
speaking of
It
their
completely
dialogue,
would.
like, do you ever just sit down and watch a movie? This might be only an American thing, but you ever just sit down and watch a movie and from the dialogue alone, you're like, oh yeah, this is pre 9/11. Like that is this
Yeah.
the whole opening scene is, oh, this is pre 9/11. Like
Z, you're about to say?
Yeah, I mean, this scene just totally wouldn't work today, would it? Because nobody really carries cash anymore.
Yep.
No.
I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the
Yeah.
same thing.
it would work in
But
Maine.
it is great. I do like her rough cut, especially considering most women during the 90s were doing the Rachel or a Bob. And I don't think she would have looked half as threatening with a
I mean,
nice
there
neat
were-
hairstyle.
I mean, there were a couple things I noticed. One, it really makes sense why her nickname is Honey Bunny, because the way did you guys see the way that she eyed that one waitress? Like she had that do me right here look just over that coffee, and I'm sitting there going, gee, I didn't recognize that before. But the other is just how similar the conversation they have over, like, are they through or are they going to keep going, is so similar to the one that Jules and Vince are conveniently having about Jules's retirement at this point. It's just like, do we keep going or like, do we just pack up and leave? And you don't realize it on the first viewing, but upon rewatch, you're just sitting there going, wow, Tarantino, it's insane how much Tarantino thought this through with the parallels between all of these characters.
Well, this is one of the reasons that her haircut struck me. Because if you look at the way they're dressed and her hair is cut, and then we go to the next scene with Jules and Vern in their suits and their like very slick professional criminal outfits, the contrast is really striking, and I think her haircut really plays a huge part in that.
Almost as if they made the exact same change that they did at Jimmy's house.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, not necessarily, but just that they're both professionals, but in really different kinds of ways.
Yeah, they both have kind of the same jobs. They're both criminals, but it's professional criminalism and street criminalism, basically.
Amateur criminalism.
Amateur criminal. Yeah.
I was gonna say freelancing, but that works too.
Yeah, freelancing sounds good.
Leon, do you resemble this remark?
I resent this remark because I fucking hate hipsters. There's like I know the hipsters aren't a race, but if they were, I would be a legitimate racist because I fucking hate hipsters that goddamn much. Like,
I lost it, but somebody had said, aren't diners just restaurants? I mean, yes, by definition they're restaurants, but diners have a tendency to have basically any food you can imagine in them. That's kind of their whole thing.
My dream is to go to a diner for breakfast, man. Like,
you have some very, very basic dreams.
Dude, yeah, man. Like
it's the simple things in life, man. Leave them alone.
Exactly. Simplicity.
Don't worry. When you come here, we'll get you into a diner and you'll realize that it's pretty much exactly what you're expecting.
Also, just to add to that, diners are very much more of a it's an aesthetic. Like it's you walk into a diner, you see they're mostly completely glass, so there's always light coming in. You can always see the outside. Like it's very much an intimate dining experience for like an intimate, cheap, everyday man dining experience.
Yeah, diners definitely have like an inviting feel to them, whereas a lot of restaurants kind of have that stuffiness to them.
Well, that's part of what makes Jackrabbit Slim's just such an amazing set, how authentic it is at being a 50s diner. I mean, all the ones in my area, they have the Elvis posters, they have the Monroe pictures, especially 7 Year Itch, which, God, being a kid, like coming for breakfast after a hockey practice and looking at that, it hits a lot harder than it does now.
The true Canadian. Yeah, exactly, dude. Hey, just wanted to say, hey, Admiral Teague, man, thanks for popping in. Tim,
the people are starting to flood in. It's always about like a half hour and people start flooding in.
Dude, oh look, we have someone in the chat. Oh wait, I missed it.
Wrong one.
There it is. Hey, look, it's Words of Paradise in the chat.
Yeah, I'm loving all the Triple D love in the comments.
Dude, yeah,
I love Triple D's.
Dives, dude.
Oh wait, you mean Diners, Drive-ins, and Dives? So sorry.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm a nice 36C guy myself. I feel like that's the perfect size. Just throwing that out there. Like,
and of course, it is a film by Quentin Tarantino.
All I can think of is the comment from and the line in Weird Science. The thumb, anything
Weird
bigger,
Science.
and you're risking a sprained thumb. That's it.
And of course,
for me, I have pretty big hands, so.
And one thing that we still don't really get today is intro credits, man. Opening credits. We keep saying this every time we review a Tarantino flick. Opening credits are king. I feel like it's sort of a lost medium. What was the last movie that you saw with opening credits, man?
Like legitimate, like a opening prologue scene followed by a good credit. Ooh, that's a rough one.
I think Malignant was probably the last one I saw.
Didn't Late Night with the Devil do opening credits, or am I misremembering?
I don't think so.
That was more of an explanation for like the actual event. I'd call that more of a prologue, but I was just about to say David Fincher does title sequences for all of his movies, and even though The Killer had a very rushed one, and it isn't until rewatch that you realize, oh, it's all the kills that he did before this one, so it's a little misleading, but it's still a really good sequence.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really
Iceman,
remember.
if we could play the music, Iceman, if you would like us to lose the stream.
Listen, we
they
can
will
just
rip us
sing
down
the
immediately.
we can just sing the Black Eyed Peas version, dude. Yeah, pump it louder. That's it. That's all you get.
Thank you for popping in, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy, dude. Hope you're having a great day, man.
Or
Um,
Scooby
I was,
Snacks, which opens with "Nobody move. This is a robbery."
yeah, I like it. It's
I
great.
was trying to remember too about when the last time was I saw opening credits, and I started looking it up and discovered totally by accident that apparently when they made Star Wars, they were fined for not having the proper opening credits that were required. I had never known that before.
I
This was
think
my
I
useless
think a
fact
New
for the day.
Hope. Yeah, I think New Hope got a free pass, but when they redid it in Empire Strikes Back, I guess George Lucas had to pay the fines for Irving Kershner so he wouldn't get in any trouble.
Yeah, because there's rules regarding the various unions that people get their dues. That's why credits are so long to begin with. Everybody has to be mentioned in them.
I was gonna say, are they like at the very beginning just so like the people behind the scenes get acknowledged, or is there a little more to that?
So I'm not sure the exact. I know that there is rules on on how they have to separate it. Who has if you were even on set for like a day and barely did anything, you need to be mentioned in the credits.
Well, I think it comes from the fact of films from the from before, from the olden days. So 30s, 40s, 50s, I'd say 60s. It started to disappear late 60s, beginning 70s. But you had to put all the names before because at the end they only had the I forget how you say that. The ID of the movie, like the print. Where you have
it's the network.
the number of the movie from the American Motion Picture Association. That's all you had to have at the end of the film. That's why old films ended so quickly. It's like the movie ends, you just have the end, you have that print, and that's done. So everything had to be put before. I think it was a way to save time, or either it was something with the theaters because before you had intermissions and stuff like that. So
which they need to bring back intermissions for long movies. They really do.
Yes,
there's some of these 3-hour plus movies that you need to have an intermission.
I was expecting Oppenheimer to have an intermission, and when it didn't, I was shocked. I won't lie.
George apparently had to pay a fine for not putting his own name at the beginning of the movie.
Can you imagine that?
What a
having to pay for not sucking yourself off.
Now, of course, we finally meet Jules and Vincent. Jules, actually Vincent and the bad motherfucker. That's basically who he is. And so they're talking about hash, not the hash that we were talking about. The real hash, the hash in Amsterdam, and of course the differences between Europe and America. Now, of course, I do have a clip of this. Wait, let me see if.
The funniest thing about Europe is what? It's the little differences. I mean, they got the same shit over there that they got here, but it's just there. It's a little different.
Example.
All right, well, you can walk into a movie theater in Amsterdam and buy a beer. And I don't mean just like no paper cup. I'm talking about a glass of beer. And in Paris, you can buy a beer in McDonald's. And you know what they call a quarter pounder with cheese in Paris?
They don't call it a quarter pounder with cheese?
Oh, man, they got the metric system. They wouldn't know what the fuck a quarter pounder is.
And what do they call it?
They call it Royale with cheese.
Royale with cheese.
That's right.
What do they call a Big Mac?
Big Mac's a Big Mac, but they call it Le Big Mac.
Le Big Mac. What do they call a Whopper?
I don't know. I didn't go on a Burger King.
Oh my god.
Is that true, by the way? I want to ask all the international panelists. Is that true that they call it a Royale with cheese?
Kelp fiction, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, exactly, dude.
So we have 3 international panelists here. Is it called a Royale with cheese in anyone?
I don't fucking know, dude. I haven't
Not
been
even
in
remotely. No,
Yeah.
it would be amazing if we did. But just going back to that clip for a bit, I would love if there was like a sequence at the apartment and they would just go, "Oh, I'm sorry. Am I breaking your concentration?"
Z, how about you? How about in England? Is it a Royale with cheese or?
No, quarter pounder over here.
I guess you guys kind of split between the two different systems, though.
Yeah,
we can never settle.
We use miles, but then we also use grams.
The fuck is a ground?
A gram.
A gram.
Oh, gram. I think it's grounds. I was like
grams and kilograms.
Oh, I was about to say, like, is this another measure of distance? I don't know.
No, we don't use pounds and ounces, but we're still stuck with miles over here.
It's a quarter pounder in less than 12 parsecs.
Exactly.
No, I mean, like it's kind of, it's not really called a royale with cheese. It's called le royal cheese. Like that's how they say it. Like,
so it's a royale with cheese. That's
no. It's
said it
le royal cheese.
So it's royal cheese.
Exactly.
The
it's royal cheese. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I love fromage, but they don't.
Yeah.
My favorite is here. Here they just stack 2 quarter pounders on top of each other, and instead of calling it a half pounder, they're like, no, double quarter pounder.
Exactly.
There you go.
you know there's a reason for that, right? Because legally they can't call it a half pounder because it's 2 separate pieces of beef, and you need to weigh them individually. That was wild to find out for me.
Which I'm convinced that they shrunk those damn things. And I know when you're a kid, your
hands
are smaller.
I was thinking that yesterday or 2 days ago.
I know your hands are smaller when you're a kid and all that shit, but there's no way in hell that burger is the same size from when I was a kid. There's just no way.
No, for sure. Dude,
I don't know if you guys remember that McDonald's actually released a 3rd pounder once.
Yeah, they did.
But they had to discontinue it because people didn't think that 1/3 was greater than a quarter.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Americans for you.
Dude, I found that hilarious when I found this out. It was like, oh my god.
That was legitimately the living embodiment. That was the real life version of that scene from Jay and Silent Bob where he's like, I'll give you half. No, 3/4. Oh no, 2/3. You said half. Like it was literally that scene in real life.
No, dude. I mean,
math is hard.
Yeah, math is hard. Who the fuck goes to McDonald's in Paris? I don't know, dude. I haven't been to. I literally have not entered a McDonald's since 2010 or 2009.
I would go into a McDonald's in Paris and I'd be like, "Can I get the escargot burger, please?"
I want to visit a McDonald's in Japan just because I want to eat a cheeseburger and rice. Like that sounds interesting. Like,
dude, yeah, we don't like the French, so fuck the Napoleonic measurements. Dude. I do agree, Jill. Notice that Travolta plays Vincent Vega like he's a greasy Goomba thug, just dumb enough to ignore people. Yeah, I think in comparison to Jules, Vincent is kind of just amateurish, very amateurish. It's I don't know. Jules actually seems like a professional in the situation whenever both of them are around. And of course, I'll highlight the other facts of like his professionalism as we go through the movie.
Yeah, definitely. There's a difference in the way they both approach the situation. Every time
the way they approach people in general.
My favorite thing, and I know someone else, at least one other person on the panel wanted to say this, but I'm taking this one, is that every time he goes to the bathroom, something bad happens. That's one of my favorite details about is that Vincent. Every time he goes to the bathroom, something bad happens in the movie.
Yep.
Also, a little bit the Goomba thug thing real quick. I don't necessarily think that Vincent is dumb. I think he's just like we got Jules, who's very philosophical and inward thinking, and then that's juxtaposed to Vincent being very pragmatic and just like in the moment. I honestly think it makes him dumb. I think it makes them just we've all had employees that technically get the job done, but their work method varies so differently from ours. But at the end of the day, the results are more or less the same.
Yeah, they have very different personalities. It's not necessarily that Vincent doesn't take it seriously. He just has his own way of going about it.
But I mean, you can definitely tell the lack of experience because, like, when they say we should have shotguns for this kind of thing, Vince is asking all of the questions, and Jules has all the information, like when Marvin's going to answer the door, and of course, he's the one commanding him to get into character. And I mean, just look at Vince with the mullet and the earring. Like, the professionalism is just
Vincent's been gone for 3 years though, and we don't know why or what he's been doing. So. Dark Hour, I was going to make a comment on that because he's not only in the bathroom all the time, he's almost always in there with a magazine.
Yes, or a newspaper or something. Yeah, and
he's on heroin, and heroin constipates people.
Oh, so I've never done heroin, so I wouldn't know.
I used to be a substance use counselor, so
I thought you had to be like, I used to do heroin, and I was constipated all the time. Terrible.
Yeah.
No, we used to have to shell out a whole lot of anti-constipation medication.
Oh,
Well, I guess honestly, that would probably make sense because it's like, it's a derivative of what the fuck, my brain is loose. But it would, the chemical change in your body would definitely have something to do with that.
But all those little tiny touches that he put in about the fact that like he goes in there with a magazine because he knows he's going to be there for a while.
Morphine, that's it. So it's like it would definitely have, because the painkillers affect your blood, and your blood carrying the water from your blood would that would actually make a lot of sense now that I think about it.
Welcome to Two Hoes Medical Edition.
Yeah,
we do a lot of weird things around here. You'll start to learn that as time goes on.
No, of course.
I'm a fount of useless knowledge.
I'm kind of glad that we got John Travolta as Vincent Vega. Do you know who was up for it before him?
No.
It was James Gandolfini from The Sopranos.
Really?
Oh yeah, that wouldn't have worked. I don't think
it wouldn't have worked. But he recommended Travolta for the role, and Tarantino offered him to be in Till Dusk Till Dawn or Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, because Travolta still at this point in his life still had. I mean, he wasn't like the heartthrob of his earlier days in like Grease. And
this
stuff,
was his comeback movie. He had actually had several years of failures, and film wise, and this was like his big. This is his Smooth by Santana moment.
But he still had like he kind of had that like middle aged, not quite middle aged, but like that decent look at which worked a lot better with his scenes with like the
Uma Thurman.
Name. Yeah, well, I know I didn't want to say Uma Thurman. I want to say the character's name, but yeah, Uma Thurman. And that wouldn't. It's fine. Either way, it doesn't matter. But that wouldn't have worked with James Gandolfini at all.
It works a hell of a lot better than what Weinstein wanted for the part. And Gord already mentioned in the comments who Harvey wanted for the role of Vincent. And that doesn't even fucking make sense. Like Daniel Day-Lewis.
Nah. To be fair, he would take that method acting so seriously. He would have been the OG Alec Baldwin, just straight murking motherfuckers on set because he's in character. Like
he'd been like, "Yeah, I am now a murderer."
Dude, he would have done heroin on set, dude.
Did somebody get Daniel out of the bathroom? Nah, he said he's too constipated to leave.
I'll say this. I think Tarantino once considered Michael Madsen for the part of Vince, and I think that was probably before he established.
That could have worked. That one could have worked.
Yeah, it totally would have worked. And what I also didn't know, this exact same short mentioned, he wrote it asking Lawrence Fishburne for the part of Jules. Fishburne's agents actually told him to say no. And Fishburne's own words are, and I don't regret saying no once because it was the defining role of Sam Jackson's career. And I'm just sitting there going,
that could have worked though. That could have worked as well. I think.
Yeah,
I don't think it would have worked as well, but I think he could have pulled it off.
I mean,
I don't know, Lawrence Fishburne back in this period still had that like swagger that I think would have pulled it off. You compare a 90s Lawrence Fishburne, I think it would have worked. I'm glad we got Jackson, but it would have worked.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm way happier that we got Jackson because at least Jackson had his moment to shine, and just a few years later, Lawrence Fishburne shined with Morpheus, so everyone knows him for that. So
Lawrence Fishburne has a different kind of intensity, and I don't. It might have worked, but it would have made this a totally different movie.
And there's conflicting reasons why he said no. Like Tarantino's convinced it was because Fishburne didn't think it was a starring role, just a supporting, which if that was the case, that's wildly inaccurate. Fishburne claims that he didn't want to glamorize H, which doesn't make sense because Jules never uses H.
And the movie goes out of its way to show, hey, this shit will fuck your life up. So it's not like the film glamorizes
More ways than one. More ways than one.
Eraserhead has a good point here that maybe we shouldn't be taking Weinstein to his ideas of what make a good movie too seriously. He did want to do all 3 Lord of the Rings books in one movie. So
I had never heard that before. Wow, really?
I remember hearing about that. Yeah, which is like you could barely get one book into one movie.
Yikes!
And then they turned around and wanted The Hobbit to be done in 3 movies, which made that a disaster. So.
Yeah, but I agree that Fishburne has like a different kind of like low key intensity. It's more of like there's a gravitas there, but it's not the bombastic over the topness that
it's not the bad motherfucker swagger, dude.
It's like
It's not
Sam Jackson
deliver,
has
like,
more of
the-
like a look at me kind of like awesomeness to him, whereas
He's
Lawrence
got
Fishburne
more.
is.
He's got more energy.
Yeah, there we go. That's a good way.
Oh
to put
yeah,
it.
Not that
100%.
Fishburne was.
Fishburne would whisper the words, "I am the Lord, and I will lay my vengeance upon you," as opposed to shouting it. And I think the whisper would be a
Yes.
very different dynamic, but it would still be equally chilling.
Probably,
Yeah.
yeah.
But like I said, it would have made this a very different movie.
Yeah, I agree, man. And so, of course, right now, what they are doing is, of course, they're heading to Marvin's apartment to grab the briefcase from Brett, who apparently, either betrayed Marcellus Wallace or had a falling out with him or something. We don't know. But during their journey to the apartment, they're talking about Mia Wallace and her pilot episode. Mia Wallace, who is Marcellus Wallace's wife, of course. They're talking about the Antoine Rockamora foot massage situation. So for those of you in the chat who don't know, apparently Antoine Rockamora, the fat Samoan dude, hey, listen, man, he's got a weight problem. He's Samoan, of course. Hey, listen, okay. And apparently he gave Mia Wallace a foot massage. And so Marcellus Wallace kind of fucked him up badly. Threw him how many? I think it was 4 stories or something like that.
4 stories ruined his chance of being in the WWE.
Exactly. Yep.
We all know Samoans inherently are all WWE stars. So
yep,
it's a very small island, and they just get everybody from there to be in the WWE.
Now, of course, during the conversation, we also learned that Jules is a master of foot massages, and that Vincent Vega is going to be taking Mia Wallace out for a night out because Mr. Wallace is going to be on vacation. So yeah, that's all the news that we get. Yeah, it's not a date. It's not a date. You can tell that he's clearly stressed out about the situation, though. And yeah, of course, the Big Kahuna Burger, ladies and gentlemen, makes its first appearance.
And it's one tasty burger.
Oh man,
caramelized onions, pineapple, Monterey Jack cheese, teriyaki sauce on the bottom, nice bit of lettuce, and a beef tomato.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
so hard.
Yeah, fuck it. We're ending the stream. I'm gonna go get myself a Big Kahuna Burger.
Oh man, I'm hungry.
Seriously,
now.
I'm gonna be making it again if I do another Tarantino movie that features this burger.
Oh man, dude, yeah, I'm gonna try and cook that tomorrow probably. Jill, Tarantino actually does spend. Well, when Mia Wallace says that she spends a month, a year up in Amsterdam, that's basically Tarantino speaking to the audience. That's kind of what he does. I think, I think that's common knowledge now. Like he has his house in Amsterdam. That's where all those memes of Tarantino just looking at weird art spawned a couple of years ago. Don't know if you guys know those pictures, but yeah. Now, of course,
they're fake, but they're hilarious. Yeah,
yeah, dude, they're funny as fuck. We have Tomby in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Tomby. Hope you're doing good, man. Oh man. So yeah, of course, eating the Big Kahuna Burger and drinking some delicious Sprite. Now you've got Brett versus Jules. Brett is the one that's sitting in the chair. Marvin is in the back, of course, and they are here to collect the briefcase. What? I've only watched Desperado. No way.
The only movie Tarantino's I've watched is Desperado. He gives me the egg. Well, here's the thing: is if you're gonna choose one movie from Tarantino, I always suggest Desperado because it's the only one that has Salma Hayek topless in it. So that's always my suggestion. If it's not even for the quality of the movie either.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the briefcase, as we said before, I guess since we're on the briefcase now, what are your personal theories? So I'll ask the question this way. Do you adhere to the theory that it is Marcellus Wallace's soul, or do you think that it's something else? Now, I will start from the top comment's sake. What do you think it is?
I do not think it's his soul, because there's a comment where one of them says it's so beautiful, and I cannot imagine Wallace having a beautiful soul considering what he does for a living.
Well, let me raise this to you. Do you think that the fact that he keeps his soul in the briefcase keeps it non-tainted from all the bullshit that he does? Because he walks around soulless, so he keeps his soul pure in the briefcase, which is why it shines.
Is this like a Dorian? This is like a Dorian Gray theory.
his soul is completely untainted because it's not in the body doing things. I
Exactly.
Like
it is locked. That's
taking
why it
philosophical
shines, dude.
routes, man.
That's why it shines. Maybe that could be it. Okay, so if it isn't his soul,
I don't.
what do you think it is?
There are too many people who recognize it right away. Like, why would they recognize it as the soul of a specific person? I think one of the other early ones that came out was the theory that it was the Holy Grail.
Huh.
Which I think, considering the glow and considering how many people seem to instantaneously recognize it, seems more likely.
All right. So the Holy Grail, the wolf. What do you think it is, man?
To be honest, I've never really given much thought into what's actually in the briefcase. And I know that sounds really anticlimactic, but for me,
that's what Tarantino thought too. So you're actually right in line with the correct thinking.
Yeah, but I mean, he always says that, like, whenever anyone asks him what's in it, Tarantino always goes, "It's exactly whatever the audience thinks it is." And I'm just sitting there going, okay, that's technically the best way to be ambiguous about what you're writing over. But if I was forced at gunpoint to decide, like, what is in the briefcase, I think it's some kind
What's
of...
in the box?
Oh, shut it. I was going to say there's some kind of incriminating information about Marcellus, because the one thing that I've noticed, especially when I went to the theater to see it, he always props up himself as being like an all-knowing individual. Like, he has all the secrets, and so does Mia, and he always boasts about it to all of his employees. So I think there's some kind of weak spot, something that he lets slip, all because of remind me again, Frank Wiley's character, Brett. Yeah, whatever Brett found could, like, completely destroy him.
Amelia Bedelia is not happy with your answer, by the way.
I care. I don't need.
This is what I was gonna say. I was gonna say this, and I'm glad Stupenzo said it because I know I'm next. I was gonna say it's a Big Kahuna burger. After all the stuff that they say about the Big Kahuna burger, it only makes sense. So I can't subscribe to the theory that it's his soul, because why the hell would these random ass dudes in an apartment complex have it? That's the only reason I can't subscribe to that theory. Whether it be some, obviously I'm being facetious about the Big Kahuna burger, but like if it's some sort of like gold or something, because it clearly has a golden glow to it, but there's no way in hell that if Marcellus was doing this whole fucking heart in a dead man's chest from Pirates of the Caribbean, how would these guys end up with it? That's the only reason I can't subscribe to that theory.
I always assumed that he hired them to retrieve it, and they were going to double cross him.
Nadia with the Reservoir Dogs being the better movie, she might sway some opinions. She is a very, very
Nadia.
She's a very persuasive person, so she might be able to swing some opinions.
Well, I don't know, man. Maybe it's like a replica of the small statue from the beginning of Raiders of the Lost Ark, man. That's why it glows once you open it. It's like, fuck it. But I don't know. So wait, Dark Hour, did you say what you thought it was? Yeah, you did.
So I said that, like, if anything, I would assume that it's something from a like a robbery, and it's made of gold of some kind, because that's why you're getting the kick off of it. Yeah. That's what I always I've never been able to pinpoint what I think it might be, but it's definitely something of great value, and I mean actual monetary value.
Yeah.
So,
Leon, what do you think it is, man?
Well, I want to say that, like I'm saying earlier, the soul fan theory is one of my, if not my favorite fan theory in all of film, because the thing is, it is fake. It's a bunch of coincidences that Tarantino's gone on record saying he had no idea about, like, the Band-Aid on the back of the neck. That was just because Ving Rhames fucking cut himself shaving. Like, it's just a bunch of little coincidences that lined up to make the perfect fan theory. So I ascribe to it in terms of, because it's fun to think about, but in all reality, Tarantino said that originally it was going to be diamonds, and then he thought, as he was writing the film, that diamonds just weren't special enough to justify why everyone wants it, and so he intentionally kept it ambiguous, because he honestly couldn't think of anything that would be so worthwhile in the case. And so I was like, you know what, that's honestly fine by me. I don't really question what's in the case, because it's more of a non-issue.
Right here, exactly. Krabby Patty secret formula, 100%. That's what it is.
We already know what it is, though. It's plankton.
Yeah.
I literally watched that episode earlier today. I'm not lying.
Z, what do you think it is, man?
I do like Max's room fondles oil. The suitcase has the shiny golden rod in it. Yes, it does. No, I always thought it was something like a 12.5 kilogram bar of gold, because the reason that Tim Roth didn't take it because he knows it's worth more than his life.
Yeah,
it has a very specific amount of gold that you just laid out there.
Well, they come in 1 grams and 12.5 kilograms bars, 1 kilogram bars.
How many is that in ounces? They're bottles of Coke.
I don't know. I'm not from America.
You want? I'll go
we've got
grab
Miles here. I'll go with Miles.
I'll go grab a 1 ounce bar of gold to show you the size real quick. I have one. I will show it to you, and then you'll see. You can do the math in your brain of how big that is. It's gonna be like
Dark Hour just randomly flexing gold on us. You'll see, dude.
Hey, I don't trust the government. I don't trust the Fed. So
that's my boy.
Usually he's
thought he
hauling
was-
out. Usually he's hauling out comic books. Now it's gold bars.
Now it's gold. Yeah, dude. Listen.
Yeah, the second he said that, I thought he was just being a sarcastic prick like he usually is. But
You see, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, this is what happens when you give Dark Hour a ton of views for his Acolyte videos. He goes and buys gold. That's exactly it at this point.
No, that's but his rationale is perfect. You don't fucking trust the government. No, everything should be backed on a gold standard. When the government inevitably falls and fails, then you will need something to back that up. My man's is thinking into the future, and we should all try and emulate him.
I'm just a little worried that when we get to the GIMP scene, Dark Hour's going to go, I've got one of those right here.
He opens a box behind him, and dude just pops out.
Exactly.
My headphones are still on, by the way. I had to pop in and say, no, I don't have a GIMP suit. I'll be back in a minute.
I'm just realizing.
No, it's not everything he has a GIMP suit. He keeps an actual GIMP just in his closet.
Dude. Maybe have an actual GIMP, not a GIMP suit, dude. Maybe have a dude out there. Who knows,
You guys
man?
can keep going with the
secret
movie.
compartment behind your little platoon picture that you just sort of just slide like a bat, like an inch of the bat cave, and he comes out.
Just for reference, a 12.5 kilogram gold bar in the UK is currently worth £780,000.
Jesus.
Wow.
Yep. That's a good chunk of change right there. Yep. That could
For
make
a
you live in,
shiny piece of metal that's really quite worthless.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, Jill, man, take care. We'll have this up on the re-upload channel, so do check it out so that you can see the rest of the show. But thanks so much for stopping by, and hopefully we'll see you on the next shows, which are probably in a couple of weeks, actually. So yeah, have a great day.
And tell your husband Austin I said hi.
Of course, we have Waylon. Don't think twice. It's all right. Hey, Waylon, how you doing, man? All right. So Vincent Vega and Marcellus Wallace's wife. Now, Quentin Tarantino, he knows how to make fucking names because Marcellus Wallace is such a cool gangster name. And Ving Rhames is probably one of the coolest dudes to portray him. So cool that they actually copied him for Lilo and Stitch, which I appreciate so much, dude. So yeah, for those of you who don't know in the chat, Lilo and Stitch, is based on Marcellus Wallace, which I mean, yeah, it's kind of
just imagining Mr. Bubbles with the Pulp Fiction suit, that makes a hell of a lot more sense now.
Oh, dude, yeah, it's exactly him. Now,
Shit,
of course,
he even has the fucking earring, doesn't he?
He has
yeah,
the
he
exact
does,
same
dude.
earrings.
Exact
Oh my
same
God.
earrings, man. Wait, let me try and pull up a picture of Mr. Bubbles. All right, so yeah, of course, now we finally meet Marcellus Wallace, and we do not see his face until I think the middle of the movie. Well, until it's his time with Butch. That's when we see his face for the first time.
Yeah.
And now, of course, that's Butch. Bruce Willis, man, Bruce Willis. We've kind of, he's not dead, but we've kind of lost a good dude, man, to his sickness. So. Thankfully, he left us a slew of movies before he stopped his career. So yeah, that's pretty good. Plus, he left us Die Hard and Die Hard 3, because Die Hard 3 is fucking cool, man. Die Hard 3 is the best.
Hey,
now,
he and Sam Jackson have such great chemistry on screen together, and in this movie they don't interact once. Like it's wild to know they would go on to do like 3 other movies together, but this one they're in it, but they don't have any interaction with their characters.
Nope,
and
at
I'm
all.
also just realizing it's kind of ironic that Butch and Vincent have a rivalry when they were both in the Look Who's Talking movies. I'm just realizing that now.
Yeah, Bruce Willis is a man's man. Yeah, man. Bruce Willis is cool, and he's great in this movie. I think it's he's really good in this movie for the minimal amount of screen time that he gets in comparison to all the other characters. So the info that we get in this scene is that Butch is kind of on the latter side of his career. Oh, all right.
Yeah. So this is the size of a 1 ounce gold bar.
Okay.
So imagine how fucking big how big did you say that was, Z? That you
12.5 kilograms.
Which would be how many ounces? Somebody do the math real quick.
We don't fucking know, dude. We're not Americans.
Ounces to
we don't speak freedom.
Yeah, just pull me back up. This is, I mean, like it's about the length of a finger.
One gram is one third of an ounce.
Yeah.
So 12.5 kilograms is 440 of those.
Yeah, 440 of these. You know,
Jesus.
So imagine half of my 440. So you're talking 220 of my fingers in a gold bar. That's insane.
That's true. Well, you see, Gord, it's interesting because I think it's the way that the movie is cut. So Bruce does get a whole story to himself, but it's kind of like the fact that he gets that story to himself is what makes him seem like a very prominent character. But to me, I think the most prominent characters are Vincent and Jules. And then that's pretty much it. Mia Wallace is actually one that barely gets any screen time, but is remembered very fondly by everyone because she was in a ton of the promotional material. I mean, even the poster, it's Uma Thurman, you know? I have one of the posters in my bedroom, actually. Pretty cool. I like it. The marketing for this movie was great. The individual posters that they did.
I think it helps too that her costume design is just so iconic.
Yeah, it's incredibly memorable.
Well, also the reason I think that people take Bruce Willis away from this film a lot is because at the end of the day, I mean, this is a film entirely about evil people, bad people, not good people doing not good things. And so you've got Bruce Willis's character, who we know is not squeaky clean. We know that he's willing to fix fights. We see him get violent with his wife, or violent in the hotel room with his girlfriend present. So you wonder, like, oh man, is this foreshadowing what's to come with her? Like he's at the end of the day, he is the more or less he's the most altruistic in a group of bad people. So he comes off as the winner in a collection of losers, and that's speaks to people.
That's one way of looking at it. I mean, I always see him as the one character who learns his lesson but doesn't really change as a person, in my opinion. But I mean, when we get around to the Gold Watch, maybe I'll go a little more into that. But I will say, when I saw him in theaters, he was the character I dissected the most, just because I always took Butch at face value up until that point.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I think Butch and Jules, to me, are probably the most complex characters the Pulp Fiction has to offer.
I'll go. I'd agree with that.
And
I don't know. I think you guys are really underselling the complexity of the chick with the shit in her face, all the piercings and stuff.
Oh, Jody.
Oh,
yeah.
The chick who needs to opt for the pat down at the airport because she never gets through the metal detector. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, Jody, man. So what Marcellus is telling everyone, what Marcellus is telling Butch actually, is that he has to lose in the 5th round, and he pays him money to do so. So of course that's where we get. And Butch doesn't really. He agrees, but we'll see that he doesn't really agree. And here we have Vincent and Jules back again in different clothes, ladies and gentlemen. So the timeline. So just from watching the movie twice in the past 2 days, the timeline goes over the course of 4 days, doesn't it? Right. So
yeah, I believe it's 4 days.
The first day is this. The second day is the date. The third day is the fight with Butch, and the third day at night is the fight with Butch, and then the fourth day is everything that happens with Butch and Marcellus. I think that's how the timeline goes. Yeah,
hell of a week.
Is it? Because I looked it up because I was confused about because Vin is taking the wife out
the next day, the day after this. It's the day after
because
this.
he's going away. And I was
Yeah.
like, where does he go? Because don't we like see him the day after?
Well,
He's
And
going
then
to the
look at
donut
the
shop.
timeline and
These are really good donuts.
he only goes for one day. That's it. He only goes on vacation for like a night. So it's
well,
the
all the timelines I could find said this only covered 3 days.
no. It's 4 days because the third day is the fight that at night, and then he wakes up. Bruce Willis wakes up in the morning, and that's where all the stuff with Marcellus Wallace goes down. So technically, it's 4 days. It's 3 nights and 4 days. Yeah, that's how it is. So
See,
I
I
mean,
thought the fight happened at the same time as
Ooh,
the
this is.
date, I guess.
I just want to point out that this is a hot take right here, and then it's getting argued. So
Iceman, I would just say I agree with you. I won't lie. I've never quite seen the appeal of Sharon Stone.
I'll take both, man. I don't really mind. So of course, Lance and Vincent Lance and Vincent are coming soon. Actually, we do have a shared a showdown of destiny, ladies and gentlemen. So one versus the other, and yeah, guess which one of these are guess which one of these guys is gonna die by the end of the movie, ladies and gentlemen.
So here's
Place-
one thing I
place
wanted
bet.
to bring up, and I want everybody. So yeah, it might be difficult to do this because you have to try to remember back to the first time you watched it. But did everybody else besides me have the same reaction when they see them in these extremely off clothes compared to? So it's like really juxtaposed to them wearing the nice suits in the previous scene, and now they're wearing clearly something that it almost looks like they got it from like a homeless shelter. It's just random clothes that they got. And I remember the first time I saw it, I was like, it made me wonder if like I had fallen asleep for a little while. Like, what happened here? Like, what's going on? Like, what did I miss?
Yeah, the first time I saw this film, I did not know that it was an out of sequence film, and so I was supremely confused. But I mean that goes to show the merit of the storytelling, because like I was like, okay, if I keep watching, surely I'll understand what's going on. Because yeah, I was completely lost.
And like I do find it interesting because it's one of those movies that is out of sequence, but it's quite easy to grasp on your first showing, on your first viewing. Sorry, it's not one of those things like I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with a movie called Primer, but you can probably
I've never
watch.
seen it.
Listen, anyone in the chat who hasn't seen Primer, to all of you on the panel who haven't seen Primer, it's a great time travel movie, but if you watch it more than 15 times, you're going to be confused 15 times. So I still haven't understood it. I've watched a ton of videos on YouTube explaining it. I still don't understand jack shit about the movie. It is so confusing, and it's probably one of the worst examples. Yeah, you see, Max, Primer is great, but Primer is incomprehensible because of how fucked up the timeline is, dude. So yeah, it's one of those out of sequence movies that you only need to watch once to kind of piece together if you're paying really attention, and that's something that I do appreciate because it's quite simple stories that are intertwining, which I love. It's kind of the beauty of Pulp Fiction is that you're following a day, well, a very fucked up day in the life of these dudes, and it doesn't really shy away from telling you what their lives are. However, it doesn't provide any additional context as to overexpose you to it. It's just, hey, today we're following this guy, today we're following this guy, and that's pretty much it. We're not going to tell you their life story, apart from Butch, who it's actually necessary to the plot to know his story. That's pretty much it, which is why I like Pulp Fiction.
On a side note, on the previous slide, Vincent calls Butch a palooka, and I had to look up what that was because I'm not familiar with the American slang. It's actually a third or second-rate boxer whose career doesn't go anywhere.
Oh. Well, yeah, it does echo what Marcellus was telling him, that he's kind of on the end of his career, where if he was good, then he would have already like made it by now. So that's why he said, how many fights do you think you have left in you? 2. That's pretty much it. So I do think it also gives Butch motivation to really go hard in the next fight, despite I think it's because of the pride. He would have done it if he would have like taken the knockout if Marcellus Wallace probably didn't tell him that he was at the end of his career. You know, I feel like that's what really made him want to fight back.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing that I can attest to. You know, toward the end of my competitive jiu-jitsu career, which I wasn't professional because there's not not at least back then it was a lot harder to do. There is a pride factor to it when someone tells you that you probably shouldn't be doing this anymore, that you want to prove them wrong. And that is a great motivational tool as well. So that actually might have been he might have been in a situation where he was likely to lose anyway. But now he has that, what you call bulletin board material. You hear that a lot.
Yeah.
Pegboard material.
And
yeah.
Marcellus tried to beat the remainder of his pride out of him in the previous scene where he says you might feel a slight sting, and that's pride fucking with you.
Fuck pride. That's what he says there.
I wondered if Butch would have shot him quite so easily if he hadn't made him dislike him quite so much in that one interaction.
I mean, I think so. Yeah. Well, it's the I feel like the pride overstepped so much that he ended up killing what's his name, Floyd Wilson. I think that's what they call the other boxer. And man, it's but it's in a while though. Jesus, man, that's true. It's at the end of the movie. It's like the last thing.
This interaction gets so ugly so quickly. I really wonder if it allowed Butch to pull the trigger easier than
that's John Travolta's hair doing that.
So that was actually one of the things that, I mean, we're not at that scene yet, but one of the reasons why this movie was actually a little bit more difficult to get off the ground for Tarantino was the way that they explained that he died. And they were like, so he dies in the middle of the movie? He's one of the main characters. You're going to kill him off? Travolta being, and they were like, no. He was like, no, it's the way that it's written is not the way we're going to film it. And it was a really hard thing for Tarantino to explain to Miramax that it was because lineally he dies a lot sooner than the end of the movie.
Which is so weird. Just show him Reservoir Dogs.
I mean, it is a reason why
Dogs really only has two timelines. It's got your main story happening in the warehouse, and then it jumps back to just to the past, as opposed to this has 4 different stories that are intertwined over the course of 4 days. It's not like Reservoir Dogs is 2 very clear timelines just going back and forth. With some flashbacks interspliced. This isn't really flashbacks so much so as straight like non-linear storytelling.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm just thinking show them Reservoir Dogs and say, hey, you know how this made me famous? Take this and make it more complicated and artsy.
I would think that's a way to get Hollywood to say, fuck you, because anytime you say more complicated, that translates to less people buying tickets because people are stupid. So
Not in the 90s, though. I mean, there was a lot of stuff in the 90s that was complicated and artsy.
That's true. That is true. I mean, I'll give it to
you. Pulp Fiction probably would not do as well now as it did then. It probably wouldn't get greenlit now.
Oh yeah, it definitely probably wouldn't get greenlit now. I think that it would actually probably do even better now because you compare this to a lot of what we've got coming out now, and this is so raw that people have a hankering, a hunger for it. But it would be one of those word of mouth films. It wouldn't have a good opening night or whatnot, but it would be a word of mouth film that carries it.
Maybe, but people say they want different stuff, and then they don't go see different stuff.
I'm seeing Long Legs tomorrow. I'm just saying.
There is that. I mean, and Godzilla -1 did well, though I personally was not crazy about it. But there is a lot of stuff that is good that people just don't go see.
That's true. That is true
because it's too different.
Yeah, it's mostly indie stuff by either Neon or A24.
Yeah,
that's true.
A24 is really making a
nice comeback. Yep. So, of course, we finally meet Lance, ladies and gentlemen, who was the original Marty McFly. So, yeah, there it is, Eric Stoltz. Thank God they replaced this dude because, my God, we're eating good with the actual Marty McFly, man. But of course,
to be fair, he's not eating good. Like he can barely hold the spoon. But
well, I mean, yeah.
So I wasn't a fan of the Flash movie really at all. I know that's not exactly a controversial thing, but that joke about Stoltz being Marty McFly was probably one of the best meta jokes I've ever seen.
Dude, if I was in that timeline, I would have just died, dude. Like, oh no, I can't. I couldn't live with myself with that. Now, of course, we are witnessing a grade A heroin sale, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, this is Inglewood. All right, so this is real heroin. This is 500 a gram. That's what he says, right? Damn, 500 a gram is expensive, dude. That sounds expensive. I don't know. I don't know.
And that's not adjusting for inflation, considering this movie takes place in '94. So, like, imagine that now.
Yeah, exactly. So, of course, Vincent is buying some heroin, which will become relevant later. And, of course, remember the coat that he's wearing. And he does his heroin, goes in the car, and has a nice little drive all the way to Mia Wallace's house. And, of course, Mia Wallace has a little note for him. Common sake, since you are the woman on the panel, could you please read this?
Hi, Vincent. I'm getting dressed. The door's open. Come inside and make yourself a drink. Mia.
There we go. It's always great to have a lady on the panel. Yeah.
Do you know why the door is open?
No.
Because the
Hold
camera
on,
is
real
reflected
quick.
in the glass.
Melvin, don't you dare go around. You can tell people I'm a fucking queer. You can tell people I'm a homo. You can tell people that I stab puppies, but don't you be telling people I'm a fucking Canadian. That's not true.
That's
I've already outed myself as a werewolf in Canada, Leon. It's all good. No, I actually wrote that after Melvin.
Reviewer, you should come to America just because I want to see a Canadian werewolf in America. Like, that's a movie we need.
Z, what's the reason for the door being open?
The camera was reflecting in the glass of the doors.
Oh. Okay.
Really? I don't know.
It was a technical reason. It wasn't like
yes.
It's always great when they come up with ways around that kind of stuff.
Observation about this scene. This was my huge takeaway this round, and I don't know how I missed it any other time. This is the only section that doesn't interlink with any of the others.
Amelia Bedelia as opposed to a celibate Canadian. Got it.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that statement, please, sake?
Sorry, I made myself laugh and choke.
This storyline is the only one that doesn't link with any of the others.
Well, it does in the sense that they mention that he's going to be out of town, and it links the drug issues. This is kind of like very. If these were episodes of a TV show, this would be like a side story episode. It would only have small connections to the main story.
This is the only one that if you pulled, it would have absolutely no effect on the movie.
That is true.
The only nod they kind of make is when he walks past Mia in the bar, and they kind of like look at each other. That's really the only, which I don't remember if that's in the scene before this or later. I can't.
He sees Butch in the bar. He sees Mia after he skips.
Yeah.
I sort of thought it was just because he really likes working with her and wanted an excuse to write her into another role.
Maybe. I mean,
I think that, so you say we wouldn't lose anything, and maybe in terms of the narrative, we wouldn't lose much. But this whole scene is, I think, probably the most important scene for Vince as a character. We actually get so much character moments out of Vincent that is, I think, absolutely necessary to the film.
Oh, no. I'm not saying we wouldn't lose anything. I love this scene. I'm simply saying I find it interesting that it's the only one that doesn't connect. He's so careful. Like all of the others are puzzle pieces that have all of these bits that interlock. And this one doesn't. And I find it really, everything he does when he makes movies, he's so careful about. Like little tiny things like heroin makes you constipated. And he's always taking magazines in the bathroom with him, and he stays in there forever.
Mm-hmm.
He has an eye for really tiny details. So I just find it interesting, and I have to assume there was a reason that this is the story that doesn't interlock, and I just find it interesting.
And to be honest, like the minor details in this were the ones that really surprised me. Like the fact that this segment kind of starts when Vince and Jules are at the bar, and Vince is silently watching Jules just announce his retirement to Marcellus, and you can see that furious look on his face at the fact that he's basically all alone once he just got back from Amsterdam and really wanted to reunite with his old partners. So this segment, if nothing else, just shows how vulnerable Vince is without Jules as a partner / mentor, especially when, as we mentioned, he and Butch have that square off all by himself that probably wouldn't have happened if he didn't have Jules. And of course, the fact that he has to talk to himself in the bathroom over what he has to do in this predicament, being surrounded by Mia and being tempted by her relentlessly. Those were the details that I took away the most.
I would say that this scene might. I've always kind of felt this scene was sort of written to sell the movie because it centers around two of the bigger name actors, and its placement in the movie is right about where you would try to be selling the film, because usually when you're showing like this kind of stuff, it's like, okay, this is the third of the this is the third point, and that's kind of where like you need to really captivate an audience by then. And I feel like that might have been it. He wanted it to be his selling point. Look at this. I have this great character moment between Travolta and Thurman. And
look at the visuals, because visually, I think this is the most memorable scene in the whole movie.
I'm going to make sure that there's plenty of feet in it. Don't worry. And they were like, we weren't worried about that at all.
I'd be more creeped out if I didn't throw so many foot shots into my own review, but
that was kind of what I meant when I said I think, he was trying to find a reason to bring her in, just kind of for the casting recognition. But I find the way he put her in interesting. I also found it interesting that if Vincent has been sent away for 3 years because he screwed up a job, that the first thing he has him do when he comes back is take his wife out. The guy who was not reliable and had to leave for 3 years is the guy he chooses.
Unless
it's his loyalty test.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's a loyalty, exactly.
And the thing is, who better to test Vince's loyalty than a girl who, whether she's doing it for Marcellus or for her own pleasure, is basically Marcellus' spy. Like when I rewatched parts of it this morning, I couldn't watch the whole thing because my TV kept crapping out. The IMDb synopsis describes like hamburger-loving hitman, his philosophical partner, and then says drug-addicted gangster's mole. And who else would they be talking about other than Mia? Because Mia's the one who ODs on the H, mistaking it for cocaine. And I mean, if nothing else, she's the only person other than Marcellus that really spends that much time talking to any of his crew members the majority of the time. And of course, she's the only one who really knows whether or not Antoine actually gave her a foot massage or if there was anything going on. Like she has all the answers. Whether or not she's actually giving them to people is a complete and utter mystery. But one thing's for sure, she definitely gets off on playing with everyone's expectations.
I totally agree. Yep.
She's a very. We were talking earlier about the subtleties of certain characters. I think that if you dig, she actually might be the most subtly done, deep character.
Layered,
if you kind of play with what ifing.
I do think that she is layered. It's just that she doesn't have enough screen time because what she has this scene, they dance, she ODs, they revive her, and then you kind of never see her again. You see her once where she says hi, I didn't thank you for the dinner. And then you see her once again when Marcellus Wallace is about to call the wolf, and she doesn't even speak. She's just smoking her cigarette by the pool, which is why I feel like if she was in the movie just a bit more, we would have gotten to see that complexity shine.
I don't know. I feel like the stuff we just mentioned, whether or not she's like being a mole on purpose or not, I feel like that would have gotten lost if we saw more of what we got. And to be honest, I think that 5 seconds of her saying I didn't thank you enough actually kind of ties into Vince's backstory a little, or ties into Vince's role and the thematic position that he has within the movie, but that's more in the Gold Watch segment of the story.
Yeah.
Amelia pretty much hits it right here, by the way, since there was like the debate about Uma Thurman's attractiveness. This is about as accurate as I've ever seen someone sum this up, that she's not classically beautiful, but she's hot in that unhinged kind of way. This particular movie, she looks a little like significantly different to me always. It's probably the hair color, because she's normally a blonde. But I always felt her eyes looked really far apart in this movie for some reason. I don't know what it is.
Family Guy made a joke about that.
For me, her skin just looks much more spotless compared to some of the other roles she's done. And what Amelia said, she's about as attractive, in my opinion, as the other actresses that Miramax wanted. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking Holly Hunter, Meg Ryan, Meg Tilly, and even fucking Alfre Woodard, who I gotta say, I'd be blown away to see Alfre Woodard's audition, because I'd love to see her interpretation of it. But
you were about to say something, and then you also said this.
Yes.
This is an ancient Chinese proverb that everyone should live by. At least
Don't
men.
dip your dick in crazy. I think every guy knows that.
Every guy knows it, but every guy also ignores it at one point or another. God knows I have.
Well, that's why the crazy hot scale exists. It's you have to figure out the balance.
You know, it's very similar to the fuck around, find
Fuck around,
out.
find
scale.
out, yeah.
Well, that's a good
segue. That was
segue.
what you were going to say, though, before you typed it out?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so at least we got you to say it, though.
You see, that's a good segue, because I did forget to play a clip a bit further away in the movie, and it is the definition of fuck around and find out. And I did not edit these clips for them not to be fucking played. So I'm going to play the clip, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to hear a little speech from our good friend, Jules.
What does Marcellus Wallace look like? What? What country you from? What ain't no country I ever heard of? What? English, motherfucker. Do you speak it? Yes. Then you know what I'm saying. Yes. Describe what Marcellus Wallace looks like. What? Say what again? Say what again? I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say what one more goddamn time. Does he look like a bitch? What? No! Then why you try to fuck him like a bitch, Brett? He didn't. Yes, you did. You read the Bible, Brett. Yes. Oh, there's this passage I got memorized. Sort of fits this occasion. Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
Has anyone ever seen the YouTube video Pulp Fiction if it was directed by Sergio Leone?
No, I can't say.
It is that whole sequence. I just watch. It's that whole sequence, but all the dialogue is cut, and they just use sound effects and music. It's really, really cool.
That actually sounds really cool, man. I'll actually check that out. Yeah,
Maybe we'll show it at the end of the stream.
I love the homage as well in Captain America: The Winter Soldier, as Nick Fury's gravestone has Wrath of the Righteous Man on it.
Ezekiel 25:17. That's what they say. Yeah, it's great. I think it's such a cool speech, dude. And even he acknowledges it. He says he just thought it was a cool thing he used to say before he'd cap motherfuckers. Like, yeah, dude.
The funny part is you could have actually saved it till later and it wouldn't have mattered. We could have just used you could use that same clip again in the end, because the way that the movie is, you revisit that scene, at least the
That's
end
true.
of it.
But fuck it, we needed a segue. We had a segue, and now we have arrived at our destination, ladies and gentlemen. It is the beautiful Jackrabbit Slims. Man, this place looks fucking fantastic. I wish I could be there.
Not a
I
real
was
place,
just going
though.
to say, Uninspired said he wants to go to a diner. I want to go to this place.
Oh, dude, for sure.
Yeah, it's not a real place. This was like designed specifically
Outside of the actors' salaries, this set took the biggest chunk of the budget, $150,000
Holy
to
shit.
produce this set.
And in the lead up to them entering, this movie does something that it only does once. It is so wild to me. I don't mind it, but for the life of me, I can't figure out why he did it. When Mia goes, "Don't be a," and it does
Square.
the image of square. Like he never uses that visual trick at any other point in this fucking movie. It's such a weird one-off thing that it's cool. I like it. It's memorable, but why is that the only time that trick is used?
So the only thing I've ever been able to come up with over in the course of my life with that sequence as to why that happens is because Vincent is a heroin addict and he might be having some sort of like drug trip that moment.
Because he is high right now.
Yeah, he is high, so that maybe he's having like a bit of it would make more sense if he was on acid, probably, but that was the only justification I could ever come up with.
Listen, we don't know the effects of heroin. None of us have done heroin over here, so
yeah,
you know.
maybe when someone draws in the sky when you are on heroin, you see those shapes that they draw. It just who knows.
I just know that there's some montage of like where Tarantino gets all of his influences, and this had like the most, where there were like Sesame Street clips doing this. I think Betty from the Flintstones, for whatever reason, did one just like that. So I can't tell if this was just an homage, but honestly, the drug trip theory makes a hell of a lot more sense.
Apparently, I might be hitting on all cylinders here because apparently it resonated with somebody who did very similar things. So,
but I've never done heroin. I've done a lot of fucking drugs, and there's one particular thing in this scene that I never noticed before. Because we were talking about how we catch different things, like every time we watch it. And in the Jackrabbit Slims portion, right here, when they're looking at the menus and stuff, and they're having the conversation. So when Mia gets up to say, "I'm gonna go powder my nose," and she gets up to go, do some more coke, I never noticed what caught her to do that. She's noticing that Vince is high because you see Vince, he's starting to sit there and like nod off and stuff because of the heroin, and she's like, "Oh, this dude's fucking, he's wasted." That reminds me, I want to do drugs.
This guy's partying. I'm going to party too.
Yeah, that's. And I never caught that before. I've seen this movie at least 16 times.
And I'm guessing that must play into why she thought that he was high on coke, just because she recognized that.
Which is weird because coke has the exactly the opposite. Yeah, coke makes you go like,
Yeah, if she
like
thought
energetic.
If she thought if she sees him nodding off, then why would she ever think that what was in his pocket was coke?
I don't know. Maybe because at the end of your coke high, you're really like you start to crash out. So that
any coke heads out in the chat, please let us know.
But I mean, he hasn't been. Well, neither of them has been acting like a cokehead, really, but he really has been acting.
Only
like
last week,
I
realized.
Hold that thought. Leon, hold that. Z, go ahead.
It was only last week that I realized that the waiter was Steve Buscemi.
Oh yeah.
I was actually going to mention
honestly
that.
Didn't know.
Leon, go ahead.
No, so as someone who has for better or worse done coke a couple of times, she's functioning completely normal. You don't understand. Coke actually is a very if you can handle it, you could be out in public and no one will fucking know. Like you watch any Theo Von stand-up comedy special prior to like 2018 or whatever, he
was on coke,
hard on coke, and aside from him like rubbing his nose and stuff, you can't tell. You can function very normally on coke. So when you say she's not like a cokehead, I completely disagree.
So I worked in the production, like the events production industry for over a decade, and it is the most common drug amongst like roadies and people who set up sets, because a lot of times it does energize you, and those guys work like 15-16 hour days, and then they still have to eat, and they can't really leave the sets a lot of times. So there's time. I know guys who will go like 3-4 days without sleeping, and just they'll eat like a bagel and do a line and get right back into building a set. It's insane how you can.
And it's so much safer than meth, for example, which makes it the better option since both have very similar effects. Like, it's brilliant. The scene is brilliant.
And the Steve Buscemi thing I want to mention, because that's one thing that Tarantino has is pull on. He can get big name actors to do these tiny little roles, and I love that about it. Like it's a blink and you miss it role for the most part with Buscemi here. So
I realized that this afternoon that it was Steve Buscemi, and the only reason I realized it is because I looked up Pulp Fiction to write down all the characters' names and all the actors, and I saw Steve Buscemi. I was like, who the fuck is he in the movie? And that was right before I rewatched the movie like 2 hours ago, and then I saw him. I was like, oh shit, that is Steve Buscemi. That's kind of cool.
Answer Stupenzo's thing that he just said about it being the businessman's drug. One of the reasons why a lot of people who have a lot to lose use it is because it's out of your system very quickly. It's hard to it's one of the reasons they call it the weekend drug. In 2 or 3 days, they could test you and it won't even be there anymore. So
Yeah, it's
Car
not like we
sales?
do.
Car salesmen do it a lot because you have these long hours of downtime, and then when someone comes in, you have to be like, you have to act really high energy and like up as soon as you go out to greet them.
It's especially a blink and you miss it role for Steve Buscemi because a blink for him takes forever. So I love Steve Buscemi. He's one of my favorite actors that no one ever mentions as to how good
Hey,
he really
listen,
is.
man. Steve Buscemi was out there saving lives on 9/11, so who can hate him for that, dude? Yeah.
Terrorists, Muslims. They'd be like, fuck this dude. We tried to kill more people. Like,
I shouldn't be laughing.
Dark Hour, I'm really sorry. I don't know where the line is on your show quite yet. So
It's fine, man. I don't. Let me just see. I want to see exactly when we got demonetized. Give me a minute.
Did,
So there- Yeah,
did
go ahead. Go ahead.
anyone else? Did anyone else find themselves laughing when he throws a hissy fit over a $5 shake?
Oh,
Listen.
that
Nowadays,
not
because
aged
nowadays
well.
a $5 shake is a joke.
so I actually pulled up the inflation calculator specifically for this. That shake would be $10.28 as of 2023.
Damn.
I mean, even that
Somehow,
doesn't seem
some way,
even that
we
doesn't
have-
seem extreme.
Somehow, some way, we have yet to be demonetized. Okay, keep going.
I was gonna say
It doesn't
that,
matter. We don't worry about the ad revenue for these, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's true.
I was
We
gonna
just
say
reposted. Go ahead, Tyler.
the $5 shake thing. I saw Babish try to recreate it. You can't hit like $5 on a milkshake without alcohol. Like it's just not possible. So,
Well,
really,
you
it's a
can't hit
question-
it in actual ingredients. They're gonna charge you that amount no matter what.
I know, but like with the 300% markup, it still doesn't entirely make sense.
I don't know, man. I
mean-
get some like straight from the udder unpasteurized memory lane milk, which is why I usually drink because I'm a bougie motherfucker, and that stuff's like $3.99 just for the milk itself before you even factor in the ice cream. So there's $4 on your milk.
That depends on how many people would use the non-pasteurized shit to begin with, but
I'm just
I
saying
think
that's how
what-
you
yeah.
get to the
Okay,
$5 mark if you wanted to do it.
I have to drink raw milk because I can't drink the store-bought stuff, and I have to eat soy-free ice cream, which is howlingly expensive. So
Oh man, dude.
you have my
I don't
opinion.
know. I haven't had a milkshake in like years, man. I really,
I don't
I
even
love milkshakes, man.
the joke's on me.
I'm gonna get a milkshake right after this, and I'm gonna try
Fuck
to
you,
recreate
Dark Hour.
this bacon burger, man. I'm gonna do it.
You
I'm
know,
doing it.
tomorrow I'll go get a milkshake, dude. Fuck
they
that.
never ask her what flavor, do they? It's just
Yes.
a
Yeah, they do.
$5 milkshake.
They
They do.
Yeah,
They
They
do.
ask her whether she wants Martin Lewis or Amos and Andy. This because Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis, both white. Amos and Andy are both black. So he's basically asking her if she wants the vanilla or chocolate shake.
Yep.
Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't
all
know
of
that
their
was
all
an
their
option.
orders are not typical words. It's like the burnt to a crisp or bloody as hell. So they definitely. I like that about this. It has such a unique feel to it. It almost feels like a place that would exist in real life. So
Yeah, Leonard Goso makes a point. They bring him in at the perfect scene because they're focused on Mia and Vincent. That Steve being the waiter doesn't register. 100%. It never registered to me. I just thought he was a random, extra.
Yeah,
pretty
same.
much.
I was gonna say 2 years ago I had to point it out to my folks because like they've seen it more times than I ever will, and it still shocks them to this day. And I mean that's just the power that Tarantino has over how he can just frame the actors and get the right actors for it.
I guess I'm in the minority of people who realized it was him. Like, I
never
assumed
realized.
Well,
everybody kind of just.
I recognized it, but I'm just sitting there going, why the fuck didn't anybody tell me?
Well, he doesn't
And
even
then I
sound like
realized-
Steve Buscemi. That's the thing too. He doesn't sound like him.
I don't
Yeah, he
know.
does a
He's
little
still
bit.
he's still got the slimy tone to him.
Still got the Buscemi-isms,
But since he's a doormat waiter, it doesn't register as quickly, probably.
Mm. And ladies and
I love
gentlemen,
the
I
fact
said,
that-
"Goddamn!" There we go.
I love the fact that not a single one of these women even glance at her while she's doing coke on the counter.
Well, it's cocaine, it's pretty much
This
cool.
is the most accurate scene in the entire movie because this is what I assume every woman's like bathroom looks
Bathroom,
like based on the line that's out of it.
This is why girls go to the bathroom together and guys go on their own.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude. So you can share the baggie of coke. That's
Exactly.
exactly the reason. Yeah,
Well,
it's
but
cheaper
none
that
of
way.
them are asking for a bump. None of them are complaining because she's blocking the mirror. None of them are.
Because they probably all cooked out of their minds anyways.
If the one on the left, that's what she looks like after applying the makeup.
Yeah, her nose has had reconstruction surgery there after too much coke for sure.
The one adjusting her hair on the right looks like she's zoned.
Oh yeah.
She may have done some of the coke just based
She's
on the
locked
fact
in.
that she's very focused on what she's looking at. So,
And of course, she goes back and the food's on the tables. Don't you just love it when you go to the bathroom and your food's ready when you come out? Of course. So what they do talk about between Vincent and Mia at Jackrabbit Slims, so I do want to ask a question, Dark Hour. Maybe you could look this up. Did they like destroy the Jackrabbit Slim set, or did they auction it off and someone actually turned it into a restaurant eventually, or something? Like, what happened to the set? Because I doubt they just break it up or destroy it. That would have been a huge waste
The
of money.
property is currently owned by the Walt Disney Company. Okay, so it's a hellhole. It's part of their Grand Central Business Center. Okay, so it's probably been left to rot. Is basically what that says to me.
Man, well, fuck it. At least it was there.
That's a
while it
shame. I
lasted.
would totally make a restaurant out of that.
I would have too. I would have thought that someone would have bought it and just taken care of it and made it its own restaurant. Well, it depends on where it was constructed. If it was actually constructed just like on the lot, like
it was probably just constructed on the lot, and also adding like after the fact, retrofitting it with a legitimate certified kitchen would actually probably be very difficult because it wouldn't have been designed for that kind of ventilation and stuff. This is designed as clearly a set. So
yeah, that's true. All right, so do you guys hear an echo, or is it just me?
I'm hearing an echo. Someone's echoing.
I've been hearing it off and on the entire time.
No. Well, we shall see. Well, there it is. It's off. All right. Well, so what they do talk about is Vincent's 3 years in Amsterdam. He says that he was there. That's where Mia says that she goes there for a month once a year. Now, of course, they do talk about the pilot episode of Fox Force 5, which eventually becomes, say it with me, folks, Kill Bill. Yeah, there we go. Now, I think it's pretty cool. The fact that that's why it's created by Q&U. Fox Force 5 is a pretty cool pilot. I mean, it's kind of weird that it wouldn't have succeeded back then. Maybe because the jokes were pretty lame, with the ketchup joke. That was pretty.
No, don't you read Kotaku? Women weren't allowed to be in movies and TV shows before 2015.
Oh yeah, it's true. I forgot about that.
I was just about to say I find it.
Exactly, Z.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Tyler.
I was just about to say, I do find it weird that it would only be a pilot when Charlie's Angels was kind of all the rage in the 70s and 80s. Specifically for the reasons that make Mia Wallace such a special character in this film.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like realistically, it would have taken off. She would have probably had like 3 or 4 seasons of that show for sure. Of course, we did talk about the $5 milkshake and Uncomfortable Silence Fizz, which is her kind of starting to sort of flirt with Vincent Vega. Started kind of just egging him on. And Vincent Vega finally decides to ask him about the Antoine situation. The Samoan dude that we mentioned a while back that fell for stories. Apparently fell for stories, or you could say was pushed. It depends how you see the situation. Now, of course, he does ask her about it, and this is where she kind of says it's kind of all just gossip. That's what it is. And people are so scared of Marcellus Wallace that they begin to picture him as a boogeyman at this point, where he'd do anything in case you disrespected. But it was a foot massage. It wasn't a foot massage. She said that the extent of her touching him was her, I think, giving him a handshake once. That was pretty much it. And now they dance, of course. It is a twist competition, right? That's what they say it is, to win the trophy. And she wants to dance. Oh, there's a glimpse of Marilyn Monroe on the left over there, looking nice. There you go. I didn't see that in the screenshot.
Oh, that's another thing. By the way,
yeah,
you can talk. Oh yeah, you can talk. Some of these don't have sound over them for that purpose.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when talking about Vince's character, when Mia, she wants to come here, she's so enthused with this sort of culture, and then she's like, "There's two Marylands," and Vince is like, "No, there's one Maryland." And he points like it goes to show that there is a level of culture that Vince does appreciate. He clearly likes this sort of, despite his resistance to coming here. He's very familiar with the retro, culture, old movies, old stars, things like that, because he's able to just whip out what character is who, and that impresses her.
One great thing, and this isn't about this movie specific, but one great thing about Uma Thurman in terms of scenes like this is because of her height, it's usually great for their framing of the characters. It's one of the advantages that she has from being so tall is that they don't need to really work around it. Obviously, they're both barefoot. Well, one's barefoot, one's in socks, and they're relatively the same height. So it allows them to not have to do any weird camera tricks to make sure they're both in frame, which is awesome.
How tall is Uma Thurman?
I think she's 5'10".
Oh,
how many times have we brought this up with?
Yeah, didn't I say that was? Yeah.
Listen, Uma Thurman's height does not sit rent-free in my brain, okay? I need to look it up once in a while when we talk about
every
it.
Every time she's in a movie, we're gonna end up looking this up.
Okay,
Exactly.
whatever makes your cat meow uninspired. That's
5'11",
up to
sorry,
you.
5'11". And I based on the height difference between in the one scene between Sam Jackson and I have a feeling that Travolta is probably relatively the same. I wouldn't say he's 6 foot or over.
No, I don't think he's 6 foot. No, I think he's shorter than 6 foot. And Gord, interestingly enough, this is one of Tarantino's only movies to have no score and only a soundtrack, which is
it says Travolta's 6'2",
cool.
according to Google. So
no way Travolta is almost as tall as me, dude.
And then another one says that he's 6'1". So okay, we'll give him 6'1". So but that's close enough.
He
answer your
slouches
question.
a lot in this movie, though.
What'd you say?
He slouches a lot in this movie. His head's always at kind of a down angle, and his shoulders are always kind of rounded over. And
Yep, I agree. Tyler, what were you gonna say?
I was going to answer Gord's question by saying that ever since I saw this in theaters, I've been listening to the soundtrack nonstop. And one thing that a lot of people don't talk about with Tarantino's soundtracks is how, for whatever reason, he likes to put his favorite sentences on his favorite conversations as if they were songs. So you have the talk about Amsterdam hash and Royale with cheese, but the song in the radio isn't actually playing. So you actually get to hear their unfiltered thoughts on it, which it's actually pretty cool, and I do love the song selection that he has. Thank you, Gord. I am the same wolf son. You're welcome.
This was another great. Oh, sorry. I thought you were finished. I'm sorry.
I honestly don't know when I'm finished. That's my actual problem with these streams. I was going to say that for me, I think one song that was most deliberate, because there's a lyric that, in my opinion, ties into the theme of the movie, is Son of a Preacher Man, because there's that moment where Springfield says, being good isn't always easy, no matter how hard I try. And that's really the struggle that Vince, Jules, and Butch all go through within this movie. If anything, that's the main arc of each of these segments for them.
Go back one slide. I've got a bit of trivia for the dance.
Yep.
I was going to bring up the great. Oh, shit. I keep thinking you were finished. I'm sorry. Continue.
Uma Thurman was allegedly very nervous during the dancing scene with John Travolta because of his ability in Saturday Night Fever in Greece. Apparently, when she told Travolta, he told her to shut up and dance. Shut up and twist. And they got down to it. She also told Quentin Tarantino that she thought Chuck Berry's You Never Can Tell didn't sound right for the twist. And Tarantino replied, "Trust me, it's perfect," which he was right about, as it foreshadows Mia Wallace mistaking heroin for cocaine in the next scene.
Huh.
Oh, please.
You never can tell.
Ah.
So go ahead, Liam.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, this another one of those. We all have those moments where you're watching a film with somebody else that they've never seen it, so you're sort of re-experiencing it vicariously through them, and it's such a great moment. And that's why I was really excited, specifically to watch this with my grandmother last night, was the soundtrack, because this is very much a soundtrack of her generation. So anytime, I think every single song that popped up, she just started audibly singing and bouncing while watching the film. And it's a response I've never seen anyone give to this, because this isn't exactly a bouncy, happy film, but because of the music and because of her age, like she was able to take those moments to sort of recontextualize it for me while watching. And it was just a really interesting way to see the film. So I just wanted to give Grandma, who might be watching, a shout out. So
that's weird because shout out to Grandma. That's weird because I can't even resist dancing or singing towards these songs. I mean, I was tapping my feet the second Jungle Boogie popped up, which is weird because there's really no overarching arc or even that much of a chorus to the song, but it's just so damn catchy. And it's the one where you actually learn that, that one Black Eyed Peas song didn't have lyrics before. It was a lot better without lyrics. I didn't realize.
Mm-hmm.
Is anybody interested in some random music trivia about the song?
Yeah, of course.
We have literally an entire trivia show on this channel. You're asking if we would like the random trivia. Of course we want the trivia.
She may not know that. It's her debut, isn't it?
Yeah, but
apparently, well, yes, but I thought he might like the trivia only on the trivia show.
No. Trivia always.
Compartmentalized. Chuck Berry apparently wrote this song in prison where he was serving time for transporting a minor over state lines. Which at the time was apparently fairly normal for musicians. But they literally got him under a law which was specific about you couldn't transport white minors.
Oh,
that sounds about right.
Yeah. I think that was what Dave Chappelle has a skit about that, like one of the boxers from like the 50s or something, man. I'd have to look it up, but yeah. I mean, man,
all I could think of when you said that was the scene in Scary Movie where she's being attacked and she says "white woman in trouble" and the cops are there in like 2 seconds. That's all I could think of.
Yeah, apparently there was a law that was specifically about like the transportation of white women over state lines.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, exactly. It was. I think it was for the boxer because they couldn't. I forget which boxer it is, but I think it was in the 40s or the 30s actually. Yeah, because it was because of him that they developed it so that they could kind of get him out of the ring because he was fucking up everyone. And it was a black boxer. He was one of the only black boxers at the time. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting story though. But hey, man,
Joe Louis? Are you talking about Joe Louis?
I don't know, man. I don't know the fucking name.
He was pretty much the biggest name in that era.
Maybe it was
it would either be Joe Louis or Sugar Ray Robinson. I mean, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood I'm pretty sure name drops Joe Louis at one point, so it could be.
Maybe. It is possible. But of course, Vincent and Mia back home, ladies and gentlemen. There is no camera reflection in the mirror, of course, in front. So that's pretty good. They managed to mask it with the middle over there. And she is wearing his coat. They danced into the house, and it's getting kind of
Jack Johnson. Another famous boxer.
Jack Johnson. Yeah, Jack Johnson. And now, of course,
not John Jackson.
They're kind of getting cozy with each other, and so he has to psych himself up in the mirror and say, "Hey, man, this is a test of loyalty. This is, as we were saying before, it's a loyalty test." He has to prove himself back to Marcellus Wallace, and that's probably the reason why Mia Wallace is with him tonight. And now, of course, he's kind of fucking up because while he's in the bathroom, Mia finds the baggie, of course, thinking it's cocaine, and cocaine's a hell of a drug. Now, this is one of the instances where I do like Tarantino's dialogue because there are multiple instances of him. Did you guys hear the echo or no?
A little bit.
I'm not hearing you.
No, all right. Well, must be me. Well, so there are multiple like instances in the film where his dialogue is kind of reflecting what's going to happen later on. So, for example, when he said we need shotguns, eventually we see the shotgun with Marcellus Wallace later in the movie. And then just before, in the scene where Vincent Vega is speaking with Lance, who's selling him the heroin, he says, cocaine's a dead drug. And the one time we see Mia Wallace trying to do what she thinks is cocaine, which is actually heroin, she ends up dead or ODing, so sort of dead. And then
she would 100% be dead with the amount of time it takes him to get the adrenaline.
Oh, dude, for sure, dude. But and then after, there's also more dialogue where Do you think Marcellus Wallace is a pussy? I think that's what he says. Or because does he like to be fucked? And of course, Marcellus Wallace eventually ends up being fucked, ladies and gentlemen. So there's a ton of different instances of like tiny pieces of dialogue that become just it just gets reflected later on in the movie that I caught on the last time I watched the movie, which I really do like, and it's something that I had missed all these years watching the film. So it was
To
a
be
nice way to
fair,
discover
it
that.
it is pretty clear he does not enjoy being fucked like a bitch.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he really doesn't. He really doesn't. I'm pretty fucking far from okay.
Pretty fucking far from okay.
Dude, Ving Rhames is great, dude. So, ladies and
And,
gentlemen,
Ving Rhames has one of my favorite voices in the history
ever.
of
Yeah,
Hollywood.
dude.
It's just you can't hear his voice and not get like, oh shit, I don't want to fuck with that guy.
Yeah, so yeah, of course, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, do not do heroin. I mean, do not snort copious amounts of heroin, thinking it's
Look,
cocaine.
we here
You
at
might
Dark Hour
die,
Studios
okay?
would like to bring up that you should not do heroin. It is not good for
Exactly.
you.
Do
not
cocaine.
help
That being
yourself.
said, if you're a big fan of Kurt Cobain, live your dreams, buddy.
Do not help yourself to other people's drugs without asking.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Basically,
true.
don't find a baggie that you're not sure exactly what it is, and then just proceed to do whatever you feel like with it. Probably a
Yeah.
bad idea.
Don't snort random white powder. All right, just try and ask your friend or ask the owner of the powder what it is. Of course, then you can snort it. Or do
I mean,
whatever.
my channel is I'm very strong. So one of my cousins actually OD'd on heroin and passed away years ago. So I'm very much about like stay away from drugs.
Yeah, dude. Fuck drugs.
Like hard hard. So like smoke all the weed you want. I don't care about that.
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly advocate for people doing mushrooms or acid, but that's very different than like fucking cocaine and heroin.
Yeah, Gord King makes a good point, man. Kids don't buy drugs, become a pop star. They'll give them to you for free. Exactly. That's how you
That
have
is
to do
true.
it. Now, of course, Vincent Vega is driving to Lance's house, and Lance doesn't even want to fucking have him in his house. The entire conversation is fantastic. It's short, but it's magnificent.
Lance
man.
has the greatest costume in this movie. The like multi-pocketed robe with he has the flannel shirt tied around his waist, a Speed Racer t-shirt. Like it's just this is one of the best get-ups ever assembled from random shit in the costume department.
It's Eric Stoltz's acting as well that just sells the role so well. It's so nonchalant. Even it's like, yo, dude, are you actually bringing people? You're bringing people to the house? You're bringing someone to OD? No. Are you calling me on the telephone? No, I don't know. You prank caller. It's like, son.
When he looks out the window and then the car is just flying by.
Yeah, it crashes into his house.
This scene might be the best filmed scene in the entire movie. Just that whole sequence is fantastic.
Oh,
I love
absolutely.
Yeah.
It has arguably my favorite line, which is right before he's about to give her the shot. I don't give it. No, you give her the shot. When I bring an OD and bitch into your house, I'll give her the shot then. Like and the way he says it, it very well could happen later.
Yeah, and
on
then
in
Metal
life.
Face is like getting like turned on by it. She's like,
my grandmother oddly went, "That girl's weird."
Yep. Yeah, Lance is the Thin Lebowski. Exactly.
The Thin Lebowski.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. That he would be paranoid that his phone would be bugged.
I mean, of course, man.
I never really thought about it like that.
He's
Actually.
dealing, dude. Yeah, of course. Now, of course, I do have a clip for us. So it's time to see someone get revived from the dead with some adrenaline. All right, let me see if it's the correct clip. And there we go.
Give her the shot. Come on. Okay. Look, while I'm doing this, you take off her shirt and find her heart. All right. What I need is a big fat magic marker. You got it?
What?
A magic marker. A felt pen. A fucking black magic marker. No, man. I ain't give you're gonna give it a shot. No, you're gonna give it a shot. I ain't giving her the shot. I never done this before. I ain't never done it before either. All right. I ain't starting now. All right. Tell me what to do. Okay, you're giving her an injection of adrenaline straight to her heart. You gotta bring the needle down in a stabbing motion. I gotta stab her 3 times? No, you don't gotta fucking stab her 3 times. You gotta stab her once. All right, count to 3. All right, ready? 1, 2, Hey! If you're all right, then say something.
Something.
That was fucking
Dude.
trippy.
The
Of course,
funniest
the
part.
one line Leon said he loved.
Dude, the one line, dude. But for me, the funniest part was when he's like, "You have to stab her. You have to do the stabbing motion." It's like, "I gotta stab her 3 times." It's like, no, you dumbass.
I retract my statement earlier about saying that Vince isn't dumb. Like,
Yeah. Well,
I just love the fact
Go ahead, Z.
they're all just sitting there anticipating that none of them have any idea if this is going to work.
No.
And it's the looks on their faces, you know, it's just hilarious. It makes such a serious scene.
I would love to personally believe that the scene was not written for her to say something like that, like literally say the word something, and that was made up on the spot, because it just seems like an ad-libbed scene. The way
it's funny because I actually have a different memory of the scene. When I rewatched it last night, I went to quote the line that I thought she said, and it wasn't there. And so it was like this weird Mandela effect moment. I was probably just wrong, but I remember her like, if you're here with us, say something. I remember her going, "There's a needle in my chest," like very similar.
I remember it as "ow." That's what I remember it as. So it's like, you know. But I always wondered about that though, because technically, so you have a pretty thick bone in your chest, so and like a needle is not thick metal, so like I always wondered about how that would work. Go ahead, comment sake.
Oh, I remember it because again, this came out when I was in high school, and that was the line that everyone quoted. Was if you're okay,
I
say
think
something.
I think my favorite line is him trying to explain what a marker is. That's my favorite part of this.
And the fact that he says a black magic marker and she brings back a red one, for some reason that just strikes me as funny.
Oh, it definitely is. I can't remember who brought up the Sergio Leone cut of that one Pulp Fiction scene, but to me, like this felt like something Leone would direct, because the suspense really comes from the constant cutting back and forth from everyone's point of view. Like some of them are scared shitless, the others who for some reason think they have nothing to lose are just watching in awe. Like Rosanna Arquette is just clearly having a ball not having to do jack shit but watch these guys just do something stupid. And I don't know how many of you heard that Ellen auditioned for the Rosanna Arquette part. I especially nowadays would love to see how that played out.
Well, I mean, you bring up the the cutting back and forth and whatnot. And again, it doesn't matter how many times I've seen this movie. Again, I've seen this uncountable amount of times. Then I'm watching it last night, and like, all right, on the count of 3, 1, and they count so slowly. I'm sitting there on the couch, like, fucking count faster. She's dying.
I did that in the theater, but still, the second she opens her eyes and jumps out, like fucking everybody had a reaction in there. It didn't matter like how many times they'd seen it, and weirdly enough, the audience I sat with were mostly college kids in mid-20s. There was next to nobody who would have seen it like a dozen times since it came out in theaters, which really shocked the hell out of me on that one.
Dude, the worst part of this scene, I mean, the worst part in a good way, is the sound effect when she gets stabbed. Like, oh, dude.
That one?
No, the thud sound. Like that thud
sound.
Oh,
the thud. I thought you meant her like breath.
Oh, no.
She does that really well. Like she
the
sells
thud
the
does
I just
something
came
to
back
me.
to life sound.
Dude, the thud does something to me. I don't know, man. It just
I feel you on that, man.
Dude, I don't know. I can really imagine it. But it is a funny scene, dude. I'm glad they cast Eric Stoltz as Lance in this. He's fucking hilarious. He's magnificent in this.
This would be the most awkward fucking drive home, might I add. Like, this would just be not a word said. Like, how do you even have a conversation here?
I just want to see Vincent open the car up for Mia and just wonder how slow she just settles in.
Hey, Vex,
That is
hi,
the most
Vex.
female take I've ever heard.
Hi, Vex. Did you watch Long Legs again today? Let me know, man. Maybe you send me a DM about it. I don't know. I haven't checked yet.
Vex is like Velocipaster is better than this movie.
Dude, wait, hey, listen. Velocipaster is actually a masterpiece, dude. Listen, all right, it's a masterpiece in its own right. Okay, if you guys want to check it out, I was on MMM. We broke down Velocipaster, so I'll link it. You guys should check that out. It's a great flick, man.
RRTNZ. for $5 New Zealand dollars. I saw Pulp Fiction in the cinema when it came out. The entire audience jumped at the needle scene, including me. Nicely done, Quentin. Nice.
Hell yeah, RRTN's head, man. Good morning
you.
to you, sir. And thank you.
Thank you for the super chat. And yes, I mean, that's pretty much what we were saying. I think it's a combination of the thud noise and her. I'm telling you, like that, the way she sells that coming back to life is so good. The gasp for air, the immediate, like what, being a person who's been choked unconscious more times than I care to talk about. I'm going to talk about it, but when you come back from that moment, there's a lot of confusion. I'm like not clinically dead in the sense that she was, but it's a very weird moment, and she sells it very well. Vex, I've been choked up. I'm a jiu-jitsu brown belt. I've been like, it's not like
listen. He just likes being choked out. Okay, Vex. That's it. All right.
I remember the first time I was ever choked unconscious, and it was weird. You wake up and you have no idea where you are. You think that you're in a dream. You're like, what happened? It's a very
That's how
strange
David Carradine
feeling.
must have felt every day, man.
I've probably been, and since people in the chat are probably, I've probably been choked unconscious in my life probably about 24 times. So.
All right. Well, that's some very unsettling information to Dark Hour's new subscribers. All right, yeah.
I just you question my life choices for just like watching Rebel Moon, and you're like, but I willingly let myself get choked out, half a dozen times, So
I don't do. I mean, it's not like I go, hey, can you do this for me? I really need to feel the choke. It's like I'm not like the belts are right there. It's not like.
That would have been crazy, dude. Imagine, like, yeah, dude, choke me out. I need it today. I need it.
You'd be surprised how easy it is to go out, too. It only takes a few seconds of blood loss to your brain. You're
yeah, well, I can imagine, dude. Now, of course, it is an awkward arrival to the house, but you know what? They're keeping it between each other, exactly like Butch and Marcellus later on. It stays between them. So yeah, that's kind of an echo, the wife has a secret, the husband has a secret that he'll probably never tell the wife, and she has a secret she'll never tell him, which I think is cool. It's a nice way to kind of put a mirror up to their relationship. And of course, the watch. That's exactly.
That was a noble effort. Uninspired.
I tried, dude. I'm French. I can't.
No,
I can't really do it that well, but.
No one can. They just pretend they can.
I mean, I proved that I couldn't do it in my Dune 2 review.
Oh god!
Well, hold on a second. When did you try to do an accent? I don't remember that.
That was the end of my Dune 2 review.
I have no memory of you doing such a thing.
It was something like, I got a prescription. I got a fever. The only prescription is more sandworm. It's like
you just sound like an average dude from Jersey, dude.
I can't do it.
I'm curious how I missed that because
I record. It was very very end of it. It was recorded very like last minute.
It would have had to been because I sent you so many different drafts of that damn section alone. I should have just said. He really does. Yeah,
the makeup. I think they put makeup on him.
No, they probably just dyed his hair for the first of God knows how many times.
That could be it. Yeah. So this is what's his name again? Captain Kuntz.
I mean, this was almost 30 years ago. So.
30 years ago, actually.
30 years in October.
Yeah. It's this is the I do a lot of my scheduling for the movies around anniversaries.
Anniversary year, yeah. Yeah, there we go. One. I don't know, man. Christopher Walken, he kind of looks like a zombie to me, man. I don't. He's kind of.
The hair is a little off here.
Well, nowadays, yeah.
Now, of course, I don't have the entire clip of the story. So, Dark Hour, since you know this movie very well, do you mind telling us the story of?
I mean, I don't remember the exact wording if that's what you're asking, but it was something along the lines. So, like, I'm not gonna let we're not gonna let I'm not gonna say the word that he says, but he's not gonna let him take his son's birthright. He's gonna. So he put it in his ass. The only place where he knew he could put it was. And then he died, and I took it in his ass. And
that's better. That's better.
I put this uncomfortable hunk of metal up my ass. I don't remember it's one of them is 2 years that he says, and then the other one is like
5 years.
Yeah, 5 years.
Yeah,
I
Butch's
think-
Butch's dad stuck it up for 5 years, and
Yeah.
Walken for 2, as
Yeah.
far as I can remember.
And he's not gonna let anybody take his son's birthright, you know.
Yeah, this is one of the greatest cameos in any film. Not quite the Sicilian scene, but still great. Well, you know what? In honor of this this comment,
You'd be
There you
damned
go.
if any slope's gonna put the greasy yellow hands on his boy's birthright. So he hid it. In one place he knew he could hide something, his ass. He died of dysentery. Give me the watch. I hid this uncomfortable hunk of metal up my ass 2 years. Now, little man, I give the watch to you.
Can you imagine being a kid, hearing this story about your father and this guy putting this damn thing up their ass for a combination of 7 years? There was dysentery involved, which means there was a lot of shit. It's probably stuck in the gears.
You 70s kids must have had some wild memories growing up, let me tell you.
Oh, we had a lot of smelly watches, that's for sure.
And the funny part is that
Clearly.
that watch is literally just like, there's nothing particularly special about that watch either. It's except for the fact that it was his father's. It was just,
Well, it wasn't just his father's, it was
Well, it
passed
was-
down
yeah,
from
yeah, it
like
was passed down.
every man
And
of the
it's
generation.
first
It's-
American watchmaking company.
That's right, yeah. So basically it's
but I'm
weirdly
saying
enough,
it itself is not like valuable, is what I'm saying. It itself is, at least at the time, it's like nowadays it'd be a collector's item, but at the time it was just, you know, a shit covered watch that he got.
and ironically he's not the first like non-family member to carry on that watch, considering some, I don't know, fellow Japanese soldier in World War II like pass it on to the father from the grandfather, the same way Coons did to Butch within this one scene. It's weird how a fucking watch has its own mythology in a Tarantino movie, but
Brotherhood of the Traveling Clock.
exactly. And I gotta say, this is one of the most walk-in speeches you can ever give, because weirdly enough, his one line is this fucking monologue. And what I always found fascinating was how he starts off whispering, but once he gets to like his dad's cruel and unterrible fate, that's when he turns into his usual walk-in mannerisms. And then he just settles down once he actually gives the watch back. It's the weirdest line delivery that he
The
had.
only place he knew he could, his ass.
And it makes me wish that he had like a shred of this energy in Dune, because like the one speech he gives Paul, I think, was the one speech in Dune that actually felt like a walk-in performance.
Shoved all the spice up my ass.
The fuck happened to Christopher Walken, man?
Nothing. Like, he's been the same guy his whole fucking career.
I
Nothing
don't know.
happened
This
to him.
the 2000s were quite a change of pace for him. I mean, watch
Are you
Country
telling me you
Bears.
didn't love Click?
I was gonna say Country Bears, but yeah, I do like Click.
They just don't let him. They just don't let him dance as much anymore.
He is one of, in my opinion, back before obviously the show started to suck, but he was one of the best hosts that SNL would get on the regular. I think he was the host like maybe about like it was probably about like 6 or 7 times, and he had like some regular segments. And he fit in perfectly with that style, that slightly ad-libbed, like very loose script style, because he would just make shit up, and sometimes people would lose their shit on site, like on the set. And it was great. What was it? The Continental was the character that he had that was on every time he was on.
That's best work is the Continental.
Oh no, I've spilled my champagne all over your boobs. It was such a great
If you've not seen it, I can also recommend the Amazon Prime series, The Outlaws, where he appears in main cast member of seasons 1 and 2. He's absolutely peak Walken in that.
I've heard about that. That's like him and Stephen Merchant, right?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just keep talking about Christopher Walken until Uninspired comes
Boo,
back.
fuck you. I knew. I knew.
I don't mind. I would do an entire 3-hour segment just on Christopher Walken.
Dude, he's great, man. I feel like he's such a unique actor. I do think that I agree with RRTNZ. I do think this is one of like the best cameos ever. It's so well cast, and to have him come and say stuff like, yeah, I put it in my ass. It's like, yeah, it's so weird to cast, a very recognized actor to say stuff like that, and he sells the role perfectly. And he's there for what, I guess two and a half minutes
yeah.
of screen time, exactly.
A total of like 2 minutes of screen time.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
What should have happened? They should have flipped this in the Steve Buscemi role. That would have been a very different film as well. You just have him come in as the waiter, like a Martin and Lewis. Like,
well, before I forget, I actually looked up why Buscemi was in the movie, and it turns out the producers actually wanted him to be Jimmy, not Tarantino, but he just didn't have the schedule to commit to it, and that's allegedly the reason that Tarantino played Jimmy. Although the excuse that we all made probably would have made a little bit more sense, but. Like, to capitalize on what RT and Z said, one thing I mentioned in my own review is that it's interesting that every other man in Butch's family was a soldier who died in the line of duty, died a hero. Butch is a fucking boxer who like fights for vanity and popularity, and like his pride matters more than anything. It's the one scenario where he can be a warrior and live to see the glory that his own family members didn't get.
And he beats a man to death and then runs away because he Welshed on the deal.
Exactly.
Those damn Welsh.
Yeah.
Careful, careful. I got a neighbor who's a Welsh who watches a fair bit of my shit.
Well, you know, just
I was
before we
making
move
fun.
on-
You know, RRT and Z is Welsh. That was who I was.
I thought he was New Zealand.
No, he lives in New Zealand, but he's Welsh. That was
okay.
That was the joke. That's why I said those damn Welsh.
I don't know. I only streamed with him once on Enzo's channel, and it wasn't even for that long.
So you know, just before we move on, I do want us to listen to Christopher Walken one last time because he's not in the movie that long, and his ass. It's just such a great line, dude.
You'd be damned if any slope's gonna put the greasy yellow hands on his boy's birthright. So he hid it. In one place he knew he could hide something, his ass. He died of dysentery. Give me the watch. I hid this uncomfortable hunk of metal up my ass 2 years. Now, little man, I give the watch to you.
and with that,
Who has
Walken is
crazier
on
eyes?
screen on this stream longer than he is in the movie.
Yeah. Who has crazier eyes, him or Buscemi? Because they both got some crazy ass eyes.
Buscemi for sure.
Yeah.
I see. I think Walken actually has the crazier eyes. Buscemi's sort of just his whole fucking face, and that gives the illusion.
Yeah,
that
that's
his
just
eyes are
the
crazy
way.
than they are.
That's just the way his face is. Like Walken actually just goes all out with his facial expressions. And everything.
Buscemi to me looks like a lizard person. I don't know how to explain it, dude. It looks like
Dude.
you see
Like
Men
a
in
frog.
Black. In Men in Black.
Uninspired.
the,
Uninspired.
the-
That's easy for you to say. Like our introduction to him was Monsters Inc., where he was a lizard person.
That's true. Yeah. Well,
Oh, yeah,
you see-
Randall.
You see Men
Yeah, he
in
was
Black.
Randall.
The Men in Black, the alien that wears the human suit. That's what I see Steve Buscemi as, dude. He looks exactly like that to
Buscemi
me.
is-
Wait, hold on. The alien at the Mexican border or the D'Onofrio alien?
No, I think it's the D'Onofrio alien. Oh, hey, look, the snowman.
Welcome to the Himalayas.
Hey, Cliff.
Buscemi is really interesting because the fact that someone that ugly still managed to make it big in Hollywood is really impressive.
Has
Has anybody-
That's not even a joke. Like you're 100% correct. Like purely on the merits of his talent, he crafted. He's a brilliant fucking actor, and he was able to get all these massive roles, being
Good
fucking
roles too,
ugly.
not just
wrong.
massive roles, but actually good, well-written roles. That's
Yeah, well, when I said massive, I meant like that massive as in the popularity of the characters
Oh, okay.
endured. And, yeah, sorry, I should have specified.
Did anyone watch Boardwalk Empire when it was out
Yes.
on HBO?
Yes, absolutely.
No, I didn't check that one out. That was one of my.
Steve Buscemi naked is the most terrifying sight ever.
I missed that episode.
It's
But I'd rather-
one of the very first episodes. He's having sex with his girlfriend, and they show everything.
Something
Well-
tells me I'd rather look at Harrow's face without his mask as opposed
I would.
to
I just
Buscemi
all I could
naked.
think of was there is the epitome of I don't know how he made it in Hollywood. I'm
Oh.
so impressed.
Thank you guys for convincing me not to watch Boardwalk Empire. There
Oh,
you go.
come on.
It is a fabulous show. It really is.
It really is. Like you can tell that Scorsese as a producer like put his paw prints all over it because him and Wahlberg are the reason that show had money in the first place and well spent too.
Just
Well-
focus really hard on the girlfriend's boobs. You'll be fine.
All right, I'll do it. Yeah, how do you do, fellow kids? There we go, Steve Buscemi, of course. Hey, wait, who's this? Madcap Mako V2. Hey, hello, man. Welcome, welcome.
He's
And of
watched
course,
when I was doing my video game streams, he would make fun of me.
Well, also, what an
rightfully
interesting guy
so.
Buscemi is, because you go from like, yo, I hang out with Tarantino and Adam Sandler, who you could not think are more fucking different
That's true.
individuals. So
Fair point.
Yeah, that's
a
true,
fair point.
actually.
Yep. So, we are at the night of the fight, ladies and gentlemen. It is Butch. He's gotten his flashback. He is awake and he is ready to rumble. And of course, we don't see the fight, which I do really appreciate. I do think this is some of the better part of the storytelling of Pulp Fiction. Already, the storytelling is really good, but I do like the fact that you hear what's happening through the radio. Through man, I forgot her name. What is the
Esmeralda.
Yeah,
Esmeralda, yeah.
The cab driver, yeah.
The cab driver, Esmeralda, who I 100% think is a serial killer. 100% she is a serial killer in my eyes, because there is no way that a lonely woman is driving a cab in the middle of the night in town and saying, how does it feel to kill a man, without, I don't know, she's either a serial killer or she's a vampire from Dusk Till Dawn. 100%.
I was gonna say she was
Well, I
a
like that
reject.
headcanon.
I was gonna say she was a reject from David Cronenberg's Crash, but
Yep, that's a pretty good one.
So more useless my past life history. There is a saying in psychology that men who are sociopaths kill people. Women who are sociopaths convince men to kill people.
Okay. Yeah, you see, Melvin agrees with me. I think she's a vampire. I 100% think she's a vampire.
judging
Bit
by
of
the
an
shit,
Easter egg.
judging by
But
the shit that happens in the Gold Watch, that'd make more sense.
True.
The cab driver in that scene appeared in a 30-minute short called Curdled, where she played a character who cleaned up after murders. Tarantino saw that film and decided to include her as the cab driver.
Okay, so
Well,
yeah, that
that's
could
a
be it.
cool bit of info.
That could be why she's really creepy. Yep, that could be it.
I like Julia's comparison. That actually works out.
So yeah, so I mean, throughout this entire conversation with Esmeralda and Butch, which I thought I had a slide of, but apparently I don't. Or do I? Oh, there I do. Yeah, of course.
It's after the
Yeah, of course. So Butch basically takes off after the fight. We learned that he killed Floyd Wilson. Yeah, I think that was his name. Yeah, Floyd Wilson. We learned that he killed it. Butch doesn't know that he's killed him yet, and he's just driving home to Fabienne, his French lover. And during that time, of course, Vincent and was Jules with them at this time? No, it was just Vincent and the bartender. Yeah, just so they tell Vincent that of course he's taken them. He's ran off, and of course we know since the beginning of the movie that he was supposed to go out in the 5th round, now win and kill the other competitor. So that's bad. And this is just the little cameo that we have again, the little nod to their night that they shared together. Mia Wallace and Vincent, of course, and we still have not fully seen Marcellus Wallace's face. It is coming up, I think, shortly, though. And of course, yeah. So Esmeralda and Bruce Willis
We
are
don't
talking.
we don't see his face until it meets the Honda.
Yep, exactly. That's basically it. So yeah,
Sorry,
go
go
ahead.
on.
Yeah,
No,
go
so
ahead,
from a driving perspective, like there's a lot of shots driving in this film. They use like real cars, real sets. They're actually driving. I love the intentional stylistic choice right here to do the old classic. Hey, this is a fake car with a fake set behind you, and like exaggerated rumbles while you've got a giant
projection
set
behind.
in the back. Yeah, projection. Thank you. That is, artificially, like it's incredibly fake looking by intention, and I think it. I don't know. There's something about the way this scene is shot that I just really enjoy visually.
It's very noir looking,
Agreed.
especially the
Yeah.
background outside the window.
Oh yeah, 100%. There are a lot of stylistic elements of noir that he takes through, and of course, just a little shout out to For the Sake of Comments video. She did a video breaking down, the noir genre. So do check that out. We will link it in the description, and we will also link it in the chat.
What Madcap just said, it's part of the everyday life feel of the movie. Your average, a lot of these sequences where you encounter these women are just them in their regular everyday life. They're not going to be all glitzed up, and for the most part, and I think that's done on purpose to create that feeling that these are just people living out these 3 or 4 days of their lives.
Yeah, it's just one really fucked up day out of their lives that we are experiencing, which is why sometimes you hear names that have no meaning to them. You know, for example, they say, "Oh yeah, Jimmy's not Jimmy." Well, Jimmy's a name that we see in the movie, but they can say something like Ronald said this, or Ronald did this last week, or this happened last week, but you never get any more insight as to what happened. It's just a throwaway line because you're literally following these guys in their day-to-day life, and so they're going to talk about, you know, their day-to-day shit. And that's why I think the dialogue works so well, because you're just seeing normal human characters. And
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
And that's what makes Butch the outlier character, because for all these other individuals who are in the modern crime life and whatnot, this is all normal to them. But Butch has the line to his wife, or to his girlfriend, whatever, near the end of this arc, where he's like, "This has been the weirdest fucking day of my life, honey." Like for him, this is wild, and for everyone else, it is completely normal.
Yeah, exactly. Melvin, I beat you to it, man. And Gooch, man. Hey, Gooch, great to see you in the chat, dude. Fuck yeah, man. I hope you're doing well, Gooch. Great streaming with Gooch a couple of days ago. We broke down A Bug's Life, so I will link that. So yeah. Now, of course, Esmeralda, to me, 100% still a vampire. I agree with that. I think she's from Dusk Till Dawn.
You never see her. You do never see her reflection. So
that is true. Yeah, and of course we do learn that Butch bet on himself with the money that Marcellus Wallace had given him at the beginning of the movie to take the fall in the 5th round, and so he made a ton of money from the fight after winning versus Floyd Wilson. So that's the money that he's going to use to flee the country, basically. And we see him with his lovely French wife, girlfriend or wife. Is it wife or
no? I think it's a girlfriend. I don't think.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, they mentioned that like specifically they're not married, and that's like one of the reasons she's like upset about that. If I recall correctly.
So
well,
it is,
she says, "Are you sure you want me to go with you?" And he says, "Yes, I want you to be with me forever."
Yep. Forever and ever and ever. It's like, will you give me oral pleasure? Will you kiss it? Yes. All right. Cool.
Yeah, those are the only 2 lines that I fucking loathe. I get why they're there, and they make sense. But man, when she says, "Will you give me oral pleasure?" it makes my skin crawl, because there's like, she's up to this point. There's something very cute, not quite sexy about her, but very cute. And then when she says that, it's like an attempt to be sexy. It's like, oh, you just.
It's a degree of innocence. It kills that innocence factor that she sort of has.
Yeah, she's French. There's no innocence there, dude.
Speaking of which, here you go, Tar.
Oh yeah, I'll say it. So it's Fabienne, Fabienne. That's how you say it. So it's Fabienne. Yeah, Bruce Willis completely butchers the name every single time he says it, man. He doesn't say it once perfectly, like legitimately, not even once, dude.
I've said this multiple times in my life. Bruce Willis is the most American actor there is. He just.
So I have a question for you all.
Yeah.
It's heavily implied that Fabienne is pregnant with Butch's kid, because she talks about looking in the mirror, picturing herself with a pot belly and how she looked good with it. She goes to tell him something after she has the shower, but he's fast asleep, and she says, "Never mind." And the next morning, she has a very large and unusual breakfast, which is common, as cravings usually start in the first trimester, about the 5th week.
Craving pancakes specifically. Yeah.
I never.
What do you guys make of that?
I never really picked up on that. That's actually a really good. I like that.
100% think
that's solid.
That might be one of the best clues that we've dug up on this one.
Yeah.
I had never picked up on it at all. Seen this movie multiple times. Then last night out the gate, my grandma picked up on it. Like the moment she's talking about the pot belly stuff, my grandma was like, "Oh, she's pregnant." I was like, "What the fuck?" I won't lie. I thought she was wrong when she said that, because I was like, "There's no way I've seen this movie umpteen times, never picked up on that." And my grandma first viewing is like, "It's obvious." Fucking okay.
See, the first time I ever saw it, I wondered if she was pregnant, and then she says, "I wish I had a pot belly." And that made me question whether or not she was, because that, or maybe she's trying to figure out whether or not he's gonna like her with a belly.
Yeah, I think that's more of it. I think it's more of the latter where she's trying
Mm.
to, I guess, butter him up to say, yeah, how would you see me if I had a pot belly? So how would you see me if maybe because she is trying to tell him something, as Z said in the morning. Well, it's not even in the morning; it's before he falls asleep after the oral sex, of course. So it's like, yeah, I do 100% think that she's pregnant. She just doesn't know how to tell him, and
I don't know.
yeah,
I can't imagine her giggling when he says, "If you had a pot belly, I would punch you in it." If she was pregnant and feeling uncertain about
Which is
telling it.
weird,
Dark humor.
considering what a rough relationship this is. I'm genuinely surprised that he doesn't actually lay a hand on her the entire time. That's honestly one of the creepiest things about him, is that as horrible as he is for her, and I say this at the end, every time the gold watch is over, I literally look at whoever's sitting next to me and goes, he's going to beat her ass to death at some point. And that's what I said about him not really learning his lesson by the end of this. Like, that's cemented by the fact that he's still freaking the fuck out at her for questioning everything that has happened to him.
To be fair, I get what you're saying, and under normal circumstances, I think you'd be 100% correct. He did just have the fucking mob after him try to murder him. He just accidentally killed another dude. He's got to flee the country. Dude's in a very high tense situation because when he's throwing shit around, he throws the TV. Don't get me wrong; those are not good things on regardless of what the situation is. But by the same token, this also is an abnormal situation for him, and we're given no inclination that this is normal behavior.
Well,
and
here's my thing, like what you've signaled out, Leon, about him like being technically the only main character in this that isn't a criminal. That is true, but I mean, given what a violent personality he has in general, he might as well be. I mean, you can kind of tell that.
I didn't say he wasn't a criminal. I said he was the winner in a collection of losers by the end of the story. Because he is technically a criminal still, but even fixing a fight
only on a technicality. Because I mean, regardless of whether. There's no easy way of phrasing this. Like when he kicks the shit out of Marcellus in the pawn shop and he's just getting a kick out of it, I also sit there and wonder, yeah, he would punch Marcellus out just for the insults that he did. But he would also kick the shit out of anyone to be a boxer, also like just to get all this deep-seated rage within him out.
So I don't necessarily think that. So I've never really got the implication that he physically harms her. I think this is just a really, really, like Leon was saying, a really stressful situation. And the one item that he cares about, the only he wouldn't have gave a shit if they forgot all the clothes, everything. It's the one item he cares about. It's one that he dreams about, like before,
to bounce
right
back
before
on
he fights.
Not for like forgetting about the clothes. They leave without the clothes. He literally only leaves with the watch. That's it. And the clothes that he has on his back. But everything else he left in the motel. He didn't go back for anything on Zed's bike. That's how they leave. So it is the most important thing to him. And as Gord says, he literally has to put himself in danger to go back and get the watch because of how significant it is to him. And that's it.
I mean, that is a good question, actually.
If their relationship were violent at all, she definitely wouldn't giggle when he makes a joke about punching her in the belly.
Yeah, I think so too.
So I think the reason he throws the television is specifically because he's so upset and doesn't want to hurt her.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's very much, abuse victims are. I don't want to get too deep in psychological because I don't think it's the place for that. But basically, you could see the abuse. People who commit abuse will often try and gaslight afterwards, but I shouldn't have done this. I'm sorry. I love you. It'll never happen again. Whatnot. We don't get any dialogue like that from him. He throws the TV. He has a tantrum. Then he immediately stops. He doesn't say I'll never do it again. He doesn't say. He just means like wasn't your fault. He waits till he gets in the car, continues freaking the fuck out. But he very much has his moment of I'm in the wrong here before anything happens, and he doesn't escalate, but he also doesn't necessarily apologize. He's just like, all right, let's just pragmatically get shit done.
Yeah, dude, you just get shit done. I mean, I think I genuinely just chalk it up to it's a high stress situation, very, very high stress situation where it's just life or death, Because look, he goes back to the house, and if Vincent wasn't taking a shit because he was a fucking heroin addict, well, he would have probably been dead. That's 100% it.
And there's a vast difference between people who are violent and people who can be violent. I mean, his profession is that makes him so that he can be violent. That doesn't automatically. I mean, Dark Hour, like, does martial arts. He can be violent. That doesn't make him a violent person.
No, yeah, actually, believe it or not, I've always
Yeah.
said this. One of the most impressive things about my life is I've been in dozens, hundreds of organized fights. Never once have I been in like a fight that wasn't, and it's because you don't feel the need to. You know,
So,
I've
ladies
had
and
people
gentlemen,
get up in my
we have
face, and I just
to
like was
Dark
like,
Hour.
"What the hell is wrong with you?"
So we have to prep everyone. We have to jump Dark Hour. Next time you see him at a meetup or something, let's try and jump him just in case. You know,
I wouldn't mind if there was like some like YouTube boxing match or MMA match that I could.
Fuck yeah,
that'd
dude!
be
Hell
fun.
yeah,
That'd be fun.
That would be cool. So of course,
If that
as we
happens, I
were
want to
saying-
fight Ryan Rodriguez. I feel like I can take him.
Oh, that would be an interesting. I don't know. Like the thing is, though, he's really like he's good with his words. He might actually distract you long enough. He might say something. So
He's also 6'2" and like 300 pounds. He's got a pretty big weight
is he?
advantage.
I have no idea what like how tall he is.
I'm 5'8" and 134 pounds. He'll probably actually rock my shit, but
so as we were saying, you know, Butch, he goes back, he manages to sneak his way through to his original apartment, grabs the watch, and of course, he sees there's a nice little gun on the table. And ladies and gentlemen, who's taking a shit? Yeah, with a silencer too.
Yeah,
pretty cool
He has
silencer.
he has to be high in this too, because Butch is not quiet once he finds his watch. He's slamming
Yeah, he's
cabinet
making
doors
Pop-Tarts.
and
That's
making himself
always
breakfast
pissed me
and
off about this scene.
He has to be high because he's not paying attention
Roland.
at all.
I think
Apparently
he is
someone wants to
high.
wrestle me.
well, no, it's not that he's high. He I remember reading that he because when we see Marsalis Wallace coming back from getting donuts, Marsalis is headed to Butch's apartment to stake it out with Vincent. So Vincent thinks that it's Marsalis in the house,
Yeah.
not Butch.
I remember
yeah.
that is actually what I've read as well. Probably the same article. That
Because
you
at
read.
this point, Jules isn't working for Marcellus anymore because this is the
Correct.
4th day. So technically, I think it was the
he handed in his like resignation the day
Yeah,
before this.
the day before. Yeah, on the first day, actually, he handed in his resignation.
Yeah,
with the Honey Bunny situation. Yeah, so on the first day, so Jules isn't working for Marcellus anymore. And ladies and gentlemen,
no, it was so the way that the timeline would have went, he would have handed in his resignation right around when
the first day.
Well, yeah, well, it's the first scene. You mean it's not the first day?
No, it is the first day. First day is the Bonnie situation. Second
Okay,
day is the date. Third day is the fight, and this is the
Okay,
fourth day.
yeah, you're right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to see John Travolta get shut up in the bathroom. You know, in
He's already shot up in the bathroom
He's
several
already
times
shot
in this
up in the
movie.
ladies and gentlemen, literature will get you killed. Okay.
Okay,
Do not
I
read
have
books.
to know. I have to know, and my vision's terrible. What's he reading?
I don't know. It's the same book that he was reading at the diner as well. I'm not too sure.
I have tried so many
I got it.
times
Hold on.
to figure that out.
Modesty Blasé by Peter O'Donnell.
The
British
fuck?
action adventure
Is
comics.
is it an actual book? I have to know
Yep.
now.
Huh. It's
Apparently,
probably
it's
something Tarantino
it's
read
a
in
British
this
comic strip later adapted into a book.
Oh, all right.
Huh.
Yeah, good. You make a good point. True. Jesus. Yeah, he does grab it by the suppressor. I guess because Mac 10 is kind of unstable. I guess has a lot of recoil.
I think it's a Mac. I mean, I'm not a gun expert, but I know that was.
Where's
really
Fiona
popular
when you
around-
need
He's
her, man?
probably not either. He's a boxer, not a shooter.
That's true. Yep. And of course, he's making his way downtown because he managed to kill everyone. And
Yeah, actually,
there
this is
he
a great question. Waylon Pacific says, Why does the smoke alarm go off? Is it from the gun smoke or is it the? I don't know.
I thought it was the Pop Tarts. I thought it was the
It's the Pop-Tarts.
But like the Pop Tarts weren't like burning; they just shot, and they literally just shot out of the toaster at that moment.
Take it from me, that's more than enough to set off a smoke alarm. I set one off yesterday just reheating a chicken sandwich, for fuck's sake.
Damn.
Stupid Pop-Tarts. They are the one thing guaranteed to set off my smoke detector.
I mean, granted, he did it Grizzly Adams style with that beard. He was set up a whole fire in the middle, and he was like, "I'm going to reheat this chicken," so it's good. But no, I've had situations where
jealous Dark Hour.
I wish I could grow that beard. I'm not going to lie.
Exactly.
But I mean, I've had a smoke alarm go off from like steam from the shower, so it's definitely
that happens to me all the time.
I've already smoked next to my smoke alarm, and that shit didn't go off. If it, I'd probably.
You might want to double check that the battery is good.
Yeah,
it is, dude. It's on, like, for sure.
Melvin said the exact same thing as me. Literally.
Yeah, just close the door to your bathroom. That's all you have to do.
Go ahead, Z.
Is there an intermittent chirping sound coming from your smoke detector?
There was one coming from mine for like 6 months. I thought, fuck it, I just disconnected the power because it wouldn't. No matter, I could change the batteries, I could disconnect, reconnect, and it wouldn't stop. So like, fuck it, I just disconnected my smoke alarm.
Yeah.
It's like, if I die, I die.
Yeah, if I die, I die, dude. That's pretty much it.
That almost happened a couple years ago. So I'm allergic to certain fruit, and strawberries are one of them. It makes my throat close up. And the girl I was dating at the time wanted to try some new like fucking strawberry thing from Sonic or whatnot. And I was like, yeah, I'll take a drink. I assumed it was all artificial. Nope, it was real. So I wake up in the middle of the night, my throat closed up, and I'm trying to scream for my roommates, but I can't because I've got. And so I just laid back. I was like, and this is how I die. This is how I die. And I went back to sleep. Miraculously, I woke up and we were good. But that's literally how I did it. Like, it's like, fuck, it's the way to go.
We have like no regrets. Strawberry tastes good.
Done. So we do get a face reveal of Ving Rhames, ladies and gentlemen. Surprise, surprise. He's black. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but you know,
yeah, I kind of had an idea.
Black. Yeah.
He doesn't look like a bitch.
He looks like a dude you don't want to fuck with. That's for sure. Like,
yeah, I just want to say that if Little Platoon ever does a face reveal and he looks like this, I will laugh my ass off.
Dude.
You just look at Little Platoon and go, "Oh my god, you were in Con Air this entire time."
Platoon.
That's a good one. Of course, he gets run over by Butch, and Butch crashes into another car. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bubbles himself. Now, I will share my screen so that for those of you who have never seen Lilo and Stitch, let me show you guys Mr. Bubbles.
We're going to do a Lilo and Stitch stream.
There he is. There is Mr. Bubbles, ladies and gentlemen. Ving Rhames in the flesh. There it is. Can you guys see it on stream? Yeah, you can. All right.
Yeah.
There's Mr. Bubbles, based off Marcellus Wallace, of course.
My
100%.
favorite scene, one of my favorite scenes in Lilo and Stitch is when he opens the door that has the nails on it, just pulls it, and just all the nails just fly off.
Plus, he has the briefcase with him, you know. So Marcellus Wallace finally got his briefcase. There it is in Lilo and Stitch.
Cobra Bubbles.
Now, of course, he sees Butch. Butch sees him. And it's kind of just a nice, cool chase. I really do like this chase. I think it's quite interesting, especially the fact that he just shoots a random motherfuckers.
Yeah, I've always felt so bad for that chick. She's just trying to be a good Samaritan and gets just blasted by this dude that's walking up to them.
Oh, dude, yeah. And it's the fact that they're really, really shook up by the accident. It kind of just sells it so much. And the fact that they're wrestling, and it's like, yeah, this tastes the pride, motherfucker. Basically it. And of course, sadly, the spider has caught some insects in the nest. I think that's what he says. And ladies and gentlemen, we get to see Zed coming soon. There is. And I don't know, man. I think this would rank as my worst day ever. This would be horrendous.
Yeah, this
top
is pretty
3
much,
at least.
Yeah, this
Just
is
a
pretty bad.
Tuesday for me.
It's Uncle Owen.
Uncle Owen.
Uncle Owen, you know. Z is the gimp that he keeps locked up in the chest.
I'm the gimp that keeps on giving.
Uh, and there he is, Zed. And so before the stream, we were talking about other places where we had seen this actor. I had said that I had only personally seen him in The Mask, and I don't know where you guys had seen him in.
Yeah.
Wasn't he? Was he in Blue Streak? Was that what he
So
did?
in the chat, what other movie do you guys know Zed from? Zed is the dude dressed in the police getup, of course, in blue. I've personally only seen him from The Mask.
Yeah, he was in Blue Streak. He was in Blue Streak. He was. That's another place I know him from. Training Day. He was in Training Day.
Blue Streak, is that the movie with Martin Lawrence?
Martin Lawrence, yeah. That's
yeah.
that's actually that was back when Martin Lawrence was still pretty damn funny.
I liked it. I like Blue Streak, man.
He was in The Mask. He was in Usual Suspects. He was in Under Siege 2, which is a sequel to the only good Steven Seagal movie.
And even calling it good is being generous.
Yeah. Even that's. He was in quite a bit. He's just one of those actors that you see and you just don't really register it until way later.
Because he looks like a discount Matthew McConaughey.
He does
a little bit, yeah.
I was gonna say discount Peter Weller a little bit.
I see that too. Yeah.
Let's just assume. I mean, let's just assume he's a discount at whatever you feel he is, and he is hanging around a pawn shop for God's sake.
Yeah, whether he's Peter Weller or a much shorter Doug Jones. That's it to me, but
the best thing about being the GIMP is the anticipation of being released. There he is in the background. You can see the GIMP. And
I just
there
love
he is.
how he uses his leather clad head to tap his fingers on. I really like that scene.
Oh man!
So here's the best part about the GIMP as like a guard is that he's useless to tell you what's going on. That comes into play immediately. But at that point, don't you think they would at least unzip the mask for the guard duty? I can understand re-zipping it later, but
no, he's the GIMP, man. He doesn't have privileges. It is. And so, of course, Butch and Marcellus Wallace are basically in the situation. And this is one of those rare times where the enemy of my enemy is not my friend at all. It's like
the enemy of my enemy makes my enemy my friend is basically what happens.
Basically. So of course Bruce Willis manages to knock out the GIMP in one punch because hey, he is a Smilo, right? Yeah. Hey, Duck Hour, your next
thanks. Now I'm gonna have to edit that into his next review.
And what I do like is the fact that just before he leaves, he hears, Ving Rhames getting fucked in the ass. And
he thinks to himself, "Hey, I wonder if there's a watch up there. I should go check it out."
I don't know. If I were him, I'd look out that window and I go, "Oh shit, Kathy Griffin's still outside. Better wait here."
Yeah, the enema of my enemy is my friend. And it turns into a nice choose your weapon moment. Which I don't know, what weapon would you guys have chosen personally?
Oh, 100% the katana. No, the katana is definitely the way to go. It's silent. You can't go with the chainsaw; it would give away his position.
I couldn't care less, bro. Bruce Campbell's my hero. I'm going with that motherfucking chainsaw.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, but is there gas in the chainsaw though?
That is a good point too. They probably aren't keeping it gassed up.
I'm going with the bat.
So then, of course, now we have a whole situation. He goes to start the
or?
chainsaw. It doesn't start. He realizes there's no gas. He has to go get gas. So, like, Marcellus is just down there, just getting fucked in the ass for this whole time. He's trying to negotiate with the guy on the price.
But more importantly, is that a Hattori Hanzo sword?
I do not know. Let's
Probably.
check.
My roommate said it was.
You know what? Actually, now that I look at it, I want to beat him with. I want to beat him with that raccoon on the wall. That's what I want to use. That's
Wait, the sword is coming up. Maybe, I guess it's possible.
Oh no, the barracuda right there, the stuffed barracuda. I'm just trying to pick out other things that I could use.
Just use the wheel.
You start whipping them at him like they did in Shaun of the Dead with the records.
I don't know if that guitar was a Kiss guitar and he went like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood flamethrower on everyone's ass. That'd be pretty cool.
That'd be cool. Yeah, I personally picked the hammer, dude, because I don't know, dude. If it gets messy, it gets messy. Fuck it. No, that would be it.
You have a reach advantage with the hammer. I think when it comes to
you have to be up close.
Yeah, you have to get too close with the hammer. The bat does as much damage, but you don't have to get as close.
Like
I mean,
the
you still have to
katana,
get close with the sword as well. Like with the katana, you do have to get close.
Yeah, but
It's
not
okay, Amelia.
that close.
I just happened to notice it was a barracuda. It could have been any fish though, but
I thought it was a swordfish.
I'm pretty certain it was a barracuda. I mean, we can go back and look again. I don't care.
That shit didn't look like a swordfish to me.
I'm pretty certain it was a barracuda.
I'm just
Swordfish
seeing the
are usually
raccoon
way
now,
bigger.
So...
It's even a wooden bat.
Yeah, that's true. It's a wooden bat. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can put a nail in it and make it useful.
Nah, that's a
No.
barracuda.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Barracuda. Yeah. Huh. All right.
But
Well,
no matter what fish it was, I would have went with. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
So,
right there.
so here's my panel question: would Marcellus have gone back for him?
No.
Oh God.
And
no.
I think that's the moral of this, and that's the reason why Marcellus is like, okay, we're fucking cool now. Like we're like, because he realizes like this dude just did a thing that I wouldn't have done myself.
Mm-hmm.
Would they have been cool if he realized how long it took Butch to pick a weapon before coming back?
Well, it is a life or death 2v1 situation versus some weird sexual deviance. I think taking time to choose your weapon is kind of I allow it.
I mean, the initial like push has already happened, so to say. I don't think it wasn't making too much more damage for him there. That was not a swordfish, Melvin. That was definitely a barracuda.
I love when Marcellus tells him that you've lost your LA privileges, because my headcanon is that like 30 years later, Butch still lives, just reading the newspaper on Bora Bora, sees what's going on in California right now. It's like, ooh, I didn't lose much there. Like,
yeah, dude. Yeah, and of course, the way that he opens the door here to save a life is with his right hand on where his watch is, and the door, the hand that he used to open the door when he had killed Vincent Vega was his left hand, which I think is pretty cool, man. Just a nice little detail. And of course, I didn't show you guys what's going on with Marcellus Wallace, but just imagine Ving Rhames being fucked in the ass by Zed. And that's pretty much, all the imagination that you need, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the one song in the soundtrack that you can't jam out to for that exact reason.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, so he pops.
I looked up the name of the song and I'm just sitting there going, nope, fuck it.
Mm.
All right, here. That's definitely not a swordfish. Hold on. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
We're
Melvin,
getting really hung up on our fish here.
I'll just. Melvin, I was thinking the same thing, but there's no tip. It was just a shadow that we mistook for like a sharp tip.
There's no tip. All right. Yeah, that's not a swordfish.
Oh, so that's
like
definitely
that
a barracuda.
Yeah,
I see where he sees it. Yeah,
yeah.
So not the tip then.
Mm-hmm.
Only the tip.
No
Only the tip. But yeah, that's definitely not a swordfish. Either way.
By the way, you guys just keep reminding me that once the stream is over, I'm cooking salmon for dinner. I'm stoked.
So
clearly the barracuda from Finding Nemo.
Yeah.
Who is not the hero of the story, I might add, despite what some people think.
Now, of course, I do have the clip. This is probably the longest clip of the night. Let me see if it's right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to see Zed die so that we can hear the quote of Zed being dead.
You want that gun, don't you, Zed? Come on, Zed, up, boy. I want you to pick it up.
Step aside, Butch.
Okay?
Nah, man. I'm pretty fucking far from okay. I'ma call a couple of hard pipe-hitting niggas to go to work on the homes here with a pair of pliers and a blowtorch.
I mean, what now between me and you?
There is no me and you. Not no more.
So we cool?
Yeah, we cool. Don't tell nobody about this. This shit is between me, you, and Mr. Soon to be living the rest of his short-ass life in agonizing pain, rapist here. 2, you leave town tonight. Right now. You lost all your LA privileges. Deal?
Deal.
Get your ass out of here.
all things considered, that's a really good deal. But I want to point out, I was watching this with the subtitles on last night, and when he cocks the shotgun, the subtitle said "Cox rifle," and I didn't notice it. My roommate goes, "That's not a fucking rifle," and I was like, "Wait, what?"
Dude,
here's one thing. So I've always said the line about the hard pipe.
A couple of
word
pipe
I'm not
hard
gonna-
hitting.
the word I'm not going to say.
I love the way he says it, dude.
But it can be interpreted two ways. It could either be like crackheads, or it could be people who are swinging like actual lead pipes. So I like that because it's a little there's a bit of ambiguity.
Or it could be people who are
Or it
going to
could be
pipe
other
him
rapists.
down. Yeah, exactly. People who
But
are going to
the
pipe
thing
him down.
But the thing is, he says they're gonna attack the houses in the area. So this is not just like these guys didn't just fuck themselves over; they fucked over this entire neighborhood.
Dude, yeah, I really, really want to see like maybe I don't know, like just a small 5-minute preview of whatever the fuck they did to Zed, man. Because I can't imagine Marcellus Wallace being, because what did he say? He says, we're gonna go all medieval on your ass." So
You're
they
gonna go
probably
medieval on your ass.
Yeah, they probably fucked him
Mr.
up
about to live the
really
rest
good.
of his short life in agonizing pain.
Yeah.
What I couldn't understand is he can find a couple of guys in minutes to come torture a guy, but couldn't find someone to take the shift to sit with Vincent on an apartment.
I think he wanted to be there for
Yeah,
that.
so he could dish it out himself right then and there.
One
That's
would
what I
think
thought.
that he would want to be real personal on this one, even more so.
Well, he didn't say that he's going to get someone to help him with Zed. He said he's going to get people to do around the around the neighborhood of the pawn shop. I think he's going to deal directly with Zed. That's very much the implication there.
Also, he doesn't need these guys to bring a blowtorch and pliers. You've seen inside that pawn shop; it's probably already there.
Yeah, he has everything equipped, dude. This looks like the fucking sex dungeon from Barbarian, man. I'm telling you. This looks nasty as fuck.
I would also like to point out that the gimp is just hanging there knocked out. He's not actually dead. So he's just chilling, hanging, unable to speak.
No, he will be soon.
Oh yeah.
If he knows what's good for him, he just stands there the whole time, just like this. Like, no, I'm dead. I've been dead the whole time. I'm not.
Yeah.
Really?
So of course he takes Zed's bike. Zed's chopper. It's not a bike, honey. It's a chopper. And he goes and takes Fabienne. And so Fabienne decides to be like, "Yeah, let's go." She didn't manage to get her blueberry pancakes, sadly. She did get something else. I forgot what she said, but
Buttermilk, I think.
Yeah, I think it was butter.
Yeah, they only had buttermilk. Yeah.
What the fuck is buttermilk, man?
It's
it's
buttermilk pancakes? You've never had butter? Okay, when you hit the diner, order buttermilk pancakes.
I don't know. I don't know what
Uninspired. Have you ever seen like milk that said 1%?
Yeah.
That's buttermilk.
No, buttermilk is way higher.
No, it is not.
Way higher.
I've literally used 1% buttermilk to make pancakes as part of my job.
You see, it's his job, ladies and gentlemen.
None of you know what buttermilk is. Okay.
I've literally held it in my hand.
That's not real buttermilk. No, that is not real buttermilk.
That's Canadian buttermilk.
It's
Canadian bacon. It's not real.
Actual buttermilk is when you take the cream off milk and you turn it into butter. The liquid that comes out is buttermilk.
Listen to the homestead lady.
Bitter. It's like a very bitter, sour taste.
Again, just
you
never
can literally.
It's a very sour thing, but when you use it in cooking, it makes things very fluffy.
What the?
Never make the mistake of using it for chocolate milk.
Yes,
Yeah.
don't. Yeah, it is not milk. It is not milk. It is not cream. It's very sour. It's basically liquid. It's basically liquid sour cream.
You can literally use it past date and nobody would fucking know. I know from experience.
Whoa, okay,
clearly you don't, because you thought 1% was.
Well, because I've had my superiors chirp me for like someone instructed me to use like some parts 2% and other parts like white vinegar, and then they got pissed off at me.
What the fuck are you guys doing up there?
Don't ask. Do not ask me. That is exactly what they fucking asked me, and I'm just sitting there going, "I'm doing what I was fucking instructed." Like, what do you want?
There being like,
That's how you make
up there
cottage
being
cheese,
like,
just for the record.
you're just up there like, hey, I want pancakes. Okay, get me some vinegar, some baking soda, and
Amelia knows what I'm talking about because she literally just wrote it in the comments what I just said. And yes, Waylon,
No, that's not real buttermilk. That's the fake version of what they call buttermilk. Real buttermilk is the liquid that comes off making butter.
Welcome
It's
to
sort of like
pancake.
Yeah.
Pancake debate.
It's sort of like restaurants will serve, green stuff and call it key lime pie, and it's almost never really key lime pie. Key lime pie is white.
I read the label, so don't take it up with me. Take it up with
the corporate.
I don't
Take
even
it up
know
with
what the
corporate.
fuck brand is. I don't even
Call
know
your
what-
congressman.
Labels lie.
Anyway,
Okay,
back to the
all right, all right.
I could do an entire.
Don't deny
I could do an
No
entire.
more
thing
about
on how
pancake.
labels
She didn't
lie.
get the right ones anyway.
Okay, listen,
Yeah,
guys.
Seriously, we need to be talking about orange juice. This movie is called Pulp Fiction.
Yes, there you go.
God, this is going to be the clipped part of it, isn't it?
The real
Probably.
OJ, man. The real OJ. Oh man.
Jesus, you and the fucking OJ.
Dude, listen, OJ, before he got arrested, he fucking asked for a glass of OJ. It's crazy. Like that is probably one of the most
I wanna
gangster
drink
things
Why
my
ever.
wouldn't he?
So crazy. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the panel and on the chat, I have some very, very, very important news for you.
Whose motorcycle is this?
It's a chopper, baby.
Whose chopper is this?
Zed's.
Who's Zed?
Zed's dead, baby. Zed's dead.
Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, Zed's dead. There we
But
go.
Zed probably isn't dead yet. He's being tortured at that moment. But-
Oh, don't worry, he's dead. He's probably dead soon. Very, very soon. Well, he might die from blood loss before the hard pipe head and N-words, come and take care of him. You might actually, because he did get his dick shot off.
Yeah. There's
Yeah,
actually
that
a
is
really
true.
good chance he died of blood loss, actually. Yeah.
100%, dude. That's what I was thinking too. Yeah. We are at the Bonnie situation, ladies and gentlemen. We're actually almost done with the movie, actually. Yeah. So the Bonnie situation, we have I guess Jerry Seinfeld over here hiding in the toilet while he does
What's
look like
with
Jerry
these
Seinfeld.
bullets? Why don't these bullets hit them?
And so, of course, he comes out and misses every single shot, man, because it is divine intervention, man. That's what
Divine
it is.
It's not divine
What's the
intervention. It's
deal
me
with
playing
that?
fucking Call of Duty.
Well, this is traditional American spray and pray. It just didn't work for him.
Spray and pray.
The guy prays a lot harder. That's what it's called. When you just fire aimlessly, it's called spray and pray.
We'll just trust you on that.
Dark Hour, just random question. Do you know what movie we're doing for Halloween?
I mean, I don't remember.
Do you remember, like, off the top of your head?
Well, it's only because it's so close. The actual date of the anniversary for it happened to land really close to Halloween. We're doing Terminator, but the rest of the movies around that time are all ghost films. It just Terminator happened to land.
Ghost stuff, yeah.
Terminator just happened to have its 40th anniversary on the 26th this year.
Yeah, because Madcap Mako was asking in the chat if we're covering any horror movies, and
we have several. It's just that I guess technically that is a horror movie, even though it's more.
Of Terminator is a horror movie. The first one is a straight up horror movie.
Yeah, it's just but the rest of the movies around that time are all ghosts. That's the theme this year.
Yeah, ghost related. Yeah, we're trying.
I just want to announce right now, I will watch any channel that does Monster Squad on Halloween. I've been saying this for like 3 years now.
Yeah,
no
Monster
one's done
Squad
it.
Monster Squad is a cool movie. I like Monster Squad. Yeah. So this is probably one of the most iconic stills of the movie. It's been in so many posters of Pulp Fiction. Every time you Google Pulp Fiction, most of the time you either find Mia Wallace or this shot over here. And of course, it is divine intervention. And so they decide to leave. And of course, they've taken Marvin with them. So what they're talking about now is Jules, who's trying to, of course, seeing this as divine intervention. He thinks it's time for him to quit. And Vincent Vega isn't really happy about that. But something else happens, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder what it is.
From here on in, you can consider my ass retired.
Jesus Christ.
Don't blaspheme.
God damn it.
I said don't do that.
Marvin, what do you make of all this?
Man, I don't even have an opinion.
I mean, do you think that God came down from heaven and stopped?
Oh, what the fuck's happening? Oh,
man.
shit, man.
Oh man, I shot Marvin in the face.
Why the fuck you do that?
Well, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident. He went over a bump or
Hey,
something.
the car ain't hit no motherfucking bump.
Hey, look, man, I didn't mean to shoot the son of a bitch. The gun went off. I don't know why.
That could be a commercial for gun safety, might I add. That whole sequence could.
Dude, why the fuck would you do that? It's like, I don't know.
That's Phil Lamar, by the way. That's who that is.
Yep, sure is.
Yeah, Samurai
Hermes
Jack
from
really
Futurama,
can't defend
Samurai
himself
Jack,
all
one
that
of the most
well.
prolific voice actors of all time.
Yeah, Phil Lamar, man. He didn't. I think this was pre him being in Mad TV, so he hadn't really. He was just doing mostly voice stuff.
Yeah,
He
this
wasn't really on.
this was pre Mad TV, pre
Yeah.
Static Shock, Samurai
Yeah.
Jack, whatever.
So
you
yeah,
call it.
he hadn't really taken off yet. So
One thing's for sure, Quentin Tarantino really hates people named Marvin.
that is such a good
Yeah.
one. Can you imagine driving behind the car? Like what? Like what was that? Holy
You
shit!
Well, that's what makes
like tomatoes
that's what makes
exploded.
that's what makes Jules' line. Cops tend to notice shit like this a hell of a lot funnier.
Dude, it's such a great scene. It's like it's not even the I shot Marvin in the face. It's Jules' reaction after it. It's like what the fuck you do
Well,
that for?
it's the calmness of Vincent, not like just being like no selling the fact he just blew a dude's head off in the back, and the whole thing is fantastic.
And
Do
apparently
we
it was
see the back of the car again?
I don't think we have the. Do we have a still of the back of the car? I don't think so.
No, I don't think I have one. No,
No, we don't have a still of the back of the car.
There's nothing about the back windshield ever getting damaged. Like he
Yeah,
blew his
that's a
head
good-
off,
like-
but he blew his head off, but didn't do any damage to the windshield.
We'll just
Yeah, but I
assume
mean-
that the bullet was
rear windshield.
redirected.
I was gonna say, isn't like I hear this a lot whenever people like say debunk JFK conspiracy theories, like, oh, his head jerked backward, doesn't that mean he shoots in front? It's just like, no, when a bullet hits something, it actually like pulls it, the gravity like pulls itself towards where the bullet came from to begin with. Hence why all
It was
that bloodshot.
really close, and look at the size of the gun he's holding.
It was, yeah, for sure. To be honest, I never paid attention to that, but what Dark Hour said about how calm Vince was during that, apparently it was Travolta's idea to just say it so nonchalantly, like he just shot another guy as per his job. And apparently Tarantino actually wanted both of them to equally freak out, but no, Travolta was right in just showing how laid back and unassuming.
Well, that's the
Vega
thing
was
is
at his job.
what Leonard just said here. It's like they're both cold-blooded, but they have completely opposite reactions. So what you're saying doesn't apply to this. One of them is the calm, cool, like, oh shit, this guy's fucking dead, and the other one's
know, but you think
legitimately
that-
assessing the situation, going, "We're fucked if we don't get out of this situation."
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but you think that
he's not
you think
freaking
that
out about the
Tarantino-
death. He's freaking out about the repercussions of the death, which is
Yeah.
two different things.
I just assumed that John Travolta was high.
Well, he probably
Actually,
was.
somebody
too.
said it. Where was it?
Might be. Yeah, it was Waylon that said it.
I'll
You
give
know,
that.
Oh
they
yeah.
originally had Marvin's head exploding in the movie, but they edited it out so it could get an NC-17 rating as opposed to an R.
You mean vice versa?
Yes, that's what I meant.
I was going to
I'm
say.
from
I
the
was-
UK. I have no knowledge of your American rating system. What are
Yeah,
you talking
we don't
about?
understand the American rating system.
Apparently,
Jaws is PG, guys. Jaws is PG.
Believe it or not, the video game rating system is actually a tighter rating system when it comes to games. They actually have like their standards are way more consistent. The MPAAs they have really inconsistent standards. Some movies that should get a PG-13 get rated R because of one tiny little detail. It's insane. Some of the stuff that that
If you
filmmakers
if you haven't seen this film not yet rated, you should.
I
Anyone
think
who
that's
hasn't.
I think that's the only version I own, actually.
Me too.
No. There's a movie called This Film Not Yet Rated, which is about the film rating system.
Oh, that one. Okay, I thought you meant the unrated version of Pulp Fiction.
No. There's a movie about the U.S. film rating system and how ridiculous it is, and it's great.
that is quite a poster. Wow, very clever too.
Tyler's
Yeah,
out
I
here
like
getting
it.
ideas. It's like I have a thumbnail idea now.
Hey man,
Not for you, I don't.
Cool.
Not well now.
So, of course, ladies and gentlemen, Jules and Vincent are tasting some gourmet shit, I may add. And we get introduced to Jimmy. Jimmy, of course, who just decides to say the N word with the hard R twice in his first two lines. Because, hey, man, this Quentin Tarantino writing a role for himself, man. He's a cool motherfucker.
You're allowed one. If I recall correctly, you're allowed one F-bomb and it not to be R-rated. If I recall the actual.
Yeah, it's one F-bomb for PG-13. Yeah.
Yeah.
One F-bomb, I think it's a shit too. You can say shit. Go ahead.
Shit is basically like they don't even care about it anymore. That once they pulled back on that, and then it was to the minute South Park released an episode where they said shit like a record number of times. It was like they waited until it was the exact time, and they were like, it goes in effect at this moment, and then in the episode they started dropping it. It was great.
What do you want to say, Z?
This episode, sorry, this movie has the F-bomb in it. I think it's 265 times.
Jesus, man, that's
How
a
many
lot.
N-words?
Brand.
Which is a lot of fucks.
Yeah, how many N-words? Probably like 300.
No, not that many, but more than most.
I'd say no. Yeah, probably less than Django. That's for sure. And of course, there he is, Marcellus Wallace, looking like a cool motherfucker again, saying that he's gonna handle the situation. And of course, shit, something gross.
Brother.
That's all you had to say. I don't know if
Ninja.
I can say it on YouTube, dude.
Just say ninja instead. It's fine.
Yeah, shit, Ninja. That's all you had to say. Of course, he's sending in the Wolf, ladies and gentlemen. So, the Wolf, Harvey Keitel, From Dusk Till Dawn was after this, right? Yeah,
Yes.
2 years after this. I think 1996. I think Dusk Till Dawn is. I'm not too sure.
Keitel was so he did obviously Reservoir Dogs, then this, then he did.
Yeah, From Dusk Till Dawn is 1996. Yeah.
Yeah.
He produced. Didn't he produce both these? I know he produced Reservoir Dogs. I think he produced this as well.
I don't know. I only saw Danny DeVito and then the usual other names. I didn't see Harvey Keitel as a
Okay,
producer.
maybe he didn't produce this one. He definitely did Reservoir Dogs.
DeVito's studio is Jersey Film, so you see at the beginning of the film. But I always thought he was just an executive producer because, like, it's weird how many movies DeVito's produced. Because, like, he did this, he did Gattaca. I'm trying to think of what else.
Gattaca is a pretty cool movie. I like Gattaca. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And of course,
I
9 minutes.
love that they specify to the second. Like you don't see any other time cards at all throughout the movie. Just like the square thing. The only time you see a time card, 9 minutes and 37 seconds later. It's just a fun visual gag.
Yeah, because
and the way he says it, he's like, "That's 2 hours away." I'll be or something like that for the exact amount.
Yeah,
of time
he's 30 minutes away. I'll be there in 10 minutes. 9 minutes and 37 seconds later. Like,
well, it's to show you how efficient the Wolf is. Time is of the essence, and he knows how to make time count when it.
Oh man, holy shit! Keitel was like super active at this point. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 movies in '93 alone, 4 in '94, 3 in '92, 5 in '95, and then 2 in '96. He was very active at this point.
Yeah, he was making his money, dude. Nice. Well, hey, I like Harvey Keitel. I think he's even today, I feel like he's really underrated because not a lot of people talk about Harvey Keitel. I don't know why. Has he made anything recently?
He's been out of the game for a while. That's why
he was in that really shitty National Treasure reboot.
He was.
Wait, what?
On Disney Plus.
No.
They kill him off.
I mean,
in the
really,
first
like
episode.
the last movie that he did of note was The Irishman. So you're talking 5 years ago. So he's been out of like the loop of good films for a while.
I was gonna say before that he's done a couple Wes Anderson movies like Moonrise, and I think he was in Isle of Dogs.
He was in Isle of Dogs.
Yeah, he was.
Oh,
Yeah,
and wait, he was in
National Treasure.
Budapest. I don't remember
Yeah,
him.
apparently. Yeah,
I don't remember him being in Budapest. Oh,
yeah, Grand Budapest Hotel. Yeah, he's right there. Yeah, but yeah, so he's slowed down his career. That's basically what it is. So you're never gonna. once you get to a point where you haven't been in anything notable for 5 years, people aren't really going to talk about you that much until like he inevitably dies. Then people will talk about him a lot.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, so he was reprising his FBI role in the National Treasure reboot. Man, that kind of sucks.
He was in Dude, he was in Ridiculous 6. There are worse projects to be
That's
in.
true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Harvey Keitel. Yeah, he hasn't won. I don't think he's won any Oscars. I don't even think he's ever been nominated. Actually,
Not that I know.
I still have his page open. Let me take a look.
I think it's a shame, man. I think.
No, he was nominated for Best Supporting Actor for Bugsy.
That's it. One.
That's the first one I saw. Hold on, I'm still going.
Yeah.
No.
Oh yeah,
he's only been like nominated for like the Saturn Awards and stuff, like smaller, like the second tier and third tier awards.
No man.
Saturn Awards are kind of like low second, high
third
tier.
So of course the wolf is here, ladies and gentlemen, and he's here to clean up the mess. So he checks the car. He makes sure that they have everything that they need. And they're going to start cleaning soon, right after he has his coffee. And just to show you guys kind of what the wolf means when he means business and kind of just his character as a whole, I chose this little clip right here.
Boys, get to work.
Please would be nice.
Come again?
I said a please would be nice.
I'm not here to say please. I'm here to tell you what to do. And if self-preservation is an instinct you possess, you better fucking do it and do it quick. If I'm curt with you, it's because time is a factor. I think fast, I talk fast, and I need you guys to act fast if you want to get out of this. So, pretty please, with sugar on top, clean the fucking car.
I think that was the biggest laugh my grandma got out of the whole movie was pretty please with sugar on top, clean the fucking car, and she lost it in that delivery.
Yeah, it kind of just encapsulates its character as a whole.
Since it's Keitel on the screen, I think this is a good time to call an end to the poll. It was a rout, by the way, for Pulp Fiction, 76%. So nice. We will 55 votes. So yeah, it's Pulp Fiction is by far the more liked film.
Yeah, I like it. I agree with the poll, man. I agree with it. And now, of course,
it would make sense around this point.
Was the question whether or not people liked it better or whether or not it was the better film?
Well, the better film, but that means that the people are going to vote for more often than not vote for the one they like better anyway. So
that's true. And of course, Jimmy is talking to the wolf. Of course, it's not the wolf. Winston, please call him Winston. Of course. So he's telling him that this is some very, very. I think is it linen that he's talking about, or
yeah, it's the it's their good linens from their wedding. The aunt
from their
gave
wedding
it to them.
It's like Uncle Marcellus Wallace will take care of you, man. So he's gonna give you all the linen you need. Are you an oak man? Yeah, you like some oak? Here, have some more money.
Tarantino, honestly, I think he's underrated as an actor as well. I know he's only ever really in his own shit, but like I really like his delivery and just about every line he says on screen. He's so nervous. Like, oak is nice. Like it's a little moment.
Dude, I think
it's very natural.
In terms of Tarantino cameos, I genuinely think that this is my favorite one. Like, to me, his other cameos are good, but not as good as Jimmy. I just think that he sells the role so well as Jimmy. And of course, it was a hard poll question. They're both mass free. Yeah, Pulp Fiction is great, man. Pulp Fiction has so much rewatch value.
I would argue that Pulp Fiction takes everything that Reservoir Dogs does and just makes it better. It perfects what they were trying to do. If not for Reservoir Dogs, you wouldn't have Pulp Fiction because there was a lot of what was going on that was I wouldn't say recycled, but refined for Pulp Fiction.
Yep. So, of course, they're cleaning the car, and Jules is kind of mad at Vincent because, hey, man, Vincent is complaining like a motherfucker, saying that he's going to get mad. But I guess, Jules has a better reason to get mad because it's because
I'm a mushroom cloud laying motherfucker.
Yep.
There's some fucked up repugnant shit.
Yeah. And plus the worst part is that he has like pieces of like chunks of brain in this Jerry curl as well. It's so horrible. And they end up. I love just before they get sprayed. What does Harvey Keitel say? It's like
You go. You boys have been to prison before.
Yes, you guys been to county before. Wash it up.
Yeah, count. Yeah.
It's so good. And then, of course, gives them the clothes, and this is where
You
you
guys
kinda
look like
understand-
dorks.
Yeah, they look like dorks.
You're close, motherfucker.
Your clothes, motherfucker.
And this is kind of where you understand where, of course, everything is just coming together at the beginning of the movie of why they're dressed like this during their first meeting with oh shit. I had clicked something on my computer, everything disappeared. Right? My bad.
The first meeting with Marcellus.
Yeah, with Marcellus. Yeah, and of course, I forget her name.
Willis.
The actress or the character?
The character.
Raquel.
Raquel? Yeah, that was Raquel.
This is my girl Raquel.
Say bye, Raquel. Bye, Raquel. Like,
Yeah, 'cause I know it's Monster Joe's Truck and Tow. That's the name of the place. So yeah, she takes care of the. Is someone like breathing in their mic or something?
I was literally about to ask who that was.
Someone just stopped breathing all of a sudden. Please don't die on.
Oh, you know, I think I have a fan on. I think I got too.
It might
close
be
to
the fan.
That
Sometimes
might be my
fans will pick up. Yeah.
Maybe. I'm not sure. Don't die of heat too. Like you know.
And don't worry, we're almost at the end of the movie.
Yeah,
it's
that's
only
true.
85 degrees. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Now, of course, it is breakfast time, ladies and gentlemen. So, one woman who doesn't get pancakes is another man who gets his pancakes in the morning.
Those are
There
some
you
good buttermilk pancakes right there. Bacon's
Mhm.
good.
Yeah,
Pork
bacon's
chops are
good.
Good.
Listen, man, I just don't dig on swine, dude. That's how it is, man. Pig's a filthy animal. I just love the pig and dog.
Good. I bet. You know how many times I've had this exact conversation with people? Like,
You see that's like the good aspect of Tarantino. It's these weird mundane conversations that you genuinely have with a friend randomly while you guys are having dinner or something, and he manages to make it so compelling. Yeah, heavy breathing.
I once heard someone make the argument that what Tarantino does is what M. Night Shyamalan tries to do.
Yeah, but it
That's
comes
way to
off
put it.
as so weird. It comes off
Yeah.
as robotic. Yeah.
yeah, I feel like Shyamalan doesn't really. I feel like he didn't live a normal life. So what's normal interactions for him are extremely weird to everybody else. Whereas Tarantino definitely lived like a way more
A
down to
normal
earth
life.
life.
Yeah. So, of course, we circle back to the beginning of the film. I love you, pumpkin, and I love you, honey bunny. And they start to take over the restaurant. Now, Vincent is taking a fat shit. Well, he's trying to, at least, you know.
I like to think in my head canon, he's been trying to take the same shit the whole movie. That's my
Maybe.
head canon.
You think he probably finally took a shit when he died? Like that was he finally
Yeah, that
managed
was when he finally. That
Yeah.
would have been great if at the very end when he's just sloping you to hear. It would have been great.
Perfect
So,
time for the shit hit the fan.
At this point, I want to know if any of you guys are familiar with this story because the moment it broke, this is 11 years ago. I've never forgotten it.
Oh, did you just share something? Hold on.
Yeah.
Here, I'll add it to the stage. Can you just center it a little bit better?
Censor it. I'm not sure what you mean.
There we go. Like that. Yeah, that's fine. That way we can actually
So
see it. It was
I
a
to
little
this day
zoomed in.
don't know. I guess I should fact check whether this story is true or not. But man stops robbery from quoting Pulp Fiction, and like he was in like
I remember reading. I did read this actually. Yeah. I
Yeah.
read this.
Yeah, dude was in like a Dollar General or a gas station or something, and someone came in to rob it, and he had a bad motherfucker wallet, and he just used he used the Sam Jackson's quote from Pulp Fiction to stop the robbery.
Dude, that's actually really fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
So
No, heroin makes you constipated.
heroin, yeah.
So I am now headcanoning going forward that he's been trying to take the same shit the whole movie.
From the time he shot up at the start.
Exactly. Yep. And of course, they want to rob the bad motherfucker, but he is a bad motherfucker for a reason, man. So of course, they ask him what's in the briefcase. He shows them. He says his boss's dirty laundry, which, hey, man, that could tell you something about what it is. You know, your boss's dirty laundry, something he wants taken care of. I don't know. And he says it's beautiful, and that's probably the only description of what we have, like actual description of someone saying it's just like it's beautiful. And that's the only thing that we know of what's inside the briefcase. And now
it's Selma Hayek confirmed.
Maybe, yeah, man.
Briefcase.
It's 3D scans of Salma Hayek's feet. Probably that. Quentin Tarantino takes it home every night, dude.
He does like to put little like Easter eggs for future projects and stuff in his stuff. So there's a possibility.
Of course, I do have the clip of fuck around and find out, ladies and gentlemen.
Tell that bitch to be cool. Say, bitch, be cool.
Be cool, honey.
Say, bitch, be cool. Kill that fucking bitch out. We're not gonna do anything stupid, are we?
Don't you hurt him.
We're all gonna be like 3 little Fonzies here. And what's Fonzie like? Come on, Yolanda, what's Fonzie like?
Cool.
What?
Cool.
Correctamundo.
Correctamundo, dude. Yeah.
You said, Leon, you watched it with subtitles. Does it actually say like words for what she's saying, or does it just say? I could never to this day understand a damn word she's saying. It's like Tasmanian devil.
It told her, it gave her lines, and then it would occasionally do be like unintelligible British or something like that. Like
unintelligible British, not even English, British.
So now, of course, Jules is he's kind of reflecting on the miracle that he had and saying that what's it called? Like this is his moment of righteousness, just as Vincent Vega finishes taking his supposed shit. And,
he just gave up. That's it. He didn't actually take the shit. He
it was just he gave up. He's like, the book isn't interesting. I gotta go back. And of course, he walks in and he almost fucks up the situation just by being there. But of course, Sam Jackson gives him the bad motherfucker wallet and takes out anyone. Yeah, I don't think so. I agree with you, Amelia.
I feel like everyone knows Fonzie, even if you're young, because he's been parodied so much.
That's true, on top of that, at this point, it's funny because Henry Winkler has been associated with so many weird characters that he played in like Adam Sandler movies that he's almost lost the cool factor of Fonz. He's now like looked at as a like really
Adam
lame,
Sandler.
like,
One of Adam Sandler's friends.
Yeah.
So of course, he gets the 1,500 from Jules's wallet, and I do love Vincent's quote. He's like, "If you give this numbskull like 1,500, I'll shoot him off on principle."
Purely on principle.
And of course, he gives him the last great speech of the film.
You read the Bible, Ringo? Ezekiel 25:17. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the inequities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. Maybe it means you're the evil man, and I'm the righteous man. And Mr. 9mm here, he's the shepherd protecting my righteous ass in the valley of darkness. The truth is, you're the weak. And I'm the tyranny of evil men. I'm trying real hard to be the shepherd.
Dude.
That scene, even cut like that, the way you like gives me chills. I'm trying, Ringo. I'm trying real hard to be the shepherd. Like the intensity there is unparalleled.
Yep.
So as a person who's been around that kind of stuff, not shooting, but stare down. Though I was held a shotgun point once. That's a great story. But the people who's been around a lot of stare downs, especially for fights, you can often tell who's winning the stare down. It's very subtle sometimes, and if you're not used to what you're looking for in the moment, but this is a great example of that. You have the person who wants to be perceived as the killer, though. I'll take your life, I want money. And then the guy who's a legitimate killer stares him down and like wins the entire mental fight. And this is a great example of that.
Yeah. I mean, he's more like an archangel. Yeah, Archangel Michael in the flesh right here, defending God, man. The kingdom of God. I love it. I think it's a great, like, nice small monologue to kind of finish the movie in a nice bow, and it just connects everything back to the beginning, because one of the first things that we saw in the film was this monologue, and see how changed it is now with how changed Jules has become as a person. I just think it's like the little cherry on top. I do appreciate it. Now, of course, Honey Bunny and Pumpkin, they leave because, well, they're allowed to leave, and Jules and Vincent tuck in their guns and they leave too. And it was written and directed by Quentin Tarantino, ladies and gentlemen. That was Pulp Fiction.
Well, Roger Avery wrote a little bit of it too, but
Yeah, but we don't talk about Roger Avery.
unfortunately, yeah.
That's true. And here, a little behind the scenes, Dark Hour. Could you tell me what is in Bruce Willis's right hand, please?
The fucking Pepsi. This shit balls fucking. Hate Pepsi. Hate that fucking company. You should hate them too for what they did to the Back to the Future bottles. That's what.
Yeah, dude. Bruce Willis endorsing Pepsi, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. And there's the diner scene. Well, let me put this on the full screen layout. Yeah, there you go. Then, of course, I do have just 2 more behind the scenes slides. There you go. More diner, and then on the right is probably one of the coolest. Dude, Bruce Willis looks so fucking good with a beard, man. You never see that dude with a beard.
I wonder what he was growing it out for, because that's a very specifically trimmed cut beard right there for the.
Wasn't it for? He has a movie where he has a beard and glasses.
Black Hawk Down?
I think it's Black Hawk Down. Yeah, no, Hudson Hawk. No,
yeah, right, Hudson Hawk.
Yeah, Hudson
did he have a beard in Hudson Hawk? I don't.
No,
remember.
he didn't.
I don't know.
I've seen that. I haven't seen that movie in about 25, 30 years. So.
No one has.
Was it The Last Boy Scout? No, it wasn't The Last Boy Scout.
No,
I've
he
never seen The
was.
Last Boy Scout, so
I forget, man.
Huh.
But there is a movie that he made around that time where he had a beard. I remember. I've seen Bruce Willis with a beard in a movie. That's for sure. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was Pulp Fiction. That was it. Boom. All right. Well, wait, Dark Hour, could you take over for a sec? I need to go do something.
Sure. Yeah. We'll go around the horn. I'm going to start with Leon because I know he's got to go. So your closing final thoughts, and then we'll let you plug your shit a little earlier than everybody else, so you can get out of here.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I've got.
No, it's fine. No, you. Yeah, it's good. Go ahead.
But yeah, for those that first of all, yeah, for those hot by S Nation, but yeah, no, this movie is. I've got it's very very hard for me to rank a film 10 out of 10. I can count maybe 5 period, like 5 movies that ever I consider 10 out of 10, and this is one of them. It is without a doubt my favorite Tarantino film. I think it's his best film. I love all of his work. There's not, in my opinion, there's no such thing as a bad Tarantino film. There's just with the exception of Kill Bill 2, which is just like an okay Tarantino film. If your worst film is Kill Bill Volume 2, like you're doing something right. But all in all, brilliant movie. Watching it for, again, God knows how many at a time, but doing it this specific viewing was really special because, again, got to do it with my grandmother, and she had never seen it, and re-experiencing a movie for the first time vicariously through someone else is always an amazing experience. So I'm really glad she enjoyed it. I'm stoked to my first appearance on your show to be talking about this movie. I can't wait for what's coming down the pipeline next time I'll be on. I don't know if I can say it or not yet, but that's going to be a lot of fun as well. So,
well, you could say you're talking about the debate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not secret. The trivia we keep secret. The debate we're
okay. Gotcha. Yeah. I'll be back on here on September against Cannoli Sasquatch. We'll be doing Mario vs Sonic, and that's going to be a lot of fun. But for a first outing on Dark Hour's channel, this was. I'm so happy they got to come in and do Pulp Fiction. Got to hear so many great opinions, learn a bunch of new facts. Z for Sake, on my reviewer Wolf. All you guys,
we're calling her Sake from now on.
Yeah, Sake is what you are to me from now on. You're Sake, and just a great collection of folks. Great chat, a lot of cool, interesting info from the chat as well. All in all, brilliant stream for a brilliant movie. So thank you so much for having me on. Can't wait to come back. And then if you guys are interested in pop culture with a political
hold on that thought, because you have to
dude.
your
your shit.
There we
Yeah,
go. Okay,
dude.
now you
Plug your
can.
shit,
Yeah,
my
you
man.
can.
And if you guys are interested in pop culture with a political tinge to it, and not right wing or left wing, very much a libertarian anarchist sort of point of view, where I just break down whatever side I think is correct at the time, then by all means you can come on over to the Words of Paradise. I've got some hot takes, got some spicy takes. Talked about the Gladiator trailer yesterday. I think people throwing a fit about hip hop music in a trailer is fucking retarded, but that's just me. So yeah, hop on over, and then I do my live show. I do a Friday night show and then a Monday show, so it's a lot of fun. All in all,
He's got the bird too. The bird is always involved.
And yeah, step up, Hondo. We got the mascot Hondo here, who is just he's an absolute sweetheart. So if you like birds, if you like the avian variety, then yeah, come just for him. I'm not even really a person. I'm just a puppet for his machinations. Really, he's the one that runs the show. I'm made of wood. So yeah, no, thank you so much for having me on, and I will hopefully see a lot of you guys in the chat on SNH tonight.
Speaking about politics, you guys have a lot to talk about with the breaking news that just popped in, man. Don't know if you guys saw.
Well, I've been on here for 4 hours. What just happened?
Oh, Trump, the assassination attempt, dude. He got shot in the ear at a rally like 10 minutes ago.
Wow, really?
What?
I think Melvin had sent me that actually. I was like, I'll read this later. But,
yeah, breaking news, man.
We're not gonna go that route though.
Pulp yeah, don't worry. We're almost done anyways. We're in the
yep, I will definitely be checking that out. But dude, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Dude, it's our pleasure, man. It's great to have you on. It'll be great to have you on again, man.
And you will be on. And once you're in the guest book, it's hard to get knocked out of the guest book here. So
yeah. All right.
Catch you later, brother.
Well, take care,
man.
man.
You guys have a good rest of your night.
See you, dude.
See ya.
Hey, that motherfucker's gone.
Yeah. Never liked him.
I love him. So the thing I like about him the most is that he's very true to himself. Like if he likes something, he doesn't change. He doesn't falter his opinions because of everything. So that's what I like about him. But who should we go with next? Let's go with Z because he kind of slid in right below me where I love Z to be.
Oh, lovely. This is one of Tarantino's top tier films and one of my 3 favorites of his, with Kill Bill and Django being the other 2. I could watch this 100 times and never get bored with it. And I think somebody mentioned it at the start of the stream, is every time you rewatch it, there's something else that you missed.
Yep. Totally agree, man. Totally. I mean, I didn't even see the pregnant aspect until you told me about it. I didn't see Steve Buscemi until today. So yeah.
But yeah, I can recommend this film to anyone. If you haven't seen it, go and see it. If you have seen it, go watch it again. You freaks.
And don't skip the GIMP part, okay?
Yeah, never skip the GIMP. And that's a weird transition. But Tyler, what are your final thoughts on the movie?
Jesus, you had to get me started on that one. Oh my god. Well, usually whenever I talk about a movie, whenever I'm on a stream or doing my own stuff, I usually like to talk about the visual aspects, the way it's presented. It's rare that I ever talk about a movie where I focus on the writing and the layers that are really underneath this one. And yeah, no matter how many times you watch this movie, there's always something that just sticks out that you never really witnessed before. When I saw it in theaters, that happened to me the most, especially with Samuel L. Jackson. I think Jules might be one of, if not the best characters he's ever portrayed. There's a reason that he got his one solo Oscar nomination just for this one role. And it's debatable whether or not he lost for the right reasons. I love Ed Wood. I wouldn't have given it to Martin Landau for that, but it's really something because like all the performances are perfectly cast. The direction is so spot on. Yes, it does have a lot of elements from Reservoir Dogs that are more refined, and that is a good way of putting it.
Probably should have at least given one trigger warning.
It's funny you should mention that of all the 20-somethings that I saw this movie with, none of them freaked out about all the shit that could never be made today. If anything, they kind of awkwardly giggled and chuckled at the fact that this is basically a time capsule. And that's the best way of describing a Pulp Fiction. It really is a time capsule to what filmmaking used to be back in the 90s, where almost anything you said goes.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with the time capsule aspect. I think it's very 90s. It's very just it's genuine to itself, you know, and it's very genuine to Tarantino as well. That's what people I think really appreciate about Pulp Fiction, and it adds to
Yeah.
its aging as well, you know.
Yeah, because to be honest, like I'd rather watch Django, Hateful Eight, or Once Upon a Time in Hollywood over Pulp Fiction, just based
Mhm.
on entertainment value. And there are certain characters and performances that I like higher than that. But at the same time, I can't deny the fact that this is easily the best script he's ever written because everything is so perfectly woven together. There's hardly anything like it.
Mm-hmm.
Comments sake. What was your final take?
Sake.
Comment sake.
I mean, really, if we're going for alcohol, I really need to go into the whiskey category here.
Yeah, but it's sake. It's right there. We do have a super chat that we're going to debate really quickly in a minute. We did not forget about it, but I wanted to get the final thoughts first before we do this little super chat. But yeah,
so I always do have this. Every time I watch it, I do have this constant, Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs in my head, and like you said, I think that Pulp Fiction perfects a lot of things, but I always kind of go back to the Reservoir Dogs was the original, and that without it, Pulp Fiction wouldn't exist. There are a lot of. I love the fact that you can watch it multiple times, like I said at the beginning, and see new things. But I've realized over the course of the stream that what I love even more is the fact that you can talk about it with other people. And even if different people saw different things, it's not like modern television. If I don't like a show or I don't see a certain thing in a show and someone else does, it's like a war. Like you are never friends again. Whereas
that's more of that's more modern culture than the films themselves.
But it's
I was gonna say
part of it is that, but part of it is also that there's more politics and less art. And this is not political, and it's very artistic. And part of art, which is what movies should be, part of art is being able to look at it from different ways and discuss different aspects of it and see new things in it. I'm a great fan of. I don't like real basic art. I like kind of surrealistic art, in part because you can look at it on different days and see different things and get different things out of it. You can talk about it with different people and get different things out of it. And I think I see Pulp Fiction as kind of a surrealistic art movie in that same way. And I also realized I think this might be the first time I've watched it with people, which means it's the first time I've actually gotten to talk about it with people. So that's been great. And just my last little bit, we were talking earlier about Tarantino cameos, and I was flipping through his filmography. Did you know that he was in an episode of The Golden Girls?
Yes, I did know that.
I've heard of it. Apparently, he was like an Elvis impersonator or something.
Did not know that, and I am going to look it up as soon as we are done this.
Well, Dark Hour taught me that Tarantino directed an episode of CSI.
CSI, yeah, it was 2 episodes. It was the ones where Nick is buried alive, and I forgot to mention that on the Kill Bill stream because which we were talking about the buried alive sequence. I completely forgot to mention it.
Yep.
Yeah, I knew that one. But the Golden Girls just does not seem like a very Tarantino thing, so I'm very intrigued.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to check it out. I haven't seen it.
You know
George
what?
Clooney was in an episode of Golden Girls too.
That's actually one of my favorite Golden Girl episodes, to be honest. No, I'm being totally serious.
Hilarious. It gets funnier as years go on, to be honest.
It does, yeah.
I've never seen the Golden Girls.
You're missing out, man. Pure, like, really good 80s insult comedy.
Ooh, then I'll watch it. That's
It's
for
got
sure.
Betty White. That's all you need to know. It had Betty White.
Ooh.
They were all good. I
But I'm
mean,
just saying, you don't need to go any further. You just to convince somebody, just go Betty White. That's it. That's all you gotta do.
Well,
Yeah.
except that Sophia was what Betty White became.
Estelle Getty.
All right.
But so yeah, I guess uninspired. I guess your final thoughts.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to repeat what everyone said. I just agree with everyone.
Kind of where
like,
it's kind of where we
yeah,
end up.
yeah,
on this
because
review.
since we both go last, man, so I guess we should do a Wayland super chat, man, so that at least
Yes,
we can,
let's do that.
yeah.
So I'll pull it up for $1.99 American real money, people.
Real
And that
inflated
is,
money.
real and all money is inflated right now. Best Sam Jackson character written by Tarantino. So let's list them off first. So we
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, go on Wikipedia and pull up the Sam Jackson.
I'm gonna pull them all up because that. Let's see.
I was gonna say I don't remember what his name was in Jackie Brown, and I really like.
That's the thing is I don't know all of I know some of the characters, but not the names. So I have to.
He doesn't have a name in Inglourious. That's easy to remember.
I'm honestly leaning towards Jackie Brown, but I don't know, man, because I like Hateful Eight. I like the dude that he plays in Hateful Eight.
The thing that
Major
sucks,
Marcus Warren.
Yeah, Marcus Warren.
His filmography is so long; it's sometimes hard to actually find specifics in it.
Just go to the filmography of Tarantino, dude.
I was gonna say you get kind of narrow. See, yeah, because when I saw that super chat, I was debating between Jules or Major Warren.
Yeah, it's easier to go. Yeah, that's a good point. It's easier to go to Tarantino.
Because like Major Warren's an awesome detective for like the second half.
Yeah,
of Blade.
and he's like a really like good instigator as well. I really like Major Warren because the plot moves along because of him at most times.
It doesn't. Yeah, it's Pulp Fiction, Jackie Brown, obviously Kill Bill Volume 2. He has the cameo. Inglourious Bastards,
Yeah,
Django,
he's the piano
and
player.
Yeah, so let me pull up the exact names of each character for the sake of the.
So to me personally, I think I'd have to go with Hateful Eight. I just think his like the marquee character. I think he's fantastic, dude. I really like it.
So yeah, Major Marquee.
Major Marquee, dude. I just think he's great in the film. Sam Jackson is not only great in the film, but the character it's himself in the movie is like really good, and like he makes the movie, and that's in a movie where it's a ton of really well written and good characters as well. So like the fact that he manages to shine through all of them, it's just like to me it's exceptional.
Well, I think he gets like the most to do out of the 8 because. I don't have my poster out because the door's not open yet. But if you look at the poster, he's the biggest. He's literally the biggest character in it. He has both of his guns out, and he's dead center in the poster. Like he is literally front and center.
Yep. And there are even some posters where it's just him, like that. Like some of the main posters were just him.
That's true. Yeah. And I was debating this inside my head because Jules has like the best quotes of any Sam Jackson character, but if we are going based off of performance, then yeah, I probably would go with Major Marcus.
What do you guys think? What are yours?
Well, I'm gonna eliminate Rufus from Kill Bill 2 because I don't think anybody's gonna choose that. It's just a cameo. But go ahead.
How is the question phrased? Is it the character?
It was
or the
best character by Tarantino with Sam Jackson. Not his performance. It's the actual character. So.
Yeah.
Because I think Jules has less time, but I think is more impactful in the time he has.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Like he manages to feel as big a part of the movie, despite the fact that he's on screen less.
Yeah.
I see what you mean by that.
I'm just gonna go with Jules because that's just my favorite of his characters, and whether or not he did it better than his other. I just like the character more, and it's just stuck with me longer through the years. So that's going to be my justification, is that's the one. If you go, hey, Sam Jackson, Tarantino, what's the first thing that comes to mind? The first thing that comes to mind is Jules.
Jules, yeah.
He is the most iconic. There's no doubt about that.
How about you, Z?
This character in Jackie Brown, though.
I was never a huge fan of Jackie Brown. That's like the one Tarantino movie.
I've never been really that au fait with Jackie Brown. I always thought it a bit boring.
Really? Because
Yeah.
I love how it's basically a con man type of heist movie. Like, it's not The Sting or anything like that, but in regards to con artist movies made like past The Sting, it's as close to a great one as we've ever gotten. And in regards to the most memorable thing, I uninspired might agree with this. I love his main quote that he gives to Robert Forster. He just goes, "My ass may be dumb, but I ain't no dumbass."
Yeah, dude, I love Jackie Brown. To me, Jackie Brown is one of like my personal favorite, one of my personal favorite Tarantino movies. Like, it's in my top 3 Tarantino films. Jackie.
It would be in my top 4. Like, I do think it's his most underrated because of Pam Grier, Sam Jackson, and Robert Forster. May he rest in peace.
Yep. Amen.
I consider it kind of mid. It's kind of, in the mid-range for me. But it wasn't about which movie we liked best, and so I was trying really hard to remember just his role separate from the rest of the movie. And I can't do it. So.
That's fair.
What about you, Z?
What about me?
What's your favorite of it? Or what's your
Kill Bill Volume 1, I would have said, is my favorite.
No, your favorite Sam Jackson character.
Oh, Sam Jackson.
Yeah.
Jules is my favorite. I love Jules. I think he's
have,
great.
What, 3 for Jules, 1 for, or 2 for
Marquis? Major Marquis.
So I said Marquis. So.
Okay, so it's 3-2 Jules. That's the answer to the super chat.
Thank you, Waylon.
Z had a little hiccup in his programming there for a second.
I did, yes. Major malfunction. I have lots of holes in my memory.
Yes, he does. He malfunctioned when I did my flawless Michael J. White British accent.
Yes. But yeah, I guess all we have left is for everyone to plug their shit. So I already played the clip once, so
of course, don't worry, man. So, ladies and gentlemen on the panel, it is time to plug your shit. So, I guess we'll do it. Well, common sake, we'll do you first because you are our newcomer, of course. So, let the people know what you're doing, what you're gonna do, or what you have already done.
Well, I don't have a lot in the next week. On the 25th, I will be dropping my next video for unappreciated 90s television.
Nice.
The 26th, we'll be redoing the carnival stream that didn't happen last night. The 27th, I'll be back here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you're getting the rare treatment of being on twice in a row.
Well, only because Cynic also had. I'm the fill-in for illness apparently this weekend.
We just happened to be talking when I found out, so it was like you lucked out on timing for that one.
The 29th, I am on MMM's Unforgiven stream.
Nice.
And I feel like there's one other I'm forgetting, but I don't have my phone with me, and that's where everything's written down. At the moment, the Chinatown is the most recent thing I have up, and I always joke that most of my videos are actually on Rumble because YouTube hates my taste in movies.
Yeah, we have to start putting stuff on Rumble for Two Hoes.
That's easier said than done.
Yeah, Rumble is one of the worst interfaces I've ever dealt with.
Well, it's easy to put stuff on. The issue is that it's a snowball effect. People don't put things on because they don't get views, and they don't get views because nobody puts things on. Yeah. So,
well, it's also the licensing thing. I can't make heads or tails of that shit.
Oh, it's not that hard.
I don't know. The wording, maybe it's just me, but the wording is just so unnecessarily convoluted.
Well, that's true. Yes, that part is definitely true. But yeah, if you go with the YouTube version, it just basically means it functions just like YouTube. Or you can get monetized at higher levels easier if he's promised to only put things on Rumble. So that's pretty.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen.
Just yeah,
They have like
yeah.
one sponsor.
Well,
yes,
thanks for coming on.
Comments sake. Well, thank you for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Tyler
was just waiting.
Tyler, do you have any upcoming streams, or I know that you saw some you have a couple of videos yourself dropping pretty soon, right?
Long legs.
Yes,
Long Legs.
I have just posted a link from my review of Long Legs that I put out yesterday, which is already hands down one of the best movies I've seen all year. And it was such a good movie, such a weird kind of horror movie in that it lingers more than it actually makes you jolt. And if I were to compare it to anything in order to like entice people to see it, and Uninspired, correct me if you disagree, but would you say that it's a cross between Seven and Rosemary's Baby?
I don't know, man. I'd say it's more of a weird supernatural, like Zodiac, but with supernatural elements. That's what I would go for.
Well, that's
See, like, I
you
went
mentioned
with-
Seven. That sold me because I love Seven, so I'm gonna probably check it out.
Well, it can also be with Seven, man. Seven, it's also the same type of yeah. It has the eeriness of Rosemary's Baby, where it's not really jump scare horror. Shit, I did actually jump out of my seat like twice.
There are cheap jumps every now and then,
but yeah, it's pure atmosphere, and it's just like hunting down this weird serial killer, and it has some supernatural elements. Not supernatural elements to the point where it would kind of be off-putting, where it's like, oh no.
yeah, that was one thing I was afraid of going in. I'm just sitting there going, how do you make a serial killer and supernatural go hand in hand? And in my opinion, they did it in a way that I don't think I've ever seen in a movie or show. Like, it felt
Me neither.
so fresh that I can't really give it away.
Yeah,
But
it's nothing unique. Yeah, I think Long Legs is definitely worth the watch if you haven't seen it or are not planning to see it in theaters. I think it's worth your money and worth
I
your time.
would highly recommend people check it out in theaters because, I mean, if nothing else, I was in the dead corner of the theater, so the sound was like right in my face. And this director, even his movies that suck, they have really disorienting sound design.
Oh yeah, like Osgood Perkins. The thing about him is that his scripts has not been very good, but his direction is really good, and his like everything except the script is 10 out of 10. The script can be a bit iffy, but everything else is a pure 10 out of 10.
Yeah, that's true. Because I actually watched all of his movies before seeing Long Legs. I made the mistake of starting off with "I Am the Pretty Thing" that
Ooh,
I
that
can
lives in this house. Yeah,
I can respect for what it was trying to do as an experiment, but I don't think those are things that you should be experimental about, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Like cutting off the story at the very end before like she's about to even start resolving things. I get why you deconstructed that. It's just a bad thing to deconstruct. And Gretel and Hansel, I don't know what they were thinking.
It's so weird, man. Yeah, but at least his best movie, apart from Long Legs, is The Black Coat's Daughter,
which I really liked.
Yeah, I like. I just think the pacing issues kill the movie a bit. That's pretty.
The
much it.
pacing didn't bug me. It was ironically the Shyamalan-ish dialogue sprinkled here and there.
Yes.
No, seriously, like Lucy Boynton repeats half her lines, and I'm just sitting there going, "What are you doing?"
Yep. Yeah, but like Osgood Perkins, good director. Long Legs, I do think it will be his breakout movie. 100% recommend any of you guys to go watch it this weekend or go watch it during the week or next week if you have the chance to. It's worth.
And
your
if you
money.
want Nicolas Cage to scare the shit out of you even more, there's a hotline where that can actually happen.
Oh, I've heard about this. Yeah.
Fuck, I felt myself doing that, and that was a huge mistake.
Man, I like genuinely, when you see Nicolas Cage in the movie, you do not want to call that hot, like legit. You think that you'll have
That's what I like to read. I like to read when there's going to be someone returning to the chat. We like an active chat.
Yeah, but yeah, man. Thank you for coming on, Tyler. Do you have anything else to shout out apart from the Long Legs video?
Pretty soon I'll be putting out some shorts reviewing season 1 or book 1 of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Once I
Oh, that's cool. You're gonna be doing a book review?
No. Like
no,
for whatever reason they call For whatever reason, Avatar calls like each season a
It's
book.
yeah, book
I
one
was
air.
joking. I was
Oh,
joking.
I was like, oh god.
Did you not see me laugh immediately after? I was like, oh, you're
Dude,
doing a book
I
read?
thought it was like a June's. I thought it was like a Vincent Vega stabber in the chest 3 times situation.
No. I was just messing around. I was
Okay, glad I'm not the only one. But yeah, because my Gravity Falls shorts started off so well and people wanted Avatar shorts afterwards, I decided to go ahead with that.
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm planning on making a huge Gravity Falls video. Actually, I've been rewatching it for that specifically, man. I think.
And I
Gravity
have to
Falls-
ask, like, is it that great? Because I liked it,
I
but
like it, man.
I didn't get the massive cult appeal of Gravity Falls.
I love Gravity Falls, dude. I maybe it has a bias because I like grew up watching it, so I was watching it like almost every day. But I just think it's fantastic.
I don't know, like there were Mabel just annoyed the crap out of me.
No, I get
understood.
that. Don't worry, I get that.
And it's kind of never learns her lesson in a weird way.
No, she doesn't. I agree with you on that. She does not. Dipper is the OG, man. He's the best. Uncle
Dipper,
Stan,
Stan,
Grumpy
and Ford are the best.
I want to let Z plug Mr. Brown's stream.
Oh yes.
Yeah, we're going on a tangent, dude.
I was done.
Are you on Mr. Brown's this week, Z?
I am. I'm on Mr. Brown's Alliance channel on Wednesdays and Saturdays. This Sunday we're doing the roundup of the week, and next Wednesday, we've got the Acolyte episode 8. Finally,
I'm excited.
The misery is finally over.
I'm excited to see how they somehow call this an end to the show. It's insane. There's no way you could possibly tie up all this dumb shit in 40 minutes. There's just no way.
You underestimate their power.
But yeah, but
Don't
Z,
try.
thank you for being on again. We'll have you on.
Oh
again.
yeah,
Probably on
Acolyte
with
is
Tyler again.
Really,
you guys seem to be
really bad, and I'm embarrassed to watch that series. I genuinely am.
Z, try scouring through clips just to understand what the fuck he's even talking about the entire time.
Oh man, but Z, thank you for coming on. Buddy.
Yeah, Z,
It's always a pleasure
pleasure,
to join
man.
you guys, and to review one of my favorite movies. It's been an evening.
It's been a pleasure,
Uninspired,
man.
I guess it would be you.
Dude,
You
I
haven't-
barely have anything to plug, man. Like legit, I'm
I
still
was-
working on the videos right now. Dude.
I was actually just going to use our plug time just to kind of tell everybody what the changes that we've made to the channel.
Oh yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
So we're all of the main streams for the two hoes are going to be on here for now. Eventually, we are going to probably port over the more specific ones, the interviews, stuff like that, to be streamed through our two hoes repost channel. Tar will be re-debuting his show, The Mystery Gang, which will be more of a discussion roundtable kind of show that he's going to do every 2 to 3 months.
Yeah, I kind of
and,
just assemble people randomly to talk about a random topic. Last time it was Tyler was on there. Dark Hour also made a cameo.
Was I?
Well, yeah,
No, I
we
don't.
did
The horror ones.
Yeah, the horror.
I was in the chat. I don't remember actually being part of the discussion.
No, dude, I think you were on the panel, dude. I think so.
I have no memory of it.
Maybe.
So.
You see,
But we will be back here on the 27th doing the Karate Kid. Comment Sake will be on there. We will be bringing back Golden Age Geek as it is our 1-year anniversary, and he was our first ever guest. And we have a special guest, Master Ken is going to be on with us. So known for his parody videos as for karate, bullshido, all that stuff. He's also in real life a director, so it's going to be pretty cool to have his perspective on the film.
Nice.
But other than that, I think we're pretty much good. It's just time to say goodbye to the chat. Thank you, everybody.
Bye, chat. Dude, you guys are on
thank you
fire
for-
today, man. And yeah, massive thank you to everyone who sent in super chats as well, and massive thank you to everyone who stayed for 4 hours. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
We had a good stream today, man. Massive thank you to the panelists as well. And yeah, I think
that just leaves one thing.
Yeah. Bye,
I'll do it.
everyone.
See you later.